BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front court.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Good morning and welcome to day 4 of BUCS Regatta 2026. It's the fourth and final day, and we've got another fantastic day of racing lined up for you. The time trials are done, and very shortly we're going to be getting underway with our semi-finals and repechages before we get into the real meat of the day, giving out the medals in around about an hour's time. My name's Will Hadland-Horrocks, and I'm joined here in the commentary box by Joe Cogan. We've been with you all week, and Joe, looking forward to another fast and furious final day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to be here, great to commentate over the last few days. Great, looking forward to see what happens for the rest of today.
Yeah, so we have our first semi-final on the state boats down at the start, which is the women's beginner double sculls, the first semi-final. Like they're just getting ready on the start line now, and we should be underway very shortly. So in this one we've got Reading A in lane number 1, Birmingham C in 2, Loughborough A in 3, Cardiff Met in 4, Queen's University Belfast B in 5, and Plymouth B in lane number 6. There'll be the top 3 that go through into the A final. So all of these crews did a time trial earlier today. The top 12 have gone into these semi-finals with the chance to get into that A-final where they will get to fight it out for medals. We're in the beginner events, so all of these athletes, people who've only started rowing or sculling this year, so incredibly impressive to see. We'll be soon seeing the astonishing standard of these beginner rowers, considering many of them will have only picked up a blade around about 6 or 7 months ago, Joe.
Yeah, I always love watching the beginner crews. It's always so impressive to see how far they have come, considering they've only started rowing so recently. And as you can see on your screens, they're attached on the stake boat, something they may have been racing before, but for some of them it could be their first time. It can always be quite tricky. And as someone that has sat on that start line, I know those nerves will be jangling.
They really will be. Looks like the crews are at front stops, sitting at attention, waiting for that green light to go off. That signifies the start of the race. Those nerves will absolutely be at their peak right about now, and there we go. A great shot here of our first side-by-side race of the day, and all 6 doubles getting a clean getaway off the start, which is fantastic to see. You see our umpires launch just falling in behind. Now, having a look at the form book for this semi-final, I think my eyes are really drawn to the Loughborough A crew in lane number 1, made up of Chloe Barnard and Eve Lawler, 2 names that I've recognised from some of the Loughborough crews throughout this weekend. Loughborough have had a really fantastic regatta, especially on the beginner side, but in the time trial they were 25 seconds quicker than the next fastest crew. They won the Open beginner doubles yesterday by absolute chasm, and if that time trial is anything to go by, I think we're going to see a similar result in this one.
Yeah, I did not know that. That is certainly a very impressive showing, and as you said there, Will, it's been a fantastic regatta for Loughborough. I've been keeping my eye on them throughout the event, and they have been right up there in the mix for especially a lot of these beginner events. So great programme up and running there at Loughborough.
Yeah, and I think many of these Loughborough athletes connected to the British Rowing Performance Development Academy as well. So you can see that the East Midlands arm of that British Rowing Initiative is finding some really fantastic athletes, and will be great to see what kind of pathway those athletes go down. That Performance Development Academy used to be called START, or World Class Start. It's all about identifying athletes, some of whom may have come across from other sports, but they hit a sort of certain physical criteria that we know if you're you're tall, you're strong, you're powerful, you've got relatively good fitness from other sports, that's going to be fairly transferable to rowing. So they get kind of thrown in at the deep end, which is why we see these Loughborough athletes, even though they're only in their first year of rowing, are going to be performing at such a high level. But we're probably coming up towards 500 metres gone, and we've been talking a lot about the Loughborough crew in this one. Cardiff Met in lane number 4. They were the next quickest in the time trial. They were the 4th fastest. We'll have the 2nd and 3rd fastest from the time trial in the next semi. Yeah, quite a big gap from Loughborough back to Cardiff Met, and yet we can see Loughborough have gone through, and actually only 6 seconds back to the Reading crew in lane number 1, which is surprising because they were all the way down in 9th in the time trial.
So that's what I was speaking about this earlier, just with crew members and other people. What I always find very interesting is with the beginner crews is how sometimes, as we're seeing now, the time trials are an indication, but you get them side by side. They may little less experience at side-by-side racing. Some of them will absolutely excel at it, and it's just, especially amongst the beginners, although the time trial results can tell you something, until you get them side by side, I think is when you see the true speed of these beginner squads.
Definitely, and I think the time trial is quite a hard thing to execute, especially when you're quite new to rowing. Actually trying to work out where your sort of physical peak is, how hard you can push over, well, they do the time trials over 1,500 metres, so slightly shorter than the 2,000 metres that they're doing the side-by-side over. I think it's actually quite a hard thing to execute, but we've got a great shot here of our Loughborough double. I think they're looking pretty serene out in front. Their technique looks really good, and you can see they're both really physically strong athletes as well, with long levers, both with really long legs and long arms, and able to really propel that boat over a good, long, powerful stroke.
Yeah, I was just in awe at watching those on that fantastic shot on our screen, just for a beginner double to be sculling this well. And as you can see, they're coming through at the 1,000 metre mark in first. They have ample of clear water back to, well, could be the Reading crew, but we will wait for official times.
Yeah, there's the Reading crew coming through now. They've opened up a yawning chasm. It's 14 seconds advantage that they've got, and then it is Cardiff Met in third. So those currently are the qualifying spots. It's then Birmingham and Queen's Belfast in 5th and 6th, which means it'll be the Liverpool crew in lane, sorry, my apologies, the Plymouth crew in lane number 6, there we go, who will round out the field here. Good shot there of our, of our Birmingham double. They've had a really strong regatta as well. I was talking to one of our co-commentators, Alex Darby, I've just given them the commentator's curse there. Talking to one of our co-commentators, Alex Darby, who also coaches the Birmingham Beginner Programme, and he was saying how proud he was that their women's beginners had managed to get 3 quads into the top 12 of women's beginner quads, and the top 2 of those had managed to make the A final.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic there. There's great strength and depth in the Birmingham beginner squad by the looks of it.
So you can see where all of the clubs have their gazebos right down on the water's edge. Allows them to keep an eye on racing and go down to the bank to support their teammates. Many of them they'll have rowing machines in those tents so they can warm up. They might have, some of the bigger programs might have a physio who can help athletes just recover in between races. They'll often have places where they can eat food as well. And you walk past and you often see kind of 20 or 30 athletes all lying flat on their back, which is what we're encouraged to do. If you can, the old adage I was told was, if you can stand, sit, and if you can sit, lie down in between races. It's all about preserving energy. And these are quite long days, aren't they, where you've got a time trial early on, you've then got to do a semi-final, and then you've got to do a final. And actually, those 3 things come quite close together.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and sometimes the turnaround that they'll have from this semi-final to the final is not that long. And as these crews could have been doubling up over the day, so recovery is always key. As you say, it's always those sayings. It was always out the sun, and although it's not out today, lying down and just fueling correctly is always key for recovery. And that's what these beginner athletes will be learning to do, and it is something that they will take with them into future regattas.
Yeah, we're through that 1,500 metre marker, and while we haven't got those times popping up, I'm fairly sure it was still Cardiff Met and Reading in those last 2 qualifying spots, but no one is getting close to this Loughborough double out in front. They are looking absolutely dominant. But you mentioned the conditions there, Joe, and it's it's a little bit of an overcast day. It's quite similar to yesterday in terms of the conditions. It's a bit cooler than the first 2 days. and the sun definitely isn't out, but the one thing that has changed is that the wind has swung around. Whereas we've had a gentle headwind for the first 3 days of racing, that's now spun around and we've actually got a tailwind. And so I think we're going to see slightly quicker times than we were seeing over the first few days. One of our co-commentators, David's been doing some stats analysis for us of the time trials, and the PGMTs, the percentage of gold medal times that we're seeing from some of these championship time trials especially, are really high, kind of getting up into the mid 90%, and that's kind of comparing against top level elite rowers. So I think we're really going to see some fast times today from some of these top level crews. Into the last 100 metres though, and it's Loughborough who are so far ahead they're not even in shot. We're focusing here on our second and third athletes, Cardiff Met and Reading University. Coming up to the line, Loughborough. We looked at the time trial results, we thought they were going to be the dominant force, and so it has proven to be. Chloe Bernard and Eve Lawler, a little shake of the, a little sort of fist pump there to some friends on the bank maybe from the bow seat of the Loughborough double, but into the closing stages it's Reading and Cardiff Met. I think they're both going to take the qualifying spots, but they're going to be probably getting on to 30-40 seconds behind Loughborough by the time they go over the line.
Yeah, I know. Looks like they both sort of jacked up the rate. Reading not actually put in a push there. Looks like they wanted to take second, but it will be Cardiff Met that takes second and Reading in third for the three to take the further 2 spots in that A final. With Queen's just coming over the line there, followed by Birmingham, who will race in the B final.
Yeah, and then just at the top of your screen we've got Plymouth, who will round out the field in this first semi-final of the women's beginner double sculls. So yeah, mark your cards for that Loughborough crew later on. All the other 5 crews are still kind of recovering at the finish, and I'm just taking a look down. The Loughborough crew's basically already landed on the landing stage. They look like they are absolutely mean business here this weekend. But we're going through the 1,000 metres of our second semi-final already, and again it looks like we've got a fairly spread out field. So we've got Nottingham Trent A, Reading B, Queen's A, Edinburgh A, Strathclyde A and Birmingham A. And it is the Baby Blues of Edinburgh who've gone through the 1,000 metre marker in the lead. Perhaps not a surprise, we've seen Edinburgh be so strong on the sculling side before. They won the women's beginner quads this year, and that's the 6th consecutive year that they've won women's beginner quads, which, considering you can't reuse those athletes. Once they're beginners once, they can't be beginners again. You've got to get a whole new set of athletes, and that beginner program at Edinburgh University, led by Mike Hughes, always, especially on the women's sculling side, just incredibly strong. And this Edinburgh crew of Isla Batoon and Kate McCluckey, they're both in singles earlier on in the weekend, and they've opened up a 8-second, almost 9-second advantage actually over Queen's University Belfast in second.
Yeah, I was. You've just mentioned I remember commentating earlier on in this regatta about Isla Bethune. So fantastic to see her racing in these doubles, and just the fact doubling up these athletes do, racing in as many things as possible, and it is fantastic to see.
Yeah, I would be interested actually, because I do know that Edinburgh have a beginner 8 that won the time trial there and is racing, so we'll be in their semi-final coming up fairly soon. And I'm just interested actually whether these 2 athletes are doubling up or if it's a completely separate crew. Just looking at our times, there's actually a very short window. So it was 11:24 was the start time of this one, and then the semi-final that their 8 is in is 11:42. So looking at that, I think actually I'm going to say with almost certainty, I don't think that the Edinburgh double here are doubling up, which then is just an insane sign of the strength and depth of that Edinburgh beginner program. They've got this double here winning their semi-final quite comfortably, and then there's a whole other 8 who won their time trial as well.
Yeah, that shows absolutely fantastic depth, and I think you're right. I would not want him to be, as a coach or as an athlete, to have that stress of finishing this race and jumping it into another boat. It's not something you want to, but as you can see, they are well out in front in this B final of the women's beginner doubles.
Yeah, and then just behind we've got Queen's University Belfast. They're in the white in the centre of your screen with the green and blue hoops across their chests, and then on the right we've got Reading University one of the programmes that we wouldn't usually associate with having a strong beginner squad. They've done obviously incredibly well in all the intermediate and championship sculling events, but haven't usually seen them in beginners too much. But this year's been a bit of an exception, and they've picked up some medals in those beginner categories. And I know that Reading have really been targeting the Victor Ladorum this year, and they are they're in the lead overall, and I believe they're also in the lead of the women's Victor Ladorum going into the final day, which, considering they're a sculling programme, they only scull, they don't do any sweep boats, is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, that is astonishing. I know I commentated on the intermediate single scull final, which consisted of 5 Reading scullers and 1's Queen's University Belfast, so the depth they have is just incredible.
But just as we were talking about them, the Reading double did have a little bit of a crab. I think they have been able to get back underway, and they're still in that 3rd position. But we're looking here at our Edinburgh and Queen's doubles, and yeah, so once again, interesting, because Edinburgh and Queen's actually had very, very similar times. Queen's were actually 1.1 of a second quicker than Edinburgh in the time trial, but Edinburgh have really overturned that here in this semi-final. As we said, those time trial results, they're a good indication, but they're not perfect. And Edinburgh actually just looking really relaxed. They're not feeling like they're needing to expend any more energy that is absolutely necessary. And they're into the red boys, and they're just kind of cruising up to the line. They do cross the line in 1st position in this 2nd semi-final, and then it is going to be Queen's University Belfast on your screen now, and Reading, who will round out the field here.
Yeah, definitely been a little bit of a push in that far lane from that University of Strathclyde double, but they will not be able to overturn that deficit, as Reading just come over the line there to take the 3rd spot in the A final, just followed now by that University of Strathclyde double, who will race in the B final. Yeah,
agonising there for Strathclyde, just missing out. It'll then be the Birmingham crew up at the top of the screen in lane number 6, and then Nottingham Trent, who will round out our field. And there's a shot there of our Edinburgh double just having a little chat, a little debrief as they row back into the landing stages. But a very accomplished performance by them, looking really calm, not expending too much energy, so they've got plenty left for that A final later. But we're jumping now to the Open Beginner Quads, our 1st semi-final. We got Liverpool A in 1, Nottingham Trent A in 2, Loughborough A in 3, Bournemouth in 4, Exeter in 5, and Reading in 6. We've been talking about how strong Loughborough have been, and I think this quad is yet another demonstration of that. We've got the one of the standout performers of the week, and one of the Loughborough athletes who's won the Open Beginner Single and the Open Beginner Double, and looks like he wants to make it a triple with the hat trick of beginner sculling events.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this Loughborough quad is the combination of the 2 doubles that won gold and silver in the beginner doubles yesterday, which in fact they were racing against 2 people in the Bournemouth boat, which is a little bit of bias for me in this race, as I'm down here with Bournemouth, and Joshua Tozer and Leo Steele were the bronze medalists yesterday, and they have both been racing throughout all 4 days of this regatta. And it has been fantastic to see how well they've been racing, and I am very interested to see which of these crews will go through into the A final.
So yeah, Bournemouth sitting in that 3rd position as they went through the 1,000-metre marker. But they had about a 3-second advantage over Liverpool, who are sitting in 4th position. Nottingham Trent just ahead in 2nd. You can see them there with the pink all-in-ones and the Nottingham Rowing Club blades. All of the Nottingham clubs, they are very good about sharing equipment, and a lot of the members are kind of members across Nottingham Rowing Club, Nottingham Trent, Nottingham University, Nottingham Union. There's a lot of different clubs in this part of the world, and they good to see them kind of sharing equipment between each other. But there is the Bournemouth quad. Joe, do you want to tell us a little bit about them and kind of what the other events they've been up to this weekend?
So yeah, as I said, Joshua Tozer and Leo Steele raced in the doubles yesterday, as did Sam and Will. Actually, they were in the B final. Yesterday, they were racing in the intermediate 8s, so sculling and sweeping for them. and on the Friday they were in the beginner singles, which Leo was actually in the A final of as well and finished in 4th. Joshua Tozer was also in that final, finishing in, I think he finished 6th in that A final, and Samuel Carp-Brown was in the B final. I think he unfortunately capped. Oh no, that was the semi. He finished 6th in that. So, sorry to mention that, Sam, if you ever listen to that back, I'm sure that would not be appreciated. But yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic to see their progress throughout this year and seeing them on the course here. I think they had a per the time trial results, actually had 3 seconds over this Nottingham Trent crew. So this Nottingham Trent crew have currently put in a shift to overturn that deficit from the time trial.
Yeah, but with 500 metres to go, we haven't had the timings come through, but it did actually look like Bournemouth had pretty much drawn level. Yeah, just taking a look at the time trial results now, it was a little bit closer than that. It was actually only 0.6 of a second that Bournemouth had over Nottingham Trent. So yeah, interesting to see that they are still so close together. And yeah, there we go, we've got our timings in the top left corner. Bournemouth did go through the 1500 metre marker with a bit of a advantage over Nottingham Trent. I'm not sure it's 10 seconds. It definitely seemed like less than that from my eyes. But I think Bournemouth have really come alive in the second half of this race. No one's touching the Loughborough crew of... I'm not entirely sure that the crew list that we've got is accurate, because we've actually got some names that are being repeated from the women's double that was in the previous race, and I don't think they can... I know that Loughborough are good, but I don't think they can be in 2 places at once. But yeah, we've got the I believe it was the athlete sitting at stroke, might be Julian Stralka, who was in those other 2 gold medal winning crews. Across the finish line there by Loughborough, looking pretty cool, calm and collected. And then it is just going to be Bournemouth over Nottingham Trent, pretty much 0.6 of a second again. So they were really nailed the exact same performance from their time trial. We've then got now down closest to the camera Liverpool, who I've seen a few Liverpool crews kind of just missing out. They are again going to be just missing out on the A final. They're in 4th position. The Reading in 5th, and Exeter rounding out the field in 6th.
Yeah, that very close finish between that Bournemouth and Nottingham Trent crew. Perhaps a sign to come of the close battling that we will have in the A final in this event later on. As you were just getting a shot of that Loughborough A crew, I'm sure they've worked very hard, but they look very composed and relaxed there in a dominant performance as they look to recover now to see what they can do in the A final.
We're going to the second semi-final now, and it's Royal Holloway A, Queen's A, Loughborough B, Plymouth C, Northumbria C and Loughborough C. And it's actually the Loughborough B crew going through the 1000 metre marker. We've got a much tighter race here. I think our 3 crews going through to the semi-final are basically already set between Loughborough, Queen's and Plymouth. But this is the second Loughborough boat. They were second in the time trial, only 3 seconds behind the A crew, which is really astonishing strength and depth for this beginner program, to have those 2 quads performing so close to each other in the time trial.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. The tab 1-2 is absolutely fantastic, and as you mentioned, it's just showing the fact that some of these those Loughborough athletes are on that GB program, showing how well they are doing on that, picking up this sport, doing so well and performing so incredibly well here at this BUCS Regatta and currently in the Open Beginner coxless quads.
We've got Plymouth in that second position and Queen's in 3rd. Queen's, who've always been very strong in the beginner events, they just missed out on gold medal in the beginner 8s yesterday behind Nottingham. What a fantastic race that was. But I just love that you get this kind of variety here, because we've got Queen's in this one, we've got Loughborough, who we know have the support of the Performance Development Academy. Then you've got Plymouth, who are a much smaller program, and they're able, just through good talent ID, finding people who would suit rowing, and then training them really well over the course of the year, that they can be right up there competing with these big programs.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're getting a shot of what looks to be some sort of a battle. Those 3 crews do look to be the ones that will make it through to the A final, but also almost having a battle between themselves to see who might actually take the win in this. all a mental game to take for them to take the win. They will all progress, but everyone wants to win every race they're in.
Yeah, so we're going through 500 metres to go now, and definitely feels like we've got a bit of a two-tier race going on. In fact, I'm just having a look down the lake now as the crews are a bit closer. I don't think we have the crew in lane number 6, so I don't think we have the Loughborough C crew, which is probably fair for everyone else, because otherwise they'd probably be in second position in this race if they were here. But no, it's at 500 metres to go. It was Loughborough, Queens and Plymouth. So Queens had moved up from third into second, and it does make sense because those that Queens crew was in. Well, actually no, Queens were quite a bit slower than Plymouth in the time trial. They were 12 seconds slower than Plymouth, so they've really overturned that, and I think actually Queens rode through Loughborough in these last sort of second half of this race.
Yeah, I was just noticing that as well. It's interesting that they are going for jacking up that rate, as it looks like, looking to row through, instead of some crews here might just be happy with a top 3 finish as they know they're going through the A final, but this Queen's crew seem to want to take this win, and it does look like they are rowing through that Loughborough B crew.
Loughborough aren't taking this lying down though, they're trying to respond, but I think Queens just look like they've got a little bit more pep in their step in these closing stages. They've just been able to accelerate the boat a little bit more. That Loughborough boat just starting to just sit down in the water a little bit more, and Queens, after a disappointing time trial, they do cross the line in first position ahead of the Loughborough B crew. With Plymouth, they do take that third and final spot, and there we go. I think that is an indication of why we don't have the second Loughborough crew. They've had a technical issue with the stroke seat. I think they might be missing an entire rigger.
Yes, just hearing that it looks like they may have snapped a blade, so an unfortunate thing there for the Loughborough C crew. Just goes to show anything can happen in these races, and nothing is concluded until they cross the finish line. As you were just getting a shot there of that Queen's University Belfast crew that took the win and will race in the A final later on today.
They raced very well. That was quite a beginnery sort of move away from as they were paddling back into the pontoon there. The timing wasn't completely together, but hey, they raced really well, which is all that matters. But yeah, I can see that Loughborough crew now is sort of rowing down in lane 0, so glad that they've been able to get out of the racing course and not cause any delays to our programme. We're moving now on to the Women's Beginner 8, so we've been very beginner heavy so far today. We've now got the Women's Beginner 8, so yet still in that beginner programmes. York A in 1, Exeter A in 2, Edinburgh, Nottingham, Oxford and Swansea across the rest of the lanes. They are underway. They'll be coming up towards 500 metres soon. But yeah, what a great shot. We can see 6 8s across the lake, all absolutely hammering it against each other.
Yeah, it's, I said this on commentary yesterday. There is nothing better for me than watching 8s come down the track. It's just the best time, getting 8 of your mates, you included, so 8 rowers and the all-important cox, bashing it down the course, giving it your absolute best.
I've just had a look at our crew list, and I'm fairly sure after what we discussed earlier that the Edinburgh double has not doubled up into this one, which I think is reassuring, because I think the idea of trying to do 2Ks within kind of 30 minutes of each other, especially as you're a beginner and you haven't necessarily built up that kind of resilience to the demands of the physical training yet. We're going through 500 metres. Edinburgh, unsurprisingly, because they did win the time trial, were out in front by around about 3 seconds over Nottingham. Nottingham were in 4th in the time trial, and it's then Exeter in 3rd, and that also makes sense because they were 5th in the time trial.
Fair enough. So it's, currently these beginner crews are disproving my theory about the time trials not telling you all. They are all fairly in line with their time trial results as we stand, as you were getting a great shot of that Edinburgh crew. I keep mentioning it, but for beginner crews, the level of rowing is just incredible. And for a lot of some, I don't know the specific programs, but a lot of programs will start the rowers out as sculling and then switch them over to sweep. So some of these programs won't have had the full year even rowing. So it's just fantastic to see the level that they are able to produce.
Yeah, Mike Hughes, definitely the beginner coach at Edinburgh, is a big proponent of getting them to spend a lot of time in singles. Edinburgh does have a small boathouse on the canal in Edinburgh, but it is very short and it is very narrow. So it's not really an ideal place to kind of get really sort of fast or long training in. But what it is great for is kind of skills drills. So he'll spend a lot of time in singles with them, where kind of encourage them to understand how the boat moves. Hey, if you fall in, you're going to be able to stand up. You just turn the boat back over, you jump in, and you go again. And then later on in the year, they can start to go over to Strathclyde Park, which is over on the west side of Scotland, where Edinburgh also have their kind of main training base, and then start them to bring them up into those bigger crews, and you can start to layer some speed onto that kind of technical proficiency that you've built up early on. And that's really showing here, because through that 1,000 metres, they had opened up that 4-second advantage over Nottingham, with Exeter in third, but very close in the battle for third. I think we could have our first race where we're really tight for those qualification spots. Exeter just over a second ahead of Oxford.
Yeah, I was just, as we had those times come through, that was what I was paying attention to. And at the 500, Oxford were 4 seconds back on that Exeter crew. So a very big shift in that second 500 to bring themselves into contention. And will be interesting to see what happens as we come into the 1,500 metre mark. I know when I was on commentary with Zoe the other day that we were mainly repeating about the third 500 is the most important part of the race. It's what I was always told. It is just, to me, it's the make or break. It's when, even in the sort of positions that Oxford are, it's the make or break. Can you make the move? Can you put Exeter under the immense amount of pressure and make them respond to your move?
Yeah, I think it looks actually like in that third 500, Exeter being the one who've executed it well, and no pun intended, and they have sort of consolidated their advantage in that third position. But yeah, I think that the third 500, the way I kind of summarise it is that it's where you discover if you've have you gone off too hard. I think if you've gone off hard, you can probably hold that to about 1,000 metres, but then you'll start to dip in that third 500. If you've paced it well, that's when you can start to think about kind of executing your race plan and sort of progressing on a little bit.
Yeah, I'd absolutely agree with that. So, and especially in these beginners, sometimes there is the potential to go off too hard, as you were just getting a lovely wide shot of there, where you can see that Edinburgh are out in the lead with that Nottingham crew in second, and I'm not able to tell from this shot whether Exeter have maintained their lead, but from earlier shots it looks like they have. But do Oxford have anything to respond to what was looked to be an excellent third 500 from that Exeter crew?
Yeah, so I think once again we've got a reasonably spread apart race. I'm sure that as we get into the medal finals, these crews are going to start to come together, especially as we sort of throw the two semi-finals against each other. Edinburgh, in contrast to their double, which was happy to sort of relax off a little bit in the closing stages of the race, there is no mercy being given here. I think they want to practice that sprint, ready for the A final later on, so they know what they're going to be doing. But they're coming up to the line now, and Edinburgh, once again, very strong on these women's side. They cross the line in first position. It's then Nottingham who come through in second, with Exeter in third, and Oxford, which Oxford interestingly it looks like a kind of a university development crew. So we've seen this a lot this week, where they're all in their college all-in-ones, which is a sign that they're kind of not yet a fully fledged member of Oxford University Boat Club, but they've been kind of picked together as a sort of aspirational development crew that the university are kind of keeping an eye on. They're in a university boat, they've got university blades, but yeah, just missing out on the A final there. York then coming through in fifth position, and it will be Swansea, who round out the field. But we're already on to our second semi-final now, which is about 2 minutes into their race. They'll be coming up towards 500 metres gone very shortly. We've got Cardiff A, Liverpool, Bath A, Queen's Belfast, Surrey and Leeds racing in this second semi-final. Again, same deal, first 3 crews going through. Based off the time trial results, we would be looking at the 2 crews in the centre. Generally, in these weather conditions, you're always going to find the quicker crews in the middle of the field. So those fast time trial times will get allocated towards lanes 3 and 4. But yeah, it was Bath and Queen's. But the 500 metre times are just starting to roll through, and it's actually Surrey in lane number 5 who are down in 7th in the time trial, and they have got a 0.3 of a second advantage over Bath with 500 metres gone.
Yeah, very interesting to see that. I know Surrey have great support here today. Every time a Surrey crew goes down, I always hear the cacophony of cheers. And it looks like we currently have a little bit of a battle for third between Queen's and Liverpool, less than a second separating them. But as we saw in that last race, we thought that Oxford College crew might challenge Exeter, but a perfectly paced third 500 made sure they extended their lead. So as we say, sometimes these beginner crews can go out too hard. Maybe it's in race plans to not start slower, but have a sprint finish. So interested to see what happens as we come into the 1,000 metres, as you get a great shot of the crews on your screen there.
Yeah, I think it's not about starting slower. It's just understanding what your body is capable of and realising what level you're able to hold consistently. If anyone's ever been on the rowing machine and done a 2K, you're always going to get a better time if you're able to hold a relatively consistent split throughout, or even negative split it where you go quicker in the second half. As opposed to going off hard and then kind of fading towards the end. We're through that 1,000 metre marker now, and Surrey have dropped back a little bit. So Bath have extended their advantage, and Surrey have kind of fallen back into the clutches of Queen's. And yeah, again, I think we're just seeing a bit of that sort of spread in the field, where Liverpool, who were up there at 500, they've just dropped off slightly, and they're now around about 5 seconds back from the battle for third place.
Yeah, I think sometimes, especially in these 8s, sometimes first 500 you're just getting up to speed, so sometimes you can see some sort of closer times as they all blast off the blocks, and then it's a case of, as Will said, who can settle into that rhythm, who can find that pace that they know they can maintain throughout the rest of the race, and which this Bath crew seem to have just settled into a very nice sort of race pace to managing to overturn that Surrey crew at the 1,000 metre mark.
So coming up towards our 500 metre to go mark, and yeah, Bath with that really strong second 500, they were pretty much level with Surrey. Surrey clearly the sort of faster starters, really well drilled with their start, but maybe just not able to kind of maintain as fast a sort of base pace throughout the race. It's some unintentional poetry. But we're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and we can see that Bath are continuing to hold that advantage at the front of the field. Surrey are still kind of right up there with Queen's. Don't think there's a huge amount to separate those 2 clubs, but they have just extended that advantage out, and Liverpool, unfortunately, I think they're really starting to struggle in this second half. They've now dropped back into 5th position behind the Leeds crew, and then it will be Cardiff who come through in 6th position with 500 metres to go.
Yeah, you're just getting a shot of that. Well, you were having a shot of that Cardiff crew as we turn our attention back to the front of the field. Does look like Bath are out in front with a little bit of a battle between Surrey and Queen's, but it does look like Surrey are out in front there. But it very much does look like Bath, Surrey and Queen's will be the 3 crews to go onto the A final, who will join the other 3 that we saw in the semi-final 1.
Yeah, brilliant shot there of our 4/8s, all absolutely hammering away in the closing stages. And a bit of a demonstration of the kind of variety of techniques that you can sometimes see in beginner crews. where yeah, maybe the you haven't quite built up that muscle memory, or have had that kind of bank of coaching that allows you to kind of really refine your stroke. And we do sometimes see some kind of slightly different styles that exist within a crew. I think Queens have moved away from Surrey in the battle for second, but I think they're closing on Bath a bit, but not enough that it's going to make any difference into the closing stages. It's still around about a lengths advantage that Bath have, if not slightly more, as the camera pulls round to perpendicular. And coming across the line is going to be Bath, who crossed the line in first position. They seem set to book their position in the final, with Queen's University Belfast coming across the line in second and Surrey in third. It's then Leeds on the far side who come through in fourth. Liverpool, those fast early starters, just dropping back slightly. And then it will be Cardiff who round out the field here. But a shot here of our Bath crew. They look pretty happy with their performance. Pretty happy, but they also look pretty tired.
Yeah, it was just interesting to see that all three of those crews did look to go for the sprint to the finish, so perhaps not conserving the final and giving it everything.
So moving away now from the beginner events to the championship events, and the first one of those is the women's championship doubles. So we've got on to the repechages. Repechage meaning second chance. So the top two crews from the time trials went straight through, and they were Reading A and Reading B, which, if you've been watching any of the sculling events this weekend, probably not much of a surprise. We then got two repechages here. We've got 4 crews in each, and only the top 2 will go through. So we've only got 2 places as opposed to 3. And going through the 1,000 metre marker, it's Bath and Edinburgh who have the advantage, and they've Edinburgh in second have got a pretty comfortable 8-second margin over Durham in third.
Yeah, it does look like those two crews of Bath and Edinburgh have built up a bit of a lead there. I know that Bath crew, that stroke of that Ella Foreman, a very established junior, and she is now racing in champ events, and she's raced across multiple events across the weekend. So just mention again the amount of these athletes that are doubling up over and over in this event. Not a hard thing to do for anyone, and as we've already mentioned, it is all about the recovery between races, as you were getting a lovely shot of that Bath crew of Ella Foreman and Rebecca Court, who do look to have established a decent lead. With that Edinburgh crew currently sitting in second for those 2 spots into the A final of the Women's Championship double sculls.
So yeah, moving into a boat class that we've already seen. So we've had the women's beginner doubles, now got to the women's championship doubles, and the kind of class of athletes here that we're seeing is has taken a real step on. So those top 2 Reading doubles pretty much made up of athletes from the Reading Championship quad who won, and also many of those athletes who are part of the GB under 23 programme. So we're seeing hopefully kind of the Olympians of the near future racing in these events here at BUCS Regatta. Always been an amazing pipeline of talent coming through the university programmes in the UK into the British team. And this Bath double of Ella Foreman and Rebecca Court, they're just looking really chilled out in front. They're not having to expend too much energy in the second half of this race. They've got a commanding lead over Edinburgh. Edinburgh have got a commanding lead over Nottingham, who have rode through Durham in the battle for third, but they're not going to get into the qualifying spot. So I think we've got our top 2 fairly clearly set up here into the last few strokes. Bath over Edinburgh, with Nottingham and Durham, the 3rd and 4th crews, who will just miss out on the qualification.
Yeah, great to see, even though maybe not going through to the A final, that little battle there between Durham and Nottingham, and we will be battling it out again in the B final.
So very relaxed looking. The GBRT boat British rowing team boat. We're now into our second repechage now. We've got St Andrews, Birmingham, Reading and Newcastle. They're coming up towards 1,000 metres, and I think it looks like the Newcastle crew have really dropped off in this one, so not sure what has befallen them in the first 1,000 metres of this race. But once again, fairly close. We've got the Reading C crew and Birmingham, so it looks like we're going to have 3 Reading crews potentially contesting this one. We've got the Birmingham double of Claudia Rossington and Katie Mole. Katie Mole, who won the women's championship singles yesterday. She was the only athlete who was able to disrupt the Reading juggernaut. If it wasn't for her, I think they would have. If Katie Mole didn't exist, they would have got a 1, 2, 3 in both intermediate and championship singles, which frankly is just unfair.
Yeah, no, you have just mentioned exactly what I was about to mention. I watched that race. It was an absolutely fantastic scull from Catherine Mole from start to finish in that race yesterday, and great to see her, as we said, back again, doubling up over the days, and now racing in this double sculls, and looks to be in a position to the A final, going through to the A final, as they look to have built up a fair lead over that St Andrews crew in third.
Yeah, it just shows the kind of benefits for Reading of them having that big program where they've got so many athletes performing at a high level, where those top doubles can be on really top form, whereas for some of the programs like Birmingham, you could have one absolutely world-class athlete, but there's a program like Reading that's got kind of 5 or 6 of them. It can be you can maybe have a chance of challenging them in a single, but trying to find a crew that's able to challenge in some of the bigger boats, really tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already mentioned Reading, the strength and depth they have, and the fact that their C crew are out and leading in this event, and it's great to see programs like Birmingham, very established programs, maybe not quite with the depth, but that does not mean they can't fight above their weight and put in some fantastic performances.
So through 500 metres to go, and Shannon Wheelahan and Izzy Lancaster of Reading are in the leading position here over Birmingham, and it is the St Andrews crew of Rosa Thompson and Sophia Isberna who are in the 3rd spot. And I can see that Newcastle are sort of paddling down in this race, but they are quite a long way off the back, so I don't think they are going to feature, unfortunately, the Blue Star in this second repechage of the women's double sculls.
Yeah, and you're just getting a great shot there of both the Reading and the Birmingham crew. It's a fantastic display of sculling, as it is across all our events, but these are obviously the championship events, so very experienced athletes out there on the course. And yeah, that Newcastle crew right at the back, probably quite a lonely race out there, but they will just be looking to deliver their best race and before they compete in the B final.
So sorry Joe,
Nah.
you go ahead.
I was just going to say, and there you're getting a slightly wider shot that sort of shows you the distances that each of these crew have, with that Reading crew out in front going through the 1500 metre mark. Perhaps only actually now a 2-second gap back to the Birmingham crew, who have in turn have a 7-second gap over that St Andrews crew in 3rd.
Yeah, I think we're kind of at the point of the race where everyone's just sort of keeping a bit of a watching brief over everyone around them. The positions sort of seem fairly set, so you almost end up with this kind of détente between the top crews, where they kind of know, hey, well, I don't want to push too hard, you don't want to push too hard. Let's kind of keep it as it is. Let's not waste too much of our energy, especially because those top 2 crews managed to have had to avoid this repechage. So they haven't had to do this extra 2k. So these athletes will be wanting to save as much energy as possible to go into that A final, where they'll be having a chance of fighting for the medals. Now moving into our next boat class now, and we've got the Open Championship pairs, where we've got the University of London in 2, Bristol in 3 and Cambridge in 4. So just again, just 2 spaces through into the A final of this one.
Yeah, I've commentated on a couple of 3-lane races, and especially in these repechages where 2 go in, it's almost like even that more of the jeopardy, knowing that you would be only 1 crew not to make it into the A final. It's just that everyone wants to make an A final, but it's almost that added incentive and just something a little bit different when there's only three crews on the course and 2 of them make it through.
Yeah, so I'm just taking a look at the time trial results. So the top 2 that went straight through in this event were Durham and Newcastle, and pretty much an identical time, which, considering the rivalry that exists between those 2 clubs, is if that ends up being the fight for gold in the final, that's going to be fun. Bristol in the centre lane, they had a great regatta. They came 4th in Championship 8, which is probably their best result for a really long time, if ever. They were in 3rd position, and then London in 7th, a further 8 seconds behind that. But the time trials of the championship events can be a little bit funny, because there's this sort of incentive. If you know that you're not going to get into those top 2 positions and everyone else is going to go through into an AB semi-final, maybe there's a bit of an incentive there to say, right, I'm just going to back off ever so slightly. I'm not going to waste all my energy in the time trial, and I'm going to save it. But it looks like, as we're coming up towards the 1,000 metres, that we've got Bristol and University of London in a fairly dominant position here, and I think the Cambridge crew over in lane 4 just a little bit off the pace.
Yeah, it does look to be a little off the pace, but all these pairs are sweeping beautifully. Someone that's had to row in a pair myself, I can only dream of rowing a pair as well as these guys are. It requires an immense amount of trust in your partner to set that boat and balance it perfectly, so you can both get the legs down, as all these crews are doing fantastically well, but especially this Bristol crew, who look to be out in front over the London crew, with that Cambridge crew just off the pace, as Will mentioned.
Yeah, I think I said it whilst on the women's pairs the other day, that the pair is a sort of boat where you don't necessarily need to row perfectly. There's many pairs who've not exactly had what you'd call kind of textbook technique, but the 2 of you do it pretty much in the same way at the same time, because a pair that kind of gets offset by different techniques, or the balance being off, is a really, really horrible place to be. But a pair that's working is actually really, really nice. So you've got a shot there. It was University of London and Bristol pretty much neck and neck going through 1,000 metres. I'd say that the UL crew maybe look a little bit neater, a little bit calmer. Bristol, you can just see the boat and the blades maybe just sort of splashing around a little bit more. So maybe a bit more wasted effort that's going into their boat than into the University of London. And then we've got Cambridge, and actually looks like we've got a Cambridge College crew here. So it's seems to be 2 athletes wearing at least their college lycras, and they're not in at least they don't have Cambridge blades. I can't tell yet whether they've got a Cambridge boat. Might be able to pick up on that closer too. There's a chance that they are representatives of the University Boat Club, and they've just decided that they would rather represent their college today, as they're in a small boat. They're not in one of the big 4s or 8s.
Yeah, it's great to see the Cambridge colleges, and we've seen a lot of Oxford college crews out there today. It's great to see that it's not just the renowned sort of big boys that we see from the likes of Cambridge and Oxford, and the representing their colleges is fantastic to see.
So coming up towards 500 metres to go, and University of London have just pushed out over Bristol in this 3rd 500 now, and I think they've got an advantage of probably around about half, 2/3 of a length as they go through that 500 metres to go. But those 2 pairs look fairly set. I'm still waiting for this first race that's really going to kind of light the touch paper underneath us and really get us going, because we haven't had that many races so far where it's been incredibly tight for the side-by-side. I'm 100% certain they're going to come, though, especially once we get into the A finals, because some of the repechages yesterday and on Saturday were really, really amazing.
Yeah, I know. I think it was the Friday or the Saturday that I commentated on some of the semi-finals and reps, and some of them were absolutely blistering, because of course everyone is here to compete for medals, and those semi-finals and repechages is where you put yourself into that A final, as this Bristol and London crew look to be doing. Actually looked to be quite a close race there. Yeah,
but I think even from this position now, you can still see that the the yellow boat with the purple kit, it's just kind of running on a little bit neater, and the blades, just look at the amount of disturbance they're making in the water, just a little bit less, and say there's a bit more kind of splashing going on. Even if you, this is getting a bit kind of over technical, taking a look at the wake that's coming off the stern of the boat, and I think the sort of bouncing in the Bristol boat is kind of resulting in that wake just being a little bit more sort of vigorous, and a sign that they're kind of disturbing the water a little bit more. But I think Bristol have absolutely gone all out in a sprint. UL seem to be happy just to kind of paddle it through, knowing that they've got the spot. Oh no, now they go. Now University of London, they decided, hey, no, we want that lane draw. They're actually getting quite close together in the water. They're really close together on the lanes. They're coming up to the line now. Bristol to take it over UL. A little look over from the bow seat of the UL crew, being like, I thought we were just going to paddle it over the line, boys, and then you started sprinting.
I think they must have heard you out on their water when you were saying that we didn't really have anything to touch it alike. They were like, oh, we'll give the commentators something to shout about with a little bit of a close run race in that first repechage of the coxless pairs.
Yeah, and then Cambridge rounding out our field there. But yeah, a thumbs up from the stroke of the Bristol pair towards the Cambridge pair, and they paddle it in. But yeah, it's been so good to see the performance of Bristol recently, that they've really kind of developed steadily over the years of going from competing in intermediate events, winning the intermediate events, jumping up into championship, and now they're kind of really knocking on the doors of medals in those championship events. We've got our next repechage underway. We've got our fabulous safety team. Do not want to denigrate the work that they're doing, but they could be in a slightly more helpful position. We've got 4 in this one, and again it's the first 2 that will go through. So we've got Nottingham B, just Nottingham, Edinburgh, Durham B, and Imperial in this one. Again, coming up towards the 1,000 metres at 500. Durham are leading with Edinburgh in second. So this is the Durham second boat, with their first one having already qualified through to the A final. So this is George Morris and Seb Isles. And then it's Josh Matthews and Murray Bone of Edinburgh. So we've got the Platinate on the left, and we've got the Baby Blue on the right. And Nottingham weren't far off at the 500 metre marker, just over a second. So as the camera pans around here at the 1,000 metres, we will see if the Nottingham crew are still in touch, and are we going to have that first really tight battle for a qualifying spot. It looks like Durham and Edinburgh have just moved away from both Nottingham and Imperial in this second 500.
Yeah, it does look like they have made somewhat of a move there. Definitely from that angle, it looks like Durham are definitely out in front, with Edinburgh consolidating that second place. Nottingham may have something in their tank, but it would take something pretty good.
Yeah, length and a half now, and I think if you've moved away in the second 500, I think that's probably a sign that you got slightly better, that kind of base pace that we've discussed. Josh Matthews, the he still does do a lot of sculling, but sort of started out as a sculler through the sort of Scottish rowing sort of development pathway. Was originally coached by Tom Young before moving on to study at Edinburgh, and you can see why he was picked up, because he's just got such long levers on him, and he's added some pretty good strength to that as well, with Murray Bone of Edinburgh in the bow seat with the red base layer on. But it's the Durham crew here, George Morris and Seb Isles. Now I'm not sure if this is the second half of the Championship 4, which just missed out on gold yesterday behind Oxford Brookes. They were in silver medal position, as they were in Championship 8s actually. But we've definitely got the top half of that 4 that have already qualified.
Yeah, and just running through the crew list there, I've just happened to know the bow seat of that Nottingham crew is Sam Furley, who is actually a ex-Ball Lace rower. The only reason I happen to know that is I am an alumni of Great Marlow School, so there was a bit of a rivalry there. So just an interesting thing to see him out here competing in the pairs.
It's amazing how kind of people you cross paths with as part of your junior career that you might then cross paths with as part of your university career, and that then goes into the club system as well. That there's sort of the rowing world is big but small at the same time. So we're through the 500 metres to go, and it is still Durham and Edinburgh. Durham with a 3-second advantage. Nottingham only 2 seconds back on Edinburgh, so Edinburgh can't relax in the last 500 here. They're definitely going to need to keep on it if they want to guarantee their position in the A final. I think Imperial in 4th, they're looking like they are going to be out of the running.
Yeah, it does look that way, but Nottingham are still in this. I would still back Edinburgh to consolidate it, but spirited push from Nottingham could definitely put Edinburgh under pressure, and it will be interesting to see what happens as they come closer to the Red Boys and closer to us in this commentary tower.
Yeah, I can see that Edinburgh have really sort of stepped on now. I think you can maybe see that the power's really gone up, but the kind of precision is maybe just starting to drop away a little bit as the bodies are tired. They're into the last 200 metres now, and Nottingham in the white and red blade boats with the yellow blades. They're trying to close in on Edinburgh, but I think maybe Nottingham threw everything at it in the third 500, knowing that they needed to get back on terms if they were going to have any kind of shot. And I think they just haven't really had enough to accelerate on in the fourth 500, and Edinburgh just had a little bit left in the tank and have been able to squeeze away to consolidate that second position.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree with that. Definitely looked like Nottingham tried to see if they had anything, but I think they'd made their move, and I think Edinburgh have just sort of cancelled out that move, kept an eye on them, and as you can see have just come over the line in second. A very spirited performance from that Nottingham crew of Matt Roberts and Sam Furley, who will race in the final B, with Imperial out the running in this race and just coming over the line now to compete in the B final.
Shot there of our Durham pair, who have joined the A crew now in the A final, and they'll have the chance to fight for the medals in probably around about an hour and a half's time. But we're going now to our next boat class, which is the Women's Championship Coxless Fours. And indeed, this is our last set of repechages. We've got these last two races, and it's pretty similar to the previous races where we've got 5 crews in this one, and the first 2 will go through. So we've got Southampton, Nottingham A, Oxford Brookes, Edinburgh and Nottingham B in this one. I'm just going to pull up the time trial results from earlier so we can compare the performance in this one. So it was University of London and Durham who were the top 2. Durham, who had some issues before their race, they boated for their time trial and then had their steering snap on them. They had to row it back onto the pontoon, fix the steering. I could see all of the Durham coaches were flying around trying to mend it on trestles. They then had to get back on the water, row up to the start just in time for the end of the time trials, kind of jump onto the back of the queue and do their time trial, but clearly didn't do them too much harm. They got that second position just ahead of Oxford Brookes to qualify directly through. So this Oxford Brookes crew in lane number 3, they are our fastest crew from the time trials in this event. And it would then be Edinburgh, who were over their left shoulders, who were the next quickest, with Nottingham the third quickest.
Yeah, interesting what you're saying about that Durham crew. That is not the stress that you want to have before your time trial, but it didn't seem to have phased them if they would manage to take those top 2 spots, as we are just getting some 500 metre times in there, and it does look like that crew from Oxford Brookes are out in front. That Edinburgh crew only a second behind them. Nottingham crew sitting in one of the Nottingham, guessing that's Nottingham A, sitting in third, with Nottingham B in fourth, and then Southampton rounding out the field, with the first 2 of these crews going to final A and then the remainder to final B.
Yes, those 2 Nottingham crews, they'll be trying to get into the A final, but they'll also be going for bragging rights against the other. Yeah, I think it's Oxford Brookes and Edinburgh who look like they are in a reasonably strong position so far. Oxford Brookes, no surprise, we know how strong their programme has been over the years. Although they were slightly disappointed in the Championship 8s yesterday, they only got a silver medal behind the University of London. UL were absolutely cock-a-hoop to have won that gold medal, and Brooks looked a little bit dejected, so I'm sure they'll be looking for some revenge today. But considering the time of London in the time trial, that revenge might be quite hard to come by. Through the 1,000 metres now, and we've pretty much just got a length separating all of our crews. We've got Brooks a length ahead of Edinburgh, and then Edinburgh just under a length ahead of the Nottingham A crew. Then Nottingham B, I don't think they're going to be getting those bragging rights anytime soon. They are about 13 seconds behind in 4th position, and then it'll be Southampton who round out the field in this first repechage of the Women's Championship coxless fours.
Yeah, Edinburgh will obviously be very happy to be sitting in second there, but that Nottingham A crew are still in it and in this race, and their third 500 is what as we've already mentioned, I call the most important. So if there is a higher base race pace or some sort of push they can make there, they may be able to break that Edinburgh crew. I'd have my money on that Edinburgh crew holding out into second, but we will await to see as the race unfolds down the rest of this course.
Yes, this Edinburgh crew made up of Ina McCullum, Izzy Clements, Madeline Fatani and Penny Irvin. Izzy Clements, who won a very comfortable gold medal yesterday in the Women's Championship lightweight single, has raced for the Irish national team last year as a lightweight in the single scull, both at the under-23s and some of the senior level events as well. Coming up towards 500 metres to go, and we've got Oxford Brooks here in the maroon and navy. Coming up towards 500 metres to go, and looks like they've still got that advantage over Edinburgh. As the kind of camera pulls level, we'll be able to see just how much. Maybe Edinburgh have closed ever so slightly and have pulled away in turn from Nottingham. So yeah, just 1.9 seconds for Oxford Brooks, and then Nottingham now sitting around about 3 seconds back. So Edinburgh maybe kind of clawed about a second on both of those two crews around them in the last 500 metres.
Yeah, and it will be sort of interesting to see, I was about to say if Edinburgh and Oxford Brooks will let off the pace or have the battle for first, but although that Nottingham crew are probably out of it, I don't think Edinburgh will be completely comfortable with their lead, so I don't think there will be much conserving until they are much closer towards the finish line.
Yeah, I think with Nottingham there hanging around, I don't think Brooks or Edinburgh can sort of slacken off too much. Maybe in the last 100 or so metres, if you're fairly certain that you've got that position locked up. I think that Nottingham are going to struggle in these last 250 metres now to close in on that qualifying spot, but they've definitely given it a really, really good go throughout this race, trying to hold the big programmes of Edinburgh and Brooks to account. Although I don't want to do down Nottingham at all. They've historically been a very, very strong programme, had years and years and years of success at this regatta under its previous name as BUCS as opposed to BUCS back in the 90s and early 2000s. But Edinburgh have really moved on. They're trying to close in on Brooks. I think they're not going to quite have enough water to take the win, but I think they've really closed it down to about half a length in the last few stages.
Yeah, it was actually still a very strong showing there from that Nottingham crew as well, putting in a very furious sprint. They just run out of water there, but maybe good signs to come for their B final later on.
So that looks to be a win there for Oxford Brooks over Edinburgh, taking the two qualifying spots. Nottingham down in the third position, the first non-qualifying spot, and it'll be the Nottingham B crew and Southampton who will round out the field here. But we can move straight on to our last repechage before we get into the finals, and we've got Newcastle, Oxford, Cambridge and Imperial in this one. Going through 500 metres, Oxford were leading ahead of Newcastle with Cambridge in the third, and I've just spotted a bit of interest in this one because for any of you who've been kind of following the boat race over the last few years, you'll have known that there's been a couple of instances of sibling rivalry between Oxford and Cambridge, and the kind of most notorious one is the King sisters. We've got Catherine King in the Oxford crew and Gemma King in the Cambridge crew. Now, they were racing against each other in the pairs early this weekend, and Cambridge with Gemma King came out on top. But Oxford here, as you can see, have really gone off hard in this one. The Oxford crew of Phoebe Forward, Catherine King, Esther Britt Samorano and Giulietta Camelhort. I believe quite a few of those were in the Blue Boat crew, which was successful in the boat race. Newcastle in second position, Emily Shaw, Harriet Taylor, Mary O'Donnell and Megan Johnston, and it is Cambridge in third, 2 seconds off that qualifying spot. So Gemma King, Aidan Renvolts, Camille Vandermeer and Charlotte Ebel. Again, I think all 4 of those were in the Blue Boat. And then it's Imperial, Leah Kapotz, Lauren Bowles, Olivia Pasley and Miriam Palmer, who are getting just another couple of seconds off. So depending on how this second 1,000 metres goes, we could see a bit of a change, but Oxford, I think, were certainly very comfortable out in front.
Yeah, Oxford definitely seem to have that lead. It's very interesting to see the sibling rivalry in the Oxford sort of Cambridge, the renowned rivalry of the boat race, and then them splitting up into their separate boat classes to compete here at BUCS Regatta. And as you mentioned, well, it seems the Newcastle, Cambridge and Imperial all within 4 seconds at the 1,000 metres, so it'll be interesting to see what has happened coming into the 500 metres to go mark.
Yeah, coming out towards that 500 metres to go, and the Dark Blues of Oxford still looking comfortable out in front. I've just been checking actually, and yeah, I'm fairly sure the Cambridge crew are mostly made up of representatives of the Blue Boat, but I think most of the Oxford crew actually comes from the Osiris crew. I think with the exception of I think we've got two Blues and 2 from the Osiris crew. But through 500 metres to go, and what's the latest?
The latest is that Newcastle have closed the gap onto Cambridge with 0.3 of a second, well, potentially 0.3 of a second, with the timings have just disappeared from our screen. They have returned, and it is 0.3 of a second. So a furious battle emerging here to see who will take that second spot into the A final.
Yeah, so Cambridge have closed down that advantage. So it was 2 seconds in favour of Newcastle at the 1,000 metre marker. With 500 to go, it was just 0.3 of a second in favour of Newcastle. Can the light blues row through? Can the Blue Star hold on? I think this is going to be our first really, really tight battle for the qualifying positions. Newcastle haven't had the strongest regattas so far this weekend. Cambridge maybe not quite kind of living up to the billing of their athletes, perhaps a sign that they maybe just been a little bit more relaxed on the training after the boat race, which is quite understandable considering how brutal that programme is. But we're into the closing stages now. The Dark Blues of Oxford, they are comfortable out in front, but it's the battle between Cambridge and Newcastle that's really where the interest is going to be here. I think Cambridge might have rowed through. I think they've saved something in the second half of this race, and they have blitzed past the Blue Star, although Newcastle are trying to fight back. Here they come just into picture now. Oxford are going to be coming up to the line. Cambridge versus Newcastle, hardly anything separating them as they come into their last few strokes. Watch the finish line, and oh, it's just Cambridge. What a well-paced race from them. 0.4 of a second provisionally across the line in favour of the light blues. Imperial in 4th. That's Oxford there in shot. They are the ones who were very comfortable out in front, but we finally got our tight race there in the last repechage of the day. And well done, Cambridge. Brilliantly paced race there, and yeah, pity for Newcastle just missing out on qualification into the A final.
Yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic race there to whet our appetite as we now turn our attention to the first of the A finals which will be the A final of the women's intermediate lightweight quadruple sculls. In lane 1 will be Queens B, in lane 2 Queens A, in lane 3 Birmingham A, in lane 4 Reading A, in lane 5 Newcastle, and in lane 6 Birmingham B. So 2 A and B crews in this final. Fantastic depth from both Queens and Birmingham crews.
Yeah, and We've got Reading in the centre as well, who've been strong in the lightweight events as well. So our first A final, we was due to have a B final in this race, but I think we've had some crews who dropped out and so aren't in the means we've only got 6 crews, so they've just been able to condense everything down into one A final. Taking a look, I was actually so there were 7 crews, and it was Reading B with a seventh crew, and so they've been knocked out, and these 6 have gone through. So you did need to kind of nail your time trial. Just see the crew in lane 3, the Birmingham crew, just sort of tapping themselves around to get themselves straight. You can see how kind of flat the conditions are down at the start. In a bit of the there's quite a few trees down behind the start tower that with the tailwind down there do provide a nice bit of a wind shadow. I went for a run down there this morning during the time trials, and it was really as I was running down the lake towards the start, had a headwind in my face. It was then really nice as soon as I got to the start and I got near those big trees, and they provided a really nice little wind shelter, so you can see why it's quite flat down at the start line. But then if you look about 250 meters or so up the course, you can just start to see those slight ripples on the water. Nothing bad, nothing that's going to really cause any issues at all for our athletes. Actually a nice sort of gentle tail breeze that will just push them along. So while we wait for the start of this race to get underway, let's take a look at the highlights from BUCS Big Wednesday.
Everyone's talking, they can't believe, 'cause what they are watching has never been seen. Pass every limit from heaven to hell, smash every record as well. I've been tried and I've been tested, climbed above what they expected. Got a fire inside, watch the legend rise. There is a target drawn on my back. Everyone follows where I am at. No one can stop me. I'm changing the game, and now it will not be the same. I've been tried and I've been tested, climbed above what they expected. Got a fire inside, watch the legend rise. Legend rise, watch the legend rise. Watch the legend rise. The legend rise. Man, like Kenny in the summer, don't act like a bum. Got him running through my tongue, and she sour like a right line. And she mighty fine, so let's move it. And we get it 2-step like we 3-footed. Got me feeling like I'm in my new prime. Let's get it all right, all right. I just wanna have some fun.
So we are underway now with our first A final of the day, the women's intermediate lightweight quads. As Joe ran through the order earlier, but I'll just repeat this here. So we've got Queen's B in 1, Queen's A in 2, Birmingham A in 3, Reading A in 4, Newcastle in 5, and Birmingham B in lane number 6. Having a look at the time trial results, it was Reading who were quickest in this one, ahead of Reading A by about 5 seconds. This Birmingham crew of Amelia Flaxman, Kari Meredith, Darcy Smith and Emily Ferguson. And I wonder if these are the same athletes who won in the championship lightweight 4 earlier on in the weekend. I wouldn't be surprised Again, I was talking to Alex Darby, one of the Birmingham coaches and one of our co-commentators the other day, and he was saying that they were really surprised and happy to win that Fours event because they spend so much of their time sculling and very little time sweeping. So they weren't expecting to do as well in the 4 as they were in the quad, and so maybe we're going to see actually that they can step it on here and add another gold medal to their tally.
Yeah, it's always interesting about that between sculling and sweeping, and my old coach Fergus Murison maintains the fact if you can scull you can sweep. So and that's why we were talking about the beginner programs earlier, starting out with sculling and then you can switch it over very easily to the sweep.
Yeah, and I think there's a good track record of that in some of the national teams as well. To think about some of the athletes who've been involved in sculling for Great Britain, I'm thinking especially about George Bourne and Angus Groom, who scull pretty much their whole career. Both Durham athletes, incidentally, who kind of dabbled in sweep when they were at Durham, but didn't really do a huge amount of it. Maybe they got thrown into a boat for head of the river, and that would be the extent of it. But then both of them ended up going to Oxford and Cambridge respectively, after sort of a decent career in the sculling setup within the GB team, and finding that they could actually take to it quite well. So much so that George Bourne now has switched to sweep pretty much full time within the GB setup and won a gold medal at the World Championships last year. But moving back to this race, because we don't need to talk about those athletes of BUCS past, and it's through 500 metres, and Birmingham and Reading have taken the first 2 positions here. The 2 crews in the centre of our screen. Birmingham with an advantage of around about 2.5 seconds over Reading through 500, coming up towards 1,000. Now, has the sculling powerhouse of Reading been able to close in at all on Birmingham? Now, obviously, Birmingham wouldn't have come up against Reading in the lightweight 4s because Reading only scull, so it'll be their kind of first time racing them in a 4-person boat this regatta.
Yeah, and as we come through the 1,000 metre mark there, does look like Reading have definitely put a squeeze on now, less than just over a second, sorry, between Birmingham and Reading. So definitely a 500 metre push there, and we could be in for a thrilling gold medal race there. In turn, those Reading and Birmingham crews have put about 7 seconds onto that Newcastle crew who currently... No, the Queen's crew have overturned Newcastle to now sit in 3rd, with Newcastle sitting a second back in 4th.
Yeah, that's a good battle for bronze going on there, with Queen's moving through Newcastle. They were quite a long way behind at 500, almost 4 seconds behind, and then in the second 500 they've just now taken advantage of a second. They've had a 5-second swing in that second 500 metres, which in a quad is pretty significant.
Yeah, no, I think that's what almost took me by surprise as I was running through the 1,000 metre results. So that is an absolutely fantastic push, but in some ways not a surprise, because these are the medal finals here at BUCS Regatta, and everyone wants to get their hands on a shiny medal, and hopefully we are in store for a fantastic battle across all these medal positions as we come towards the 500 metres to go mark. And that is when the legs are screaming, lungs are burning, and you have to see what more you have left in the tank if you want to win those medals, and also to decide what colour that medal will be.
Yeah, there's a table of medals that I can see out my window down on the medal pontoon, which is beneath us, just waiting longingly for these athletes, waiting for a neck to have them put around. But look here, it's Reading. Reading in that third 500, they have stepped on it. They were a second behind at 1,000 metres gone, and they've opened up a 2-second advantage now over Birmingham. And Queens have continued to extend that advantage over Newcastle. So Birmingham might have thought that they were in quite a good position, having won the time trial, having won the championship lightweight 4s earlier on this week. But Birmingham have just proven that they are here to take 0 prisoners this regatta. They want that Victor Ladorum. Every gold medal they can go for, they're going to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. And although Birmingham may have led at the 500, I think it's just, as we've mentioned countless times already, the imperious of Reading sculling. It's just it takes a lot to beat a Reading sculler or a Reading quad, as this Birmingham quad are finding out today. But they could still have something. I would imagine that Reading will now take this win as we get closer to the commentary tower and into the Red Boys. Just looking at my screen, it does on your screen, and just looking at the commentary tower, it does look like Birmingham are putting in a bit of a push, but I think it would take something very special to overturn this Reading crew.
Yeah, this Reading crew just absolutely lightning all the way through the race. Birmingham got that fast start, but they just closed them down. They hit that halfway marker and they just stepped on the gas. And as we're into the last 100 metres now, the black, purple and white of Reading looking very strong over the red, blue and yellow of Birmingham University. And our first A final, our first gold medal of the day, looks like it is going to go to Reading University. They cross the line with clear water over Birmingham. What a race. The arms go up in the Birmingham crew. They look absolutely delighted with that. Queen's great pace race from them. They are going to take the bronze medal ahead of Newcastle, who just dropped back in the second half of the race. But Reading, they look absolutely delighted with that. So huge congratulations to that Reading crew of Connie, Oliver Beechner, Emmy Clements, Florence Dallas and Lucia Paletti. Our first A finalists of the final day of BUCS Regatta. Well done to them.
Yeah, a fantastic race there. Birmingham did, as we mentioned, go off hard at the start, but then Reading were able to establish themselves and take the win. An absolutely thrilling win there for that Reading crew.
So as we move into the A finals now, we're going back down to the start line, where we can see we've got the crews just getting ready for the B final of the women's beginner double sculls. We're missing the crew in lane 3, which I think perhaps explains why we haven't started just yet, although the crews do look like they're sitting at attention. So maybe the Birmingham crew, they've either been late to the start and they're unfortunately not going to be allowed to race, or they have withdrawn, and indeed they have got underway. So our B final of the women's beginner double sculls, where we have got Plymouth B in lane 1, Birmingham C in lane 2. Sorry, I was saying Birmingham, my apologies. It's the Queen's University Belfast B crew in lane 3 who are missing. Strathclyde in 4, Birmingham A in 5 and Nottingham Trent A in lane number 6. We saw the semi-finals for this race earlier. Now we've got the B finals. Just while we've got a moment, as this race is quite early on in its progression, just to say a huge thank you to all of you who are watching online. We really appreciate your support of BUCS Regatta 2026. We hope you've been enjoying the racing that we've been able to bring you here from the National Water Sports Centre. If there's anyone that you particularly want to shout out, do get into the live chat on the YouTube. I've got it open in front of me just now, so I'll try and shout out anyone in any of the crews that you are here supporting. So we are well underway with this women's beginner double. So if you weren't with us earlier, these beginner events, all athletes who've only started rowing this academic year. So the standard that we've seen in these beginner events, absolutely incredible. And for people who've only been learning to row for around about 7 or 8 months. And this beginner double event, fairly recently added, I believe it was 2 years ago. I might be wrong with that, but I'm going to go with 2 years ago that it got added into the BUCS programme.
Yeah, well, absolutely fantastic to see these beginner doubles out there, and it's crazy the turnaround that they have. It's less than sort of have just over an hour to get off the water from their semi-finals and then get back on unboated for their B and A finals.
Yeah, the semi-finals for these were at 11:18 and 11:24. So yeah, around about an hour and a half, which, considering that it kind of takes a bit of time once you've finished a race to get down, to sort of get into the pontoon, get your boat back, try and get some recovery. We've also want to draw attention down on the picture-in-picture to our medal presentations, which are going on beneath us on the medal pontoon. And we've got the bronze medalists from the women's intermediate lightweight quads, Queen's University Belfast, collecting their medals, so huge congratulations to them. But we're through 500 metres in this B final, and it's Birmingham who've opened up a good advantage over Nottingham Trent, with the second Birmingham crew sitting in third position. It's actually Birmingham C who have got the lead here, and they're well up on the Birmingham A crew.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see, the fact that the C crew is over the A crew. I was commentating on a race yesterday that had 3 Portsmouth crews, and it was the C crew of Portsmouth that beat out their B and their A crew. So it's always interesting to see what happens when you've got A, B or C crews in the event, and there's almost the added incentive if you are a B or a C crew to see if you can overturn your A crew.
Absolutely. We've got our gold medalist in the women's intermediate lightweight quads, Reading University, collecting their medals. The medal being presented by Fiona Rennie, who's been such a stalwart part of making BUCS happen for so many years. Always the cheeriest face on the riverbank or the lakeside, whether you were at BUCS Head or BUCS Regatta. We really couldn't run the event without her, and always fantastic to see her smiling face handing out the medals. So congratulations to Reading. And we've got James Lee, our event organiser, holding on to the crews as well, so everyone getting stuck in. We're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker, and it is Birmingham in this B final. It's the Birmingham C crew, as we mentioned, who've just gone through the 1,000 metre marker in the lead with a big advantage. Quite a spread field behind them, actually. We've got Nottingham Trent. Well, actually, just a bit of a correction. I think it was the Birmingham second crew, then Nottingham Trent, then Strathclyde, and then Plymouth. So really not a huge amount to separate between second through fifth in this race.
Yeah, no, that's what I was just noticing. Definitely a bit of a battle for second here in this B final. And it may not be the A final, but all these crews will still be wanting to do their best as possible. 7th, 8th, 9th, etc. at BUCS Regatta is still a fantastic achievement, especially for these beginner crews getting perhaps definitely their first taste of 6-lane racing. So fantastic to see as you get a shot of the crews on your screen there.
Yeah, and we've also got our silver medalists just missing out, and yeah, you can see there's a bit of emotion there about missing out on that gold medal for Birmingham University, and perhaps not the result that they were hoping for in that one. But coming up against a very strong Birmingham crew on that occasion. They're coming up towards 500 metres to go though in our B crew, and I think despite the fact that there's no medals on offer in this B final, sorry I said B crew, B final, despite the fact there's no medals on offer, there's going to be absolutely no holds barred by any of these crews. This is their first time racing at BUCS. They're really going to want to absolutely get the most out of their first experience at BUCS Regatta, and sort of set down a marker for the rest of their season and also for any regattas to come.
Yeah, for a lot of these beginner athletes, the BUCS will probably be the pinnacle of their season, and then when BUCS is over, you can turn your attention to some more local regattas that are always a little bit more fun. The training might relax slightly, and you can just go out there and you can enjoy BUCS. Just what I mean is sometimes pressure comes off a little bit, and you can just enjoy your rowing experience even more.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like some of the sort of small town regattas side by side, just two crews. It's not as sort of big and flashy as BUCS is. Competing for tankards, competing with your mates, having a good day of racing, going out for a couple of drinks afterwards. Yeah, I've got, especially at university, I've got many happy memories of spending my summer on the banks of the River Wear and the River Tyne at various small regattas. But casting our attention back to this B final, and it is the crew from Birmingham, the Birmingham C crew of Bridget Chapman and Catherine Evans, and it is their A crew of Ellie Andrews and Amelia Reed-Smith who've moved into that they've sort of held on to that second position, but very tight with Nottingham and Trent, only half a second separating them and the Birmingham A crew as we went into the last 500 metres.
Yeah, that Birmingham C crew looked to have that dominant lead, but that battle for second between that Birmingham A crew and that Nottingham Trent crew very much looks to be on, as you were seeing the battle unfolding a little bit on your screens there, and we are looking outside our commentary tower.
Yeah, coming up towards 100 metres to go. Birmingham C absolutely out in front, but I think the definite battle is going on in lanes 4 and 5 in the battle for the second place. And I think actually the Strathclyde crew, who's had been showing us lower on our timing screens, is actually either we weren't really paying attention, the timing screens weren't quite correct, or they have really stepped on, because they were about 5 seconds back of second place with 500 metres to go, and they're now well comfortably in second position ahead of the Birmingham A crew.
Yeah, it looks to be, I'm not quite sure myself if we've missed anything there, but a fantastic scull then from that University of Strathclyde double as they come over the line to take second, followed by that Birmingham A crew, and then just coming into shot now will be the, well, hard to call now who's going to take fourth in this race.
Yeah, very close across the line. I think it was just about the Plymouth crew closest to us in the tower ahead of Nottingham Trent that rounds out that B final of the women's beginner double sculls, and we can go straight to the A final where the medals are going to be on offer. And oh wow, I think you'll if you were with us here for the semi-finals, I'm not sure you're going to be surprised to see who's out in front here. So we've got Reading A, Cardiff Met, Loughborough A, Edinburgh A, Queen's University Belfast A, and Reading B, and Loughborough, who were so dominant in the time trial. They've gone through the halfway marker, 13 seconds up on Edinburgh. Edinburgh in turn have got 8 seconds over Queen's Belfast. Queen's Belfast and Reading fighting out for the bronze medal position.
Yeah, it looks to be, we commentated on that semi-final. That Loughborough crew of Chloe Barnard and Eve Lawler looked absolutely imperious, and yet again they are out here in front, and then followed by the Edinburgh crew of Isla Bethune and Kate McLuckie, who have a very decent lead over that Queen's crew, but as Will mentioned, only a second between that less than a second between that Queen's crew and that Reading crew. So that fight for bronze is very much on as we come towards 500 metres to go.
So this Loughborough crew, Chloe Barnard and Eve Lawler, coming up towards 500 metres to go. They are replicating what their crew did. Their open crew did in the beginner doubles yesterday by winning by an absolutely dominant margin, and I think they're going to do the same again. I think they've extended their margin out even more in this third 500. This Edinburgh crew of Isla Bethune and Kate McLuckie they've done really well, but they're just not in the same league as Loughborough. What on earth are Loughborough doing with their beginners this year? They all just seem like they're absolutely on fire, especially on the sculling side. Close battle, silver bronze, and it's now Reading who've moved into that bronze medal position. A little look over the shoulder from the Queen's athlete, the white kit in the background. They've dropped out of those medal spots, and they're going to want to really turn the gas on in this last 500 if they want to get back into those medal positions.
Yeah, an absolutely thrilling race unfolding there for that bronze medal position. Who has more left in the tank as we approach the, well, I was about to say approach the finish, but they still have a fair way to go. Lungs will be screaming, legs are burning, but who has that push in the tank? Who wants it more to take this medal in the women's beginner A final for double scull? Sorry.
Yeah, I think the top of this race, we can say with a degree of certainty that that's fairly secure. I'm fairly sure the silver medal is secure with Edinburgh, but it's Reading in lane number 1 and Queen's University Belfast in lane number 5 who are contesting for this bronze medal, the last medal position available. And I think Reading University closest to us in lane number 1, you can see them on the right of your shot. I think that they are in the better position than Queen's. I think Queen's are even at risk of being swallowed up by Cardiff Met in the closing stages. But let's give our props to this Loughborough crew. They've been so strong all weekend in these beginner sculling events. Chloe Bernard and Eve Lawler, absolute tip of the cap to you ladies. That's a fantastic performance in the women's beginner doubles. They lean back in relief, in tiredness. They clasp each other's hands and clap each other on the back. That was a fantastic performance by them, and just the margin that they've built up. We're still waiting for Edinburgh to cross the line. Edinburgh are going to take the silver medal. Reading have solidified that position over Queen's University Belfast. Reading do take the bronze, and it is tight for that fourth position. Queen's Belfast versus Cardiff Met. The Welsh versus the Northern Irish. Who's going to take it? Oh, Queen's, I think, just held on to that final position. But a wave there from the Loughborough crew, either to some of their competitors or to their teammates on the bank. Chloe Bernard and Eve Lawler of the Loughborough A crew, a thumbs up. Wow, they really impressed there. But we're straight back down to the start now. We're moving on to the Open Beginner Quads, and we've got the B final. Who have we got racing in this one?
In lane 1 we have Exeter, in lane 2 we have Reading, in lane 3 we have Liverpool, in lane 4 we have Northumbria, and in lane 5 we have Royal Holloway.
Yeah, so as we went off the start, it didn't necessarily look like we had a full complement. I'm not sure if we had the Exeter crew in lane 1. We definitely didn't have anyone in lane 6, which was expected.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That would take it down to a 4-person B finals. And yeah, as you can see on your screens, those crews are away safely, settling into a rhythm, seeing what they can do in this first 500, and we await the time to see who has jumped out into an early lead here in this B final of the Open Beginner coxless Quads.
Yeah, so I've just realised why we unfortunately only have 5 boats in this one. It was, if you remember watching earlier, the Loughborough C crew who had that unfortunate technical issue where they were having to paddle down with only 3 of their athletes in lane 0. Unfortunately, doesn't look like they've been able to make those necessary repairs, so they're the crew that are missing. Also, technically, because they would have not rowed out their final. They didn't technically finish their final, even though they sort of paddled down. They weren't doing it under racing conditions, so perhaps weren't allowed to race in the B final. But we are coming up towards 500 metres now. Hopefully we'll get those timings starting to come through very quickly. But every year I'm blown away by the quality of these beginner crews. They look like they could be an intermediate.
Yeah, absolutely. I've always thought that before. Like, the standard of these beginner quads is absolutely incredible, and they're getting their first taste of racing before they take the step up next year. As we are just getting the 500 metre times for you, and out in lane 5 it is Royal Holloway that have taken the lead by 0.6 of a second over Liverpool, who in turn are only a second. Northumbria are only a second behind Liverpool. Those top 3 crews have a little bit of a gap, as Reading are 3 seconds behind Northumbria. And those are your 4 crews in this B final, as we are missing that Exeter crew by the looks of it, as well as the Loughborough crew, as Will mentioned earlier.
Yeah, so just those 4 crews all fighting for their final ranking here in the Open Beginner Quads. As we take a look back down to the medal pontoon, where we've got a huge celebration going on for this the amazing Loughborough women's beginner double. Huge congratulations to them. Thumbs up for the camera. Brilliant performance by them and the whole Loughborough programme this week. I'm sure they'll be looking to add to that tally actually in the next race, where we've got Loughborough A and Loughborough B going in the A final of Open Beginner Quads.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm eagerly anticipating that final as well, with my Bournemouth also in that A final, as we turn our attention back to this B final as the crews are approaching the 1,000 metre mark. It looks to me potentially, if that Liverpool crew have, and now we're getting official time through, It looks like that Liverpool crew have, no, not quite, Northumbria.
Yeah, we've had a real change up
Real
here.
change.
So Royal Holloway have dropped back, and it's Northumbria and Liverpool in lanes 4 and 3 who are now right up at the front. Reading a little bit off the pack in 4th. Huge congratulations there to the Edinburgh University double who collected their silver medal, and also to Reading University, who you can see in picture just collecting their bronze. So a little hug from the coach. Well done to the Reading beginner women's double there, and lots of smiles for them. But yeah, we've had that big change where Northumbria, who were in 3rd, only a couple of seconds down at 500 metres, but they've had a really strong second 500. Maybe their start just not quite as impressive, but they've moved up into the lead as we went through the 1,000-metre marker.
Yeah, really impressive push there from Northumbria, and they're still very close, hotly contested by Liverpool. And after their quick start, Royal Holloway are still not out of it. It will just depend what they can do in this third 500 as they come closer towards us in the commentary tower.
Coming up towards 500 metres to go into the second half of the race. The movers and shakers 500, as our commentary colleague Martin likes to name this part of the race. We've been talking about it a lot today, about that's where you start to see the crews that have just paid a little bit too much in that first 1,000, and those crews who are able to start pushing on and really executing their race plan. We're coming up towards that 500 metre to go marker, and it is Liverpool and Northumbria. I'd say actually maybe the Liverpool crew have so we've had pretty much everyone leading at all the different markers now, so that still says Northumbria. I wouldn't be surprised though if that got switched around to say Liverpool. It looked like, it's hard to tell just with the light conditions just making that camera just sort of glare a little bit too much, but I thought maybe that Liverpool actually had their bows ahead. We will have to wait and see until they come into closing stages. There we go, they've corrected it. I'm a modern day Nostradamus. But we are into the closing stages now, and Liverpool, who were in 2nd at both of the markers, they were originally behind Royal Holloway, then they're behind Northumbria, but in the last 500 metres they've taken the lead.
Yeah, very good move from them. This has sort of been a little bit of a humdinger down the course between Northumbria and Liverpool, but Liverpool definitely look to have their bows ahead. Do Northumbria have anything to respond, or will Liverpool take the win in this B final? And you're seeing the battle there on your screens. It's from that camera angle. It's go ahead, Will.
Yeah, Northumbria just having a little bit of a disaster there. Not a complete boat stop over a crab, but definitely one of the blades getting caught in the water and just a little bit hard to extricate. It's so much harder when you get tired, and that then threw the steering off. I think the 2-seat might have a little bit of an issue because they seem to be kind of struggling with getting the blade out around about the finish. Whereas the Liverpool crew just able to kind of proceed on a little bit more serenely. Northumbria, they are absolutely holding on for grim death towards the finish line here. I think they've got a huge amount of power. You can see the size of these lads, but the finesse seems to be going slightly out the window. 2-seat is he's finishing with his arms pretty much straight, but over the line, and it is Liverpool ahead of Northumbria. Northumbria, who ended up just kind of drifting over the finish line. I think they were spent.
Yeah, very much looked like they were spent, and maybe technical after that, but just an absolutely thrilling finish there as Liverpool took the win just over Northumbria. Definitely looked like Northumbria were a bit spent, but they gave it their absolute all in that B final.
Yeah, really superb racing. We've got our A final though already through the 1,000 metres, and we mentioned about a potential another gold medal for Loughborough, and it looks like they're in a good position here. So Nottingham Trent A in 1, Bournemouth in 2, Loughborough A in 3, Queen's University Belfast A in 4, Loughborough B in 5, and Plymouth in lane number 6. They're through the 1,000 metre marker, and it was the Loughborough A crew in lane number 1 who looked so strong in the first, in the semi-final and in the time trial. And then we've got Plymouth and Loughborough who are going head to head in the battle for the silver medal. Queen's University Belfast, who won the other semi-final, down in 4th position at the moment.
Yeah, no, that is very, very interesting to see. And also, see my bias here, Bournemouth are currently rounding out the field in 6th. You just got a lovely shot of them. No matter where they finish, it has been fantastic to see these boys race. But yeah, as Will mentioned, that Loughborough crew well out in front. They just look imperious. As we keep mentioning, this Loughborough beginner squad just seems to be going from strength to strength at the moment, winning medals all over the place.
Yeah, we got one of the athletes in the Loughborough crew. We don't have the. I think there's not something quite right with their entry, because we've only got 3 athletes down there, and I'm fairly sure one of them was also in the women's double. In terms of the names that we've been given, I believe it was Julian Strelka who won the gold medal in the beginner single. He was, if you were watching, the one who was so far ahead he could pause in the last 250 metres to wave to his adoring supporters on the bank before continuing on to the finish line, and then also doubled up in the double. But yet Loughborough A going through 500 metres to go, and it is Plymouth versus Loughborough B in the battle for the medals. And yeah, Queen's University Belfast still out of it. Surprising, because they beat that Loughborough B crew, not completely convincingly, but with a decent margin in that semi-final.
Yeah, it's interesting. We mentioned the quick turnaround between races as well, so perhaps that is coming to show who's recovered better, who's got more in the legs, who wants it more as we come down into the last 500 metres. With that Loughborough crew well out in front, I think it would take a miracle for them to not win it, touch wood, and barring any commentators cursing. With that battle for second between Plymouth and Loughborough B still very much on, do Queens have anything to come back into the conversation is the question.
And they did have a strong second half, but I think they've left themselves too much to do. We've got Summer Spear 6771 shouting out to Plymouth. I think they're in a really good position, although they are just being warned by the umpire. You can see that the umpire's flag is out. They're actually kind of rowing in lane 7, which is the lane for crews going up to the start. So they're kind of in a bit in danger there of going into one of the crews paddling up to the start. And that's not what you want when you're in a big dog battle for the silver medal. Loughborough A looking imperious out in front. Can Loughborough B make it a 1-2, or can Plymouth hold on in the closing stages of this race? They look like they've got their steering back under control. They're back in their lane. If anything, they're a bit too far towards the other side now. They're towards the Loughborough B crew. They're into the red boys now. Plymouth trying to close in on Loughborough A. I don't think they've got a chance of getting the gold, but they're in a really good position for the silver medal here. Loughborough are going to add another gold medal to their collection. They cross the line in first position. They'll take the gold. They slap the water, and it is Plymouth who take the silver. Fantastic job by them. I can hear a huge amount of cheering going on, I believe, from the Loughborough fans. They get a 1-3. Queen's University Belfast coming across the line in 4th. Bournemouth in 5th. Sorry, Joe, not quite able to get your guys a medal there. And Nottingham Trent in 6th position, rounding out that field in the beginner quads.
Yeah, and absolutely, that was an incredible race there. Just the beautiful sculling of that Loughborough A crew with that furious battle for second between Plymouth and Loughborough B. But Loughborough will be thrilled to have themselves with 2 crews on that medal podium, 1st and 3rd. And yes, unfortunate for my interest in that with the Bournemouth crew, but it's still been absolutely incredible regatta for them. And I'm excited to see how they progress to the future as we turn our attention to the B final of Women's Beginner 8, and they are underway. So I will just quickly run you through who we have. In lane 1 we have Swansea, in lane 2 we have York A, in lane 3 we have Oxford, in lane 4 we have Leeds, in lane 5 we have Liverpool, and in lane 6 we have Cardiff.
Yeah, a clean start for all 6 of our crews, which is good to see. The umpire, I'm sure, will be hoping that in an eighth race where there's coxes in all of the boats managing the steering, that we won't have any issues. I don't want to say that with too much certainty, because you never know with beginner crews. They can surprise you. But I think the level of this B final, I don't think we're going to see that. These are all very, very well accomplished crews going off the start. So Oxford and Leeds in the centre with that Oxford development crew who kind of just missed out in their semi-final. They came 4th, that crew that's sort of made up of athletes from all the different colleges, but in an Oxford boat with Oxford blades. I can already hear the Loughborough fans cheering down underneath us here in the tower, cheering on their crew coming in to collect their medals. I'm sure we'll see them very shortly collecting those medals, but turning our attention back to this women's beginner 8s event where we're coming out towards that 500 metre marker. We'll get a better idea of where this race stands, and there we go. We can see our Loughborough crew there collecting their gold medals in the open beginner quads.
Yeah, it was just a fantastic performance from them, and Will already mentioned, but the cheers that they have got, so it's great to see the camaraderie between all the crews here and all the supporters lining the bank. The crews couldn't do it without those supporters. All those tents adorning the other side of the bank as we look at it. If you have any crews that are out there racing now or later, come out there. Sometimes those cheers are the little thing they need to get themselves over the finish line. As we turn our attention back to the B final of this women's 8, it is Liverpool who have taken the lead out in lane 5 over Leeds in second. That Oxford College crew 0.5 seconds behind that Leeds crew, with Swansea in 4th, and I am awaiting times for York and Cardiff.
So yeah, it's through that 500 it was Liverpool in the lead, and we've got Diane in the chat supporting the Liverpool women's beginner 8, especially Zara, who's in that Liverpool crew, and they do currently have a good advantage over Leeds, just over 2 seconds as we go into the second quarter of this race. We're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker now.
Yeah, interesting to see how this unfolds down the rest of the course, especially that battle for second between Leeds and Oxford. Liverpool with that 3-second advantage, and as you can now see at the bottom of your screen, that is...
That's the Plymouth crew collecting their silver medal from the open beginner quads. A fantastic job by them, and if you can hear the cheering, that's actually the Loughborough B crew who are about to come in to collect their medal. The Loughborough supporting crew has been astonishing. I think especially they were very supportive of the 2-seat in the Loughborough A crew collecting their medal. They're coming up towards 1,000 metres, and it is still Liverpool who have the lead here in this B final of the women's beginner 8s. Leeds in second, Oxford, that development crew, in third, York in 4th, Swansea in 5th, Cardiff in 6th. Well, actually looks like we're maybe just going to get a bit of a correction. Yep, we've got Oxford actually in second, Leeds in 3rd, Swansea in 4th, York in 5th, Cardiff in 6th.
And yeah, we are hearing those massive cheers just down below us. But in this B final of the women's 8, there is just 3 seconds separating Oxford, Leeds, Swansea, York. As you can see, the support for this Loughborough crew collecting their bronze medal, just absolutely fantastic to see here at BUCS Regatta.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm enjoying the hats that they're all putting on.
Oh my God.
That is some top level fashion. Congratulations there, and the lollipops as well. Well done.
That's brilliant.
That is absolutely brilliant. Well done to the Loughborough B crew collecting their bronze medal there in the open beginner quads. Let's cast our attention back to the women's beginner 8s that are on the course now. They're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and Liverpool, who've led through the first 1,000 metres, they'll be looking to hold on to that advantage into the closing stages.
Yeah, absolutely. They've led from the start. Will they lead at the finish? And then still interested to see what happens in this battle for second, mainly between Oxford and Leeds, but Swansea and York are very much still in the conversation.
Yeah, York, they weren't the fastest from the semi-final. They'd have come 5th in their semi-final as opposed to 4th, but they've gone through with an advantage, but it's not much. Leeds only 2 seconds behind. Oxford pretty close as well. York in 4th, Swansea in 5th, and Cardiff in 6th position.
Yeah, so that Leeds and Oxford. Oh, we've just lost the times though. Are we going to get a correction again? It looks like that stayed.
Yeah, so it's still Oxford in second, they reckon. So the times are the same, just the orders slightly changed. So there are, our teams at the timing huts just trying to keep as accurate an eye as possible on those times. But yeah, we're into the last 500 metres now, and Liverpool, they were leading by a little bit. They were leading by a little bit more at the 1,000 metres. It's now just under 2 seconds. Can this Oxford crew close down on Liverpool in the closing stages and break the hearts of all the Liverpool supporters online?
Yeah, they're putting in a frantic push there. Like, Liverpool have led from the start, but are they going to win this, or is that crew from Oxford going?
Oh, we've had an issue for the crew in lane number 4. That's the Leeds crew. Unfortunately, just had a complete boat stopper. That's a real shame for them. They've got back going again, which is good to see. But we're into the last 100 metres, and it's all eyes on Oxford and Liverpool. Liverpool in the white, Oxford in the multicolour, in the yellow Oxford boat, but with the dark blue deck on the bow and the stern. We're into the last few strokes now, and it's pretty much neck and neck. Liverpool maybe still have a canvas over Oxford. We're coming up towards the finish line now. I think Oxford are maybe going to just about run out of water. Liverpool do cross the line with a canvas advantage over Oxford. That was absolutely superb racing. Oxford really gave Liverpool a good go. York coming through in the 3rd position, with Swansea in 4th. Leeds managing to get back going again for 5th, and Cardiff in 6th position.
Yeah, what a thrilling race that was, with that battle for first there, as we will now be moving on to our A final of the same event of the Women's Beginners 8s, as you were just getting a shot there of the Liverpool crew. They did lead from the start, and they ended up leading at the finish, and now on your screens is that all-important A final. In lane 1 we have Exeter, in lane 2 we have Nottingham, in lane 3 we have Edinburgh, in lane 4 we have Bath, in lane 5 we have Queens, and in lane 6 we have Surrey. And we are about 2.5 minutes, approaching 2.5 minutes into this race, and we await the 500 metre times to tell you who has jumped out into that early lead, and obviously who is in 2nd and 3rd and currently sitting in those medal positions. And here they start to come through. Out in front at the moment we have the home crew from Nottingham, followed by Edinburgh, followed by Exeter, followed by Queens, followed by Bath, and awaiting a time from Surrey. But although Edinburgh are out in 2nd and Exeter 3rd, Queens 4th, Bath 5th, there is about a 1.3 seconds separating those 4 crews. So wow, what a start they've all had.
A fantastic start. 6 really high quality 8s here, and we've got a small army of Edinburgh supporters online, so I think you'll all be willing your crew on. We've got people supporting Isabella, Adeline and Sophia, all in the Edinburgh crew. Some support coming from even as far as Perth for this Edinburgh crew. Shouting out their coach Mike Hughes as well. We've also got support for Nottingham. We've got support for Bath in this race as well. It's really close. We're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker. Edinburgh, I think, have at least drawn level with Nottingham. Have they got their bow balls out in front? They have. By not even a canvas, Edinburgh have got the advantage over Nottingham. Bath in 3rd position. Surrey in 4th. So maybe just had it. Oh no, sorry, there we go. Exeter, Queens and Surrey 4th, 5th, 6th, but there's really not much separating all 6 of these crews in this Women's Beginner 8s. They are going to need to be relentless the whole way down the course. We can zoom in now on our Edinburgh crew in the middle of the course. They were strongest in the time trial. They won their semi-final, and they've got their nose out in front.
Yeah, can't catch your breath for this race. They're absolutely thrilling. It's no wonder our timing markers are having some difficulties giving us the exact timings. Of all these crews look to be very much close together. Edinburgh just out with their noses out in front over the home favourites from Nottingham. And then the battle between Bath, Exeter, Queens and Surrey for the bronze medal is impossible to call at the moment. furious racing in these 8s as they are into the third 500 before that all-important last 500, where it's all about who has got that in their legs, who wants it more, who wants to be having that medal hung around their neck.
We've got so much support online for these women's beginner 8s. We've got support for Rosie in the Exeter boat, Florence in the Nottingham crew, for Bath, for all the Edinburgh crew. We even got support from Perth and Utah, so pretty much as far apart from Scotland as you could possibly get. But we're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and those baby blues of Edinburgh just poking themselves out in front. Their beginner programme has been so good over the years. They've got the gold in the quad, they've got the gold in the 4. Can they add gold in the 8 as well to make this a box to remember for Mike Hughes and the Edinburgh beginner programme? And what a third 500 metres they've had. They have accelerated away, and Bath and Nottingham in second and third, but they're now looking at a 3-second deficit to Edinburgh as we go into the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, and Bath have a second and a half over Nottingham, but Queen's very much in that race for bronze. Exeter not fully out of it, but Nottingham and Bath have stretched out over for that bronze medal position just a tad, but anything can happen as we come into the last 500 metres.
What an incredible display of beginner women's rowing this 8s final is. 6 fantastic crews that all fit in one shot. There's not much to separate all of them, less than 10 seconds, and this Edinburgh crew are out in front. They got their nose in front at the halfway. They extended it with 500 metres to go, and now the sprint is fully on. We said in the semi-final they didn't let off in the last 250. They did their sprint even when they didn't need to. We suggested maybe it was because they wanted to be prepared for tougher races to come in the final, when others were going to be hunting them down. We're into the last 250 metres now. The crowds are getting louder as these beginner 8s are getting closer to the finish. Edinburgh holding on, but Nottingham are sprinting hard. The green and gold of Nottingham trying to close in on the baby blues of Edinburgh on home water, and in the closest lane to it we've got Exeter. They're sprinting hard. Bath may be out of the medals now. Can Edinburgh hold on?
Edinburgh struggling.
Edinburgh starting to struggle. I think they've got enough of an advantage though to hold on. Nottingham and Exeter, where have Exeter come from? They're going to be right up in there for the fight for the medals, coming up to the line, and it is going to be Edinburgh who hold on. Who's going to get the remaining? Nottingham, Exeter, Bath, Queens and Surrey. Oh my word, what a race that was. Exeter coming out of nowhere. They were in 5th with 500 metres to go. They were in 5th and they've got themselves a bronze medal. What a performance there. That was superb. Hats off to the Edinburgh crew, the winners of that event. What a performance that was. What a regatta that's been for the Edinburgh beginner women under the tutelage of Mike Hughes. And oh my word, I need to get my breath back after that. That was absolutely astonishing. Well done to all of those crews to see such a close race, and lovely to see so many of the Edinburgh crew there congratulating those around them. What a fantastic performance that was.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you have to catch your breath after that one, Will. I always feel like I'm out of breath just watching that. That was so privileged to sit here at the top of the commentary tower and watch that race. A fantastic display from all those crews, only in their 12 months of rowing, and they're giving us finals like that. They should be so proud of themselves, the medal winners and everyone partaking in that race. As we now turn our attention to the B final of women's intermediate double sculls. In lane 1 we have the University of West England. In lane 2 we have Queen's University Belfast. In lane 3 another Edinburgh crew. In lane 4 we have London. In lane 5 Newcastle A, and in lane 6 Oxford Brookes University B. Been very interested to see Oxford Brookes University entering so many sculling events this regatta. It's been interesting to see, and I know they did very well in the intermediate quads yesterday, winning silver, giving the Imperious Reading a run for their money.
Yeah, I think we definitely noticed that quite a few big programmes have really stepped into the sculling events even more than they would previously, especially those quads events. Do wonder how much impact the introduction of university quads at Henley Royal Regatta has had on that some of those programmes that might have felt they needed to focus on sculling because that was the only event that they could enter at the university level, and now that they do have that option for quads, it'll be interesting to see if in the future that changes on the men's side as well, with the coxed fours that we have for the Prince Albert would ever shift to a sculling event, but we will have to wait and see for some point in the future for that. But we're into the intermediate events now, so we didn't have any semi-finals for these races, so the intermediate events, to try and be able to give more people the opportunity to have a side-by-side race, we removed the semi-finals from these. I believe it was last year, perhaps it was 2 years ago. All the BUCS events kind of roll into one to me. I've been to far too many. But what that means is that you have to really, really nail your time trial. So these crews in the B final, they're the ones who were between 7th and 12th in the time trial, and it would have been the crews in the centre, so Edinburgh and London, who would have been the quickest, just ahead of the crews from Queen's and Newcastle, and then University of the West of England and Oxford Brookes in the outside lanes, they'd have had the slowest time. But we're coming up towards, we should get the 500 metre times any moment now, and there we go, and it is Edinburgh ahead of Oxford Brookes, but just 0.6 of a second, and really not much separating the whole field there at the 500 metre marker. So, and especially in a double, we talked about how hard it is for the kind of, you see the eights kind of stay the same all the way through the race, but in a double, kind of similar to a single, way more opportunity for things to change.
Yeah, absolutely. There is much more opportunity to change in the smaller boat classes. Small injection of pace, and you can rocket yourself up the rankings in a final.
And I'm not sure if the cheering outside our commentary box gets picked up on our microphones, but I really hope it does, because we can hear the Nottingham supporters down beneath us, who've had a very good regatta, waiting to support their crew. They won gold, of course, in the Open Beginner 8s yesterday, and then they're adding silver in the women's Beginner 8s here, which is really, really impressive for them as a programme. We're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker now. There is indeed Nottingham collecting their silver medals, and it is still Brookes and Edinburgh who seem to be out in front of this one. They're just coming up towards the marker, and I think Edinburgh still have got their bow balls in front. Indeed they have. They've extended their margin slightly to now a second over Oxford Brookes, and it's a real fight behind in that battle for third.
Yeah, an absolutely furious battle. It's we don't have the official time just coming through now. Oxford Brookes out in second, just 2 seconds behind them is London, less than a second behind them is Newcastle, and then University of West England right on Newcastle's coattails, as you are still seeing on your screen there. Nottingham receiving their silver medals.
This Edinburgh crew of Charlotte Arthur and Molly Whiteman ahead of the Oxford Brookes crew of Bea Robertson and Jaya Sakaret into the second half of this race. So into these intermediate events, which is for those who are kind of beyond their beginner program, but sort of not quite at the sort of very, very, very top of the sort of elite levels of the sport. So the intermediate events have this really wide range. We've got the B and A finals here, where these are athletes who they'll be hoping to kind of push up to that championship level. But later on today, we're going to have the minor finals, where you'll see athletes kind of all the way down, sort of throughout the rowing system, and it's a really good demonstration of just how big the kind of rowing world is in the UK, and you've got all these incredible athletes competing in the same event. But we are coming up towards 500 metres to go in this B final of the women's intermediate doubles, and another fantastic race on our hands. We've got the Oxford Brookes crew on the far side of the course. They're the ones in the maroon, and Edinburgh in the baby blue. We've been seeing them a few times already today, but we kind of get this parallax effect where the crew's closer to us. As they get closer to the camera, they sort of seem like they want to travel later. They kind of go a bit quicker, and yeah, so Brookes might have looked like they were ahead, but I think actually it's still Edinburgh now by 1.6 seconds ahead of Queen's University Belfast. Oh no, we're changing everything again. So yeah, Edinburgh ahead of BUCS in those top 2 positions. University of London, Queen's, Newcastle and University of the West of England.
Yeah, like University of West England were 5th at the 1,000 and now they were 3rd at the 500 and now we're in 6th. London have jumped up from 4th to 3rd. Basically, it is just all over the place for that 3rd spot. It is impossible to call at the moment, and it will depend on who has the finish. As Will mentioned, will the cheers get picked up or not? There is furious support for this Nottingham crew, unsurprisingly, as the attention is on this B final of the intermediate double sculls. I would imagine that Edinburgh will be able to close out this race, but I would not discount Oxford BUCS at their peril. That would be my peril.
You never count out Oxford BUCS. They've made that mistake too many times before. On the picture-in-picture, we now have the Exeter crew collecting their bronze medal after that astonishing sprint, going from 5th to 3rd. And great to see a huge number of support from the Exeter University squads underneath us. But we're coming into the closing stages, and oh my word, what a sprint we are seeing from the University of London in lane number 4. They have just charged through Oxford BUCS, and they are coming for Edinburgh. They're coming for Edinburgh in the closing stages. Can the Baby Blues hold on? They just got that gold medal in the beginner 8s, and I can see now some of that crew of the beginners cheering on their senior counterparts. But the University of London in the purple kit and the yellow boat trying to close in. I think UL might just run out of water. No. It's going to be right on the line. Oh, photo finish.
That's impossible.
Photo finish. Came out of absolutely nowhere. We said BUCS are the ones to worry about. They actually dropped down to 4th in the end. Queen's got 3rd. Newcastle and the crew in lane number 1, University of the West of England. It's Erin Shippey in that boat, who's actually been part of our commentary team this weekend, coming through in 6th position in that B final of the women's intermediate doubles. We'll have to check back in a minute. A pass on the back. I'm not sure if that Edinburgh crew know for certain whether they got the win there or not. See, no medals on offer in that B final, but obviously still you want to absolutely maximise your performance. So we'll try and get that result for you in a minute, but we can go on to the A final, which is already through the 1,000 metre marker. So we've got Durham B in lane 1, Bath in 2, Durham A in 3, Leeds A in 4, Reading B in 5 and Reading C in lane number 6. And through the 1,000 metre marker, it was the Bath crew in lane number 2 who were leading, but not by much, over Reading in the 2nd position, with Leeds in that 3rd medal spot.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be a close battle up there at the top. Split lanes, lane 2 and lane 5, so sometimes harder to keep an eye on the other crew. That is our Bath crew of Freya Ridge and Tola Adelaja, currently out in front, closely followed by the Reading crew of Izzy Hull and Felicity Cox. As we come closer to the 1,500 metre mark, it'll be interesting to see who is whether Bath have maintained that lead or whether Reading have overturned them. And obviously that battle for bronze as well between Leeds and Durham is very much on as well. As in your picture by picture, you were just seeing the Edinburgh crew receiving their gold medals. A fantastic race from them, holding off that charge from Nottingham in that race. As we turn our attention back to this A final of women's intermediate double sculls, where
we've had a change.
We have indeed.
The Reading University crew, they've been so strong in the sculling events all weekend, and Izzy Hull and Felicity Cox, who'd been in 2nd the whole way through, they've now moved themselves up into gold medal position. Leeds, who had been in bronze, have moved themselves up into silver, and Bath, who were in the gold medal, have now dropped down into bronze and going to be trying to hold on over Durham University, who may want to try and, I'm sure they'll want to try and sneak into the bronze medal position. But we're into the last 500 metres now. They're coming towards the last 250 and approaching us here in the finish tower. And I think the Reading crew in lane number 5 look like they've really paced this well. I think Bath in lane number 2, they have absolutely not given up. I think Bath have actually kind of pushed back on the Leeds crew in lane number 4. So maybe Leeds went a little bit early, and I think Bath have maybe got back into that silver medal position. But Reading University on the left of your shot, still looking like they are in pole position as we're into the last 200.
Yeah, it looks like, to me, like Bath are putting on a furious sprint here with that Reading double of Izzy Hull, Felicity Cox are out in front, but there is all sorts of sprint finish, all sorts of jacking up of the rates going on. To me, it is that Bath crew that look to have slipped themselves back into the silver medal position as we come into the last 10 or 15 strokes of this race. It is that Reading double still out in front. A furious race between Bath and Leeds for this silver and bronze medal as we come into now the last sort of 5 strokes. It looks to be that Reading will take the win, but this battle for silver and bronze is still very much on. Very close to call as we come down to the line. I think that it will just be that Leeds crew over that Bath crew. What a thrilling finish that was there.
Wow, Durham over Reading in the battle for 4th, and then it will be the second Durham crew who come through in 6th. So Reading, the Reading B crew winning the women's intermediate double sculls. Fantastic performance by them. We'll wait for the official confirmation, but we think it was Leeds who took the silver medal position over the Bath crew. We can move now on to our next race, which will be the B final of the Women's Championship doubles, where we've just got 4 crews in this one: Durham, Nottingham, St Andrews and Newcastle. They're already through the 1,000-metre marker. We've got races coming thick and fast at us now. And what was going on at the 1,000 metres, Joe?
So at the 1,000-metre mark, we had the St Andrews double of Rosa Thompson and Sophia Isberner in front in a time of 3:47, as you can see on your screen, and they have a 6 or so second gap back to the Durham double of Charlotte Dargue and Romilly Daines, who are, and only second behind them is the Nottingham double of Georgia Caitlin and Isabel, the Newcastle crew in 4. And just there on your screens, you're getting a lovely wide shot of the crews. That is the Durham crew on the left of your picture, with the Nottingham crew on the right of your picture there, as we await for the 1,500 metre times to see what has changed. Are Durham still out in second, or have the home crew from Nottingham overturned them?
I can confirm, by the way, from that previous race that it was Leeds who took the silver medal ahead of Bath by just about 0.3 of a second. Going through 500 metres to go, a little bit of a more relaxed race here, which I think my vocal cords are quite grateful for. So St Andrews going through with a commanding lead in first position here in this B final.
Yeah, they're sculling really well here and now built up maybe just a little bit more of a lead going through 1,500 metre mark. That battle for second is somewhat still on between Durham and Nottingham, but Durham seem to have stuck their noses out in front and sort of seem to be just consolidating their position. But as we come into the sprint finish of the 500 metre mark, what do Nottingham have in their legs to see what they can do to overturn that Durham crew? And obviously we still do have this Newcastle double in this event, a little bit off the pace at the front of the pack, but very much still looking to do as well as they can in this B final.
Yeah, the Nottingham crew have just been sort of resolutely stuck behind Durham by about a second or two the whole way through the race. On your screens now we have the medal presentation for the women's intermediate doubles, starting off with the bronze medal for Bath University, and also we have the silver medalists from Leeds University. A fantastic performance by both of those crews, and we'll have the gold medalist very soon. But a shot here of our imperious St Andrews crew, perhaps frustrated that they missed out on the A final here in the championship doubles, and trying to make amends by dominating this B final by as much as possible. And here indeed are our Reading University crew. They've just been so good in the sculling event all weekend, and here they are collecting another gold medal in the women's intermediate double sculls.
Yeah, so they've led from start to finish, and they look like they will take this win barring a disaster, and it looks like it will be that Durham crew crew that will take second in this race, perhaps putting in quite a margin now towards that Nottingham crew. A lovely little sprint from that Durham crew, as you just see the St Andrews crew crossing the line there to take the win in this B final, followed by the Durham crew of Charlotte Dargue and Romilly Daines. And then just coming into their final 5 strokes now, we have the Nottingham double of Georgia Catlin and Isabel Wilson, and we will await for Newcastle to finish as they come into the last 10 strokes of their race.
So we've already got the A final well underway here, so hopefully we can pick that one up nice and quickly, where the medals are going to be awarded. So already through 1,000 metres here, we've got Birmingham in 1, Bath in 2, Reading A in 3, Reading B in 4, Reading C in 5, and Edinburgh in lane 6. The 2 Reading crews in the centre, and of course made up of the 2 halves of the quad. All 4 of them as well were in the final of the Champs singles. They were the top 2 in the time trial, so perhaps not surprising to see that they were first and second at the 1,000 metres. But the Reading C crew, who won their repechage, they are in the bronze medal position as well. Are we going to get a Reading 1, 2, 3? So it's Zara Povey and Meg Knight who had a slender advantage over Ellie Cook and Franny Hunt-Davis. So those are the 4 athletes, I believe, who were in the quad and were all in the champ single. Then the C crew of Shannon Wheelahan and Izzy Lancaster are in the bronze medal position. Just about to hit 500 metres to go, and I think it is still Zara Povey and Meg Knight who perhaps extended their advantage. It's now just over 2 seconds to the Reading B crew, with Reading C still sitting in 3rd. The Bath crew of Ella Fullman and Rebecca Court, they just got that bronze medal in the intermediate. Can they double up with a bronze medal in the championship as well and deny Reading from that 1, 2, 3, where I think the Reading charge for the Victor Ladorum, the overall competition for this regatta, just goes on and on and on. We're into the closing stages, and what a great shot there of the 3 Reading crews who have just been so dominant all weekend. We've got Zara Povey and Meg Knight on the right of your shot in the yellow boat and the fluorescent yellow base layers, and they are just looking dominant as we come towards 250 to go.
Yeah, they absolutely are. What more can we say about Reading? They've been sculling so beautifully throughout, and it is that Bath double of Ella Fullman and Rebecca Court are the only ones that look like they may be able to challenge that Reading double of Shannon Wheelahan and Izzy Lancaster. But
I wouldn't count out the Birmingham double of Katie Mole and Claudia Rottington in lane number 1. They're sprinting hard. So we've got our 3 Reading doubles in shot here, but just out of shot, lurking, trying to get in on the action. We've got Bath and we've got Birmingham. So it's Reading A, Reading B, Reading C. Can they take home the clean sweep, or is it going to be
looks to me like
an upset for Bath or for Birmingham? There's a great battle going on. Reading B have pushed back against Reading A. Who's going to take the bronze? Is it Reading C or is it Bath? Oh, I think Reading C ever so slightly ahead of Bath, ahead of Birmingham. Oh, they're just really not letting us calm down, are they, Joe?
They're not. That was furious. That was an absolutely furious finish. I thought Bath might have just taken that on the surge initially, but then we will await for official timings. But I do think Reading C. But Bath and especially at Bath, but both those Bath and Birmingham crews doing their very best to try and disrupt that Reading 1, 2, 3. But Reading just showing their imperious nature at BUCS Regatta here, and as you said, going for that Victor Ladorum.
I never thought I'd think that a 1, 2, 3 by one club would be so exciting, but there we go. And just amazing that those 3 Reading doubles, that strength in depth, that there's such a little difference between their their sort of first and second athletes and their 5th and 6th athletes. I don't think there's many other programs where you could say that would be the case, though, where you wouldn't have that kind of significant drop-off from maybe those top athletes who are going for international selection. I've just had the times pop up, and indeed it was Reading C who held on. Bath just 0.11 of a second behind on the official results, having been checked by the photo finish team. So it is a clean sweep for Reading in that championship quads event. Absolutely astonishing.
You reading out the margin of that, missing out on a bronze medal. It always I had a race and I missed out on a bronze medal by 0.42 of a second, and that will never leave me, and it just shows you how close the margins can be in a rowing race. As we turn our attention to the B final of the Open Intermediate Lightweight Quadruple Sculls, and we only have 2 crews in this event. We have Reading in lane 4 and we have the home crew of Nottingham in lane number 3. And going through the 500 metre mark, it was Nottingham out in front, but the Reading crew were only second behind, and now we are just going through the 1,000 metre mark, and we are as you were. Nottingham maybe putting in about 0.5, 0.6 more of a second on Reading. Reading still in this, but Nottingham will hope to close out this B final as we come down the next K of this course.
Yeah, so a bit more of a kind of match race going on here with just 2 crews in this B final where we had 8 entries. We'll have the A final coming up very shortly. So Nottingham and Reading, they're almost able to kind of race sort of directly against the crew next to you. Which is a bit different to normally when you've got a big multi-lane race where you have to kind of you just have to sort of go flat out the whole time. You can almost a bit more like you race at Henley Royal Regatta, where you can be mindful of what the other crew are doing, make sure you're kind of pushing off against them, being sort of mindful of how you're washing them down. So in our picture-in-picture, we have our gold medalists, champions of the Women's Championship Double Sculls, the Reading University A crew of Meg Knight and Zara Povey. They just held on by half of a second against the B crew, and it is the B crew now just coming on to the medal pontoon, that B crew of Ellie Cook and Franny Hunt-Davis, the silver medalists who gave their A crew such a tight race. And I think we're going to get all 3 of the Reading crews on the medal pontoon at the same time, with the Reading C crew collecting their bronze, and see the A crew getting out of the boat. I'm hoping we're going to get a kind of good photo opportunity with all 6 of our fabulous Reading athletes. There indeed is our Reading C crew, who just held on for that fantastic bronze medal over the University of Bath. Superb headwear as well. Yeah. You're struggling to get a medal over that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see from all those Reading crews and this race unfolding in front of us. And as you were seeing them receive those medals, it is the end of my commentary stint at BUCS Regatta. It has been an absolute pleasure, and I will now pass you over to Finley Mills for the rest of the day.
Oh, thank you so much, Joe. That was some absolutely fantastic racing. I hope you can go and have a little sit down and recover. Brilliant to see the celebrations from all of the Reading crews down in the bottom right corner of the screen. But just turning our attention back to this B final of the Open Intermediate Lightweight Quads, and it is Nottingham B who have extended their advantage out over the Reading C crew, and I don't think we're going to see any further changes in this one as they come up towards the last 250. A bit of a change of pace, Finley. It's been pretty manic in here for the last half an hour or so. There's just been tight races everywhere, and it's actually nice to have a race where it can just breathe a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes commentary just comes at you thick and fast, and you have no idea what's going to happen. So yeah, it is sometimes nice to just take a breather. And yeah, I'm sure it sounds to me anyway like you really deserve this breather, to be honest with you, Will.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's my last commentary stint. This, I'll be with you for the end, with you till the end of the A finals, and then I've got to get home to do my daughter's bedtime. Oh, dude, just had a crab for the Reading C crew across the line. It didn't make a difference to the end result, but I'm sure they'd have been a bit frustrated not to have kind of absolutely maximised their race there. So Nottingham and Reading wrapping out that the B final of the Open Intermediate Quads.
Yeah, unfortunately there for that Nottingham crew or Reading crew, but yeah, it's one of those. Sometimes they look absolutely shattered when I saw them on our picture there, so they really were absolutely going out for it. So obviously it didn't make a difference, but still, yeah, like you say, a bit of a shame, really. Yeah.
So we're going to move on from that into our Open Intermediate Lightweight Quads A final. So following on from that B final, and we've got a fully stacked field here where we've got Reading B in 1, Queen's University Belfast in 2, Reading A in 3, Durham in 4, Nottingham A in 5, and Bath in lane number 6. And going through the 500 metre marker, I mean, we shouldn't really be surprised, should we? It is Reading A and B in first and second, 2 seconds separating them, but Queen's just lingering a second behind in the bronze medal position. Nottingham in 4th, Durham in 5th, and Bath in 6th. Yeah, I think the Reading charge for the Victor Ledorum is just a relentless one at this point. I'm not really sure anyone's going to be able to get in their way.
No, absolutely. I mean, they're entering every single sculling event that's pretty much out there, I think, at BUCS, and it's good to see. And I think they've sort of come up with a strategy of how sort of they want to win the Victor Ledorum by maximising everyone's sculling potential. It's a really sort of novel sort of strategy, and I think it's quite a cool one, to be honest with you. Fully investing in their sculling, in their sculling capabilities, really.
I mean, I think the strategy is just win everything. There's not a huge amount of when you only do sculling, you don't have to worry quite as much about doubling up, because you generally only have one event a day. It's like there's the quads, there's the doubles, there's the singles. They're kind of spread out along the regatta, but there's strength and depth. That they're not just winning golds, they're winning multiple medals. And I just want to kind of take a sort of second to just to explain how impressive it is. The Victor Ledorum awards points for every single event across the regatta. You get more points for winning versus finishing lower down. You get more points for a championship event versus an intermediate, which gives more than a beginner. And you give more points the more seats there are in boats. So Oxford Brookes University managed to win the Victor Ledorum a few years ago by basically just sweeping. But that made a little bit more sense, because an 8 gives more points than a quad, a 4 gives more points than a double, and a pair gives more points than a single, because there's more seats in it. So the fact that Reading University have been able to do this, and I think it's not even going to be close. I think they're going to win this by a big margin over massive established programs like Durham University, is absolutely incredible. Because they're so hamstrung by not being able to go for things like the champ and intermediate 8s, where it's just such a big point spinner. But I don't want to sort of go too far down that rabbit hole and ignore the incredible performance that's going on here from the Reading A crew in lane number 3, who are going through 500 metres to go with a really, really impressive margin.
Yeah, a really comfortable lead. We haven't got any 1,000 metre markers. They've just come through actually now, but it really hasn't been sort of a lead quite like this, to be fair, for Reading in terms of just how well they're doing. But it's looking like there really isn't much between the rest of these crews, but that Reading crew in lane 3 really surging ahead now. They've got a 9-second lead on their closest teammates in the other Reading boat. It's
interesting that the Reading B crew in lane number 1, who were in the silver medal position, maybe they've gone off a bit too hard, maybe they had an issue that we didn't quite see on camera, but they've dropped down now into 5th position, and that's opened up the medals for the rest of the crews, where we've got Durham in the silver medal position, Nottingham in 3rd, and then Queen's just a little bit behind in 4th. I'd actually say maybe that Queen's have perhaps rode through Nottingham now in the fight for those medals. I think it's Durham and Queen's going for the silver and bronze. No one's going to touch Reading A. This crew of Zach Smelly McCormack, Samuel Locke, Edwin Irvin and Ollie Snoxall are right out in front of this A final of the Open Intermediate Lightweight Quads. They are into the last 100 metres now. Durham and Queen's are battling out for the silver medal, as you can see on your screens, but here come Reading into the closing stages. They're going to add another gold medal to their tally. Who can stop them? Nobody, that's who. What a sprint from Queen's. They're going to get the silver. They went from 4th to 2nd, and they are cock-a-hoop with that one. Durham in bronze, Nottingham and Reading close there for the 4th position. Frustration for the Reading B crew, having dropped down. You can see there just how happy Queens are with that that performance there to get the silver.
Yeah, phenomenal fight back there from Queens. I don't think they could have asked for a better row, really, to be honest with you. Coming from 4th all the way to 2nd, it's quite a big jump in rowing races sometimes when you're that far down on the pack, and then you have to fight to to get right back into it, and they really did an excellent job at fighting back there.
So that's wrapped up the Open Intermediate Lightweight Quads. We'll bring you the medal presentations for that one very soon, as our crews have been able to recover and get themselves down onto the medal pontoon. So next up we have the Open Intermediate Lightweight Pairs B final. Who have we got in this one, Finlay?
So in lane 1 we have Durham, followed by Bath in lane 2, Strathclyde in lane 3, in lane 4 Durham. This is 2 Durham crews now, so we have in lane 4 we have Durham C, followed by Durham B, and followed by Exeter in lane 6.
So yeah, what amazing strength and depth from Durham, with 3 of their pairs in this one. And then they've got their Durham A crew in the A final, and then they've also managed to get 2 of their pairs into the Championship Pairs A final. So the Durham men's sweep squad have really come sort of in both strength and depth at this regatta, trying to kind of do similar to what we've seen BUCS do in years past. Maybe they haven't quite got the results they'd have hoped to behind those top boats, where they managed to get silver in the 8, silver in the 4, and I'm sure they'll be hoping for a good medal in the pair today as well. But we're through 500 metres now, and it is Durham who were leading at the 500 metre marker, ahead of Exeter, who are in second, the second Durham crew in third position, Strathclyde in fourth, Durham D in 5th, and Bath in 6th.
Yeah, it's been really good watching Durham, actually, the way they've raced throughout this regatta. I think they've had some really good races where they've been really in there battling and getting, whether it's second or third against these other crews, and just showing that grittiness and result. I think for me, one of the highlights races for this regatta was watching that Durham 8 hold off that BUCS crew just after that fantastic race where BUCS went 1, 2, 3 on the medal podium. So it's been great seeing that sort of Durham fight back, and maybe, you know, it's looking like Durham might be building on some really impressive results.
Yeah,
as a springboard really for next year's regatta.
Yeah, I think they've just been getting stronger and stronger. I'm sure it'll all be building for them towards Henley Royal at the end of the year. But in our picture-in-picture, you can see our Queen's University Belfast crew. They look a mixture of delighted and emotional to have got that silver medal. What a fantastic performance it was by them, that brilliant sprint to close down on the crews around them. But we're coming up towards 1,000 metres, and we've still got this Durham University crew in the centre of our shot, who are going through in the lead, with Exeter and the Durham D crew in sort of very close, as are the Strathclyde and the Durham B crew. So all very, very close together. I'd say maybe only Bath, who are a little bit off the pace. Yeah, you can see there just over 2 seconds separating second through 5th. We've got our gold medalists in the intermediate lightweight quads, Reading University. Don't feel like I've been saying their name enough. They are collecting their gold medal in the intermediate lightweight quads. So congratulations to them. They're gonna have to pack a couple of extra suitcases for the amount of medals they're bringing home this weekend.
Absolutely. It's just lucky that BUCS Regatta is in the UK, because otherwise Durham would be tagged through airport security, I think, with the amount of silverware that they have in their suitcases.
I'm not sure you'd be able to fit that into fit all that into a cabin bag. But we are through the 1,000 metre mark now, and coming up towards the 500 metre to go. So it's still the Durham crew, the Durham C crew of George Buckingham and Lawrence Hagger, who are in the lead, and it's still Exeter in second. But then it's the Durham D crew in lane number 1, who've managed to push themselves up into the 3rd spot as it currently stands. Now, obviously, no medals on offer in this race, but I don't think any of these athletes are going to be fighting an iota less than they would do if they were even just because it's a B final. I think they're still going to be scrapping all the way to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. There's something about bragging rights and pride that is just as appealing as a piece of silverware sometimes, you know. And all of this is back on YouTube. You know, you can show this again and again to your family and friends of you, footage of you absolutely dominating the rest of your competition.
With our fantastic commentary over the top of it. We've got Durham University in the picture-in-picture at the bottom of your screen. Thumbs up there from the two-seat, collecting his bronze medal in the Open Intermediate Lightweight Quads. So huge congratulations to that Durham University crew, and they've got 6 of their compatriots coming down the water now, and then they'll have some more in the A final. And yeah, they've got 3 of the top 4 currently of this B final. Perhaps maybe frustrated they didn't get more into the A final. Only 1 boat in there, but it's a bit of a sea of Palatinate at the front of this race at the moment.
Yeah, Durham taking that lead again, sort of really commandingly. Exeter, though, in between a Durham sandwich at the moment in terms of positioning. They're still there, still fighting for that second place position at the moment.
Yeah, and Strathclyde are trying to get up there as well. I think actually it's the Durham D crew on the right of your shot, closest to us in the tower, who are trying to fight up against the Durham C crew. So it's George Travis and Thomas Pearson of Durham trying to go up against the C crew. It's the internal bragging rights within Will Fletcher's Durham University squad. But as we're coming into the closing stages, Durham C, Durham D and Exeter B going absolutely hammer and tongs, and I think the C crew are just going to hold on. They do indeed. Very close for the second place between Durham D and Exeter, but Durham just take it. It's then the third Durham boat in 4th, Strathclyde in 5th, and then it will be Bath who round out that B final of the Open Intermediate pairs.
Yeah, a fantastic late surge there from that Durham D crew. Really, really pushing to get into second. It's great to see so much guts and gusto from that pair, really, and to make sure that they could get a surge on the late line, because they really did perfectly time that, really, to get that surge in just as they crossed the line.
I think we're going to have a good A final on our hands here. So we've got Edinburgh in 1, Newcastle B in 2, London A in 3, Exeter A in 4, Newcastle A in 5, and Durham A in lane number 6. At 500 metres gone, it was Exeter. We just saw their B crew, and now their A crew is currently leading, but there was really not much in it. UL in 2nd, Newcastle in the bronze medal position. We're coming up towards 1,000 metres now, so let's see if anything has changed as we get into the halfway point of this race. I'd say that UL crew sort of closer to us in lane number 3, the yellow boat with the purple tops. They're looking imperious at the moment. They've almost got a length.
Yeah, London is calling on Exeter. I wonder whether there's going to be a bit of a fight back and a bit of jostling for positions here. It's looking like the boys in London are looking to make a difference, and yeah, they have. They've jostled for position now. London now leading, and Newcastle now coming up from 3rd into 2nd, and Exeter actually dropping some spaces at the moment.
Yeah, the Newcastle A crew moving up from 3rd to 2nd, so kind of London and Newcastle have both shifted up, and Exeter maybe going off a little bit hard in that first 500 metres and not quite able to maintain that pace. They're now down into 3rd position. Durham have stayed in 4th, the Newcastle B crew have stayed in 5th, and the Edinburgh crew, the Newcastle crew went from 6th to 5th, and the Edinburgh crew have gone from 5th to 6th. But there's still not a huge amount separating our entire field here as we're into the second half of this race. But the University of London crew of Joe Middleton and Kai Kelly going through that halfway marker in 3:24. Starting to see some fairly decent times today with the slight change in wind, although I'd say it was a tailwind early on. It now looks absolutely pan flat. I think we've been very lucky to have 4 days here at Nottingham that, yeah, maybe the sun hasn't been out every day, but the water has stayed flat and fair and really lovely to row on all weekend.
Yeah, we've been very lucky for the water for this year, especially in the pair competition, where you want as flat a water as possible. I remember watching the pair results and pair racings last year's BUCS, and it seemed to be absolutely the opposite from what I can remember. So yeah, it's great to see just how flat and calm that water is for those pairs.
So it looks like we've had another change as we go through 500 metres to go, and Exeter, I'm afraid, are continuing their slide down the rankings. London have extended their advantage over Newcastle, and Durham now have moved up into that bronze medal position, although actually looks like we're just going to get a change of the ranking. Let's see if that makes any difference. No, it's still pretty much as it was, although Exeter, I think, are now going to be dropped down into 6th position. So yeah, I think they flew a little bit too close to the sun in the opening stages of this race, but UL leading over Newcastle with Durham in that bronze medal position.
Yeah, looking like London are pushing for that closing stage of the race now, and they're looking like that they're going to sort of finish the job now and sort of kill this race off now. It looks like to me there's a surge there. Well, I don't know about you, but I think the London crew are really going for it now.
Yeah, London are going for it, but I think it's actually kind of it's a sort of double Newcastle, and I think they've dropped Durham, who were in the medal positions, but the Newcastle B crew have kind of just said, no, sorry Durham, we're the crew of the Northeast. UL trying to hold on against Newcastle A, Newcastle B trying to sprint through Durham. I think it's going to be UL who are going to hold on for the gold medal here. They've got over a length of distance over this Newcastle crew coming across the line. It is University of London, Newcastle A, Newcastle B do come through, and wow, are they happy about that. Durham basically rode to a standstill. The moment that Newcastle went through, I think Durham kind of gave up the ghost there. Edinburgh coming through in 5th position, and it will be Exeter, our early leaders, who I think they'll be disappointed to come through in 6th position. And yeah, the Newcastle B crew, I think they were the kind of stars of the show there, coming through to take that late medal. But University of London, they look very happy with their work. Job done for them, collecting the gold medal in open intermediate pairs.
Yeah, great bit of rowing there from the University of London. That first 500 metres, they stayed nice and relaxed. They got a good position. They threw themselves in amongst the rest of their competitors, and then once we got to that 1,000 metre mark, they really started controlling the race. So a nice bit of race management there from the University of London, I think.
So we've got another slightly more relaxed race on the course now. We've got a 3-boat B final of the Open Championship pairs between Imperial, Cambridge and Nottingham.
Yes, we'll bring you the results once we get them from the 500 metre mark. Looks to me, is that our furthest lane from us, Nottingham? It looked like they've got an early lead, but I couldn't call it, to be honest with you, just because of the camera angle.
Yeah, a little bit far away. They're just going through. Oh yeah, you got it absolutely spot on. Nottingham with a lead of around about 3 seconds over Imperial. As you might be able to hear out of the window, the crowd getting loud, waiting for the medal presentations. Now we mentioned about how good the Newcastle supporters have been all weekend, as they are every regatta. They haven't had a huge amount to cheer, to be honest, and so I'm happy for them that they've got a couple of medals here in the Open Intermediate pairs that they can cheer their boys home for.
Yeah, fully agree with that, Will. Newcastle have been quite a strong presence. They won the VL overall last year, I think, at BUCS Regatta. Am I right in saying that? I forget who won it last year.
No, I don't think they did. I'm going to be honest.
Is it the women's who won it?
I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to say with certainty, but I don't think they did. I think they have done they have done plenty of times in recent years, but I'm not sure they did last year.
Yeah. So no. Anyway, great that Newcastle are able to cheer their rowers home.
We've got their B crew there collecting their bronze medal, and their A crew collecting the silver medal in the Open Intermediate pairs. We're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker now, and it is still Nottingham University who are out in front of this B final, but Imperial closing in. I think they're going to have overlap just about as we go through the 1,000-metre marker, and then it's going to be the Cambridge pair. I still haven't worked out whether this Cambridge pair, because they're wearing their college kit, and it's two different colleges, so I'm not sure if they are athletes who are part of the University Boat Club who've just chosen that they'd like to represent their college, or if they are kind of independent athletes who've decided that they want to race together here at the BUCS Regatta as part of the university. But they are in the third position. We just had as well in the bottom of the screen the gold medalists from the Open Intermediate Pairs, the University of London. So fantastic job done by the UL crew in that one. As we can see, our crews moving away from the 1,000-metre marker, that Cambridge crew of Magnus Fenwick and Seth Delap, who are in that third position. It's being followed by the umpires launch in this B final of the Open Championship pairs.
Yeah, Nottingham still leading our B final at the 1,000-metre mark, but only a second behind them is Imperial. So this could be a really fantastic bit of racing that we can watch right now.
Yeah, so into the closing stages as the University of London do collect those gold medals. Big cheesy grins for our fabulous photographers from Allmark One and our production company who've been creating these fantastic pictures for you today and over the whole weekend. So coming up towards 500 metres to go, we've got Nottingham in the red and white boat and Imperial in the yellow. I think Nottingham have still got the advantage there over Imperial. I think in fact they've extended that advantage in that third 500. Maybe they thought Imperial were just getting a bit close and they said no, we're just going to squeeze on a little bit in this third 500 and push away.
Yeah, great bit of race management from Nottingham, just killing the race a bit earlier to make sure that Imperial don't get that lead on them. So yeah, great bit of work from them. I wonder if they'll hold it or whether Imperial will push on and try and close down that gap.
Yeah, I think based on that move in the third 500, although I'm just remembering actually from the repechages earlier, Nottingham were in third position. They've seen to try and get into the top two to win there, to get through into the A final. And then they did something very similar where they went really hard in the third 500, and I thought it was because they needed to try and get back on terms with second place to get into the A final. But maybe that's just their race plan, that's where they move, and they don't quite have the response in the last 500 metres. I think they've opened up enough of an advantage over Imperial that won't be an issue. But as we will see as we get into the closing stages, Imperial's steering just getting a little bit close to that buoy line on their bow side, so the kind of oar going out to the left, the starboard if you like to talk in nautical terms. They're correcting their steering now, going back towards the centre of their lane, but every time you do that you're slowing the boat down because the rudder's creating drag in the water, and you're also taking a longer distance, so you really want to be minimising the steering inputs, and it's pretty hard to steer a pair, but yeah, you really don't want to be trying to be making too many adjustments. And coming up to the line now, and it is going to be Nottingham who've extended that advantage over Imperial. Yeah,
great bit of racing there from Nottingham. They've obviously, if they've practiced that move, got the perfect place to do it, obviously, and so I think they must have known exactly what their game plan was to be able to move that quickly, so confidently, to kill off the race. They must have known in themselves, those two athletes, Matt Roberts and Sam Furley, that they had it in them and that they knew exactly what they were going to do pushing forward.
Good to see the appreciation there from the Nottingham crew for the Imperial pair, for giving them a good race, and for the Cambridge pair as well. But that is job done and regatta over for all of those athletes. So moving on to the A final now, where we have got Edinburgh in lane number 1, Bristol in 2, Durham A in 3, Newcastle in 4, Durham B in 5 and London in 6. So Newcastle B and Durham A in the centre. Sorry, it's just Newcastle A. Durham A and Newcastle A in the centre were the two quickest from the time trial. They went straight through into the A final. They had almost identical times. So let's see if it's still as close. Whereas going through the 500 metres, it was Durham, though, who had the advantage over Newcastle by almost 2 seconds. The Durham crew, Marius Bjorn Hansen Ardland and William Morgan Jones, both out of the 4 that got a silver medal behind Oxford Brookes yesterday, look like they've got the advantage in this race as we're coming up towards 1,000 metres.
Yeah, that Durham crew in our centre lane, Durham A, leading the way there. I wonder whether they've gone too early or whether that they've got that comfortable lead over their varsity rivals, Newcastle. They look calm. They look cool though, rowing.
Yeah, I think they've just got a really good pace in this pair, and I think they. I would be surprised if they've gone out too hard, because I think these guys are pretty seasoned athletes. We're through the 1,000 metres, and Durham have extended that advantage to almost a length over Newcastle. It's then the second Durham crew, the Durham B crew, I believe, are the second half of that 4 in third, and then Edinburgh, who all those bottom 4 crews came through the repechage. Edinburgh currently sitting in that 4th position, Bristol in 5th, and the University of London in 6th.
Apologies. Yeah, once again, Durham extending that lead and looking really, really confident about it. Newcastle are going to have to stamp a bit harder on the foot plates as we've just passed this 1,000 metre mark. I think if it's go time now for Newcastle to keep up with their rivals, it's going to be now.
Yeah, I mean, Newcastle have pulled out some absolute miracles at BUCS Regatta over the years, but yeah, I think you're right, that if that advantage of 2.3 seconds gets any bigger by the time they hit 500 metres to go, then they're probably leading themselves too much. I think if you can get that under 2 seconds, then there's a chance, if Durham have gone a bit too hard and you've got a ferocious sprint in you, that you can close that down. But I think anything more than 2 seconds is going to prove tricky. For that Durham second crew of George Morris and Seb Isles, will they be able to hold on their 0.4 of a second advantage over the University of Edinburgh? Josh Matthews and Murray Bone. Josh Matthews, the former sculler, who's in this Edinburgh pair. We're coming up towards 500 metres to go. Durham still leading. Newcastle still in second. Durham in third. And I think actually that Edinburgh crew have dropped off the pace in this third 500. Not quite as strong for the men. University of London moving up into 4th, all the way from 6th. So will UL be able to get into the fight for medals? Now, what did we say about that margin? Durham needed to be probably at least 2 seconds ahead of Newcastle, and it's 2.4 seconds. So I think, I don't want to say with absolute certainty, but I think that Durham have probably done enough to hold on to this one.
Yeah, it does look like too much of a deficit to have recovered, to be honest with you. That Durham crew now just controlling the race and really emphasising that it's their race and everyone else has to respond if they want a chance in this race, really.
Into the last 250 then for our last Open A final of BUCS Regatta. It is the Open Championship pairs. We've just got the women's 4s to bring you after this one, and Durham University still continuing to lead. The battle's going on for the medals behind. I think Newcastle look confident in the silver medal, as do the Durham B crew in the bronze medal position. But let's see if anything changes in these last few strokes. They're into the red buoys now that signify 100 metres to go. William Morgan Jones and Marius Bjorn Hansen Arsland of Durham University into the closing stages. They got that advantage by the halfway marker, and they've held on to it all the way through the race. Fantastic racing from them. Durham crossed the line. They punched the water. Newcastle in second. Their heads go down. Durham B managed to get the bronze. University of London in 4th. Edinburgh, disappointing second half for them. They're in 5th. And Bristol round out the field in 6th position. Thumbs up there from the Newcastle crew, as from the Durham crew. Good to see from those local rivals who always compete against each other on the River Tyne. But it is Durham, a slap on the back from Will Morgan Jones for Marius in the stroke seat. That is a job well done from them, and they have taken home the gold medal in the Open Championship pairs.
Yeah, absolutely great race from Durham, showing their racing pedigree there and just showing the confidence that they have in each other as a pair, because they did control that race from the get-go.
So moving now into our penultimate sort of category of these A finals. It's the women's intermediate coxed fours, where we have got Bristol A in 1, Oxford Brookes A in 2, Oxford Brookes B in 3, Glasgow A in 4, London B in 5, and Edinburgh in lane number 6. We're just coming through the 500 metre marker now, and it is the Oxford Brookes crew in lane number 2 who are out in front, although we don't currently have the time for the second Oxford Brookes crew, although that is definitely there. I can tell by the blades that we do have all 6 of our crews there, so, and I think that I would be surprised if that Oxford Brookes crew in the centre lane isn't right up there at the 500 metre marker. So we'll wait for them to get to us at the K to be able to tell a little bit more.
Yeah, sorry about not being able to provide you with an exact time on the other Oxford Brookes University crew, but like Will said, yeah, you would expect them to be right in and amongst the mix. It's kind of hard to tell from our camera angle who it is that is leading there. On your screens there, the triumphant Durham pair that rode a fabulous, commanding race in our Open Championship A finals there before.
Yeah, superb performance there by Durham, and you can also see the Newcastle pair with those Blue Star supporters coming in to collect their silver medal. Another good performance by Newcastle. They picked up 3 medals between the Open Champ and the Open Intermediate pairs. It's coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker in this one, and I think it is that Oxford Brookes crew in lane number 2, and perhaps Edinburgh over on the far side, and the crew in lane number 4, Glasgow, who are in the leading positions in this one. It is definitely that Oxford Brookes A crew in lane number 2, but really you couldn't separate much between the remaining 5 crews.
Yeah, nothing in terms of distance and time between the rest of these crews. Really tightly fought contests and results at the 1,000 metre marks just coming through for us now. As it stands, Glasgow move up from 3rd into 2nd, Bristol dropping down into 3rd, that Brookes crew in the middle lane at 4th, followed by Edinburgh in 5th and London in 6th.
We've got on the picture-in-picture the bronze medalists from the Open Championship pairs. That's the Durham B crew, so Durham getting 2 positions on the medal podium. See them just congratulating Newcastle and going over to give a big hug to their teammates who won the gold medal. But passing our attention back to this women's intermediate coxed fours, we're coming up quickly towards 500 metres to go. There's not a huge amount left in this one. Time to get everything out of your race if you want to go home with the win in this B final here. As Finlay said, it was Oxford Brookes, the A crew, who've led the first 2 markers, but Glasgow, Bristol, Brookes, Edinburgh and London really not too much separating the rest of the field.
Yeah, a really, really even race. So a lot could really happen for fighting for the 3rd, 2nd and 4th positions. Only a second between 3rd and 2nd and 4th and 3rd as well. So it really could change. People could push on a lot earlier. But yes,
there really isn't much separating 2nd through 6th in this race. Oxford Brookes are a little bit ahead, but no, only 3 seconds separating the rest of the field. Bristol moved up into that 2nd spot. Glasgow dropped down a spot into 3rd, but it's so close that a good sprint really could be the difference between coming 2nd and coming 6th.
Yeah, this is the incredible thing about rowing, and it's a race like this that reminds us all about fine margins in this sport. There's no other sport in the world really that provides as entertaining and as nail biting as a finishes as these races do.
I've just noticed something fun out of the finish tower. We just had the medal presentation for the championship pairs, and Will Fletcher, the head coach of Durham University, has decided he's kicked Will Morgan-Jones out of the bow seat, and he's decided he wants to be in the pair to row it back into the pontoon. You sometimes see it with the cox jumping in to row the boat, and one of the athletes looking silly sitting in the cox's seat. But it's been a while since I've seen the head coach doing it instead. But back into this race, and it is that Oxford Brooks A crew. Perhaps disappointed not to be in the A final. You'd expect to see Brooks in the A final of these events, and they're laying down a marker by trying to win this B final, but there still is so little separating the remainder of these crews. Bristol, closest to us in lane number 1, seems to be in a good position to take the second position. Brooks B in position to take third, Glasgow 4th, London 5th, Edinburgh 6th. But will that be the order as we come across the line? We're into the last few strokes now. It is going to be Brooks A who will take the win here in this B final. Brooks are going to come across, Bristol are going to come across in second, Brooks B, then Glasgow, then London B, and then Edinburgh B to round out a super competitive B final of the women's intermediate coxed fours.
Yeah, fantastic display on that B final there. Absolutely nothing in that race there. Just goes to show just how well matched all of these finals are, and just how exciting then that the similarities of these crews makes for exciting racing.
Yeah, there's just so little to separate them, especially in these intermediate events where there's the quality level is insanely high. So we're moving on to the A final now, where we've got Durham A in 1, Edinburgh A in 2, Cambridge A in 3, London A in 4, Durham B in 5, and Bath A in lane number 6. So Durham managing to get 2 of their 4s into this final. Edinburgh, Cambridge, London and Bath all with 1. Through the 500 metre marker though, it was Cambridge who'd managed to get their bow ball in front, but my word, again, not much separating them. Bath in the silver medal position, Durham in the bronze medal position, but only 0.6 of a second separating and the top 2. In fact, only a second separating all of our medalists, and only kind of 3 seconds or so separating the whole field.
Yeah, another example of just how much high quality racing we've been able to experience today as commentators. If the B final is anything to go by in terms of just how tight it was, then this is going to be the exact same. It's going to be an absolutely cracking race to be able to watch and commentate on.
Yeah, coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker now. And I'd say it's the that Cambridge crew in the light blues. As the camera swings round, I think it's going to show that they are still in a good position. Bath over on the far side aren't far off, as are London, as are Durham. In fact, yeah, Durham in lane number 1 closest to us. I think they're going to be in that second position, but still not a huge amount to separate between, I'd say, all those kind of top 4 crews. Are all in competition for the win as we get
play for really for these silver and bronze positions. Not a lot separating them at all. Have we got any changes for races? Yes, the Durham crew in lane 1, Durham A, they've moved up from 2nd to 3rd, meaning that as well as London actually, meaning that we have seen a few places drop by Bath, Edinburgh and the Durham crew in lane 5, Durham B. So it's looking like Cambridge is sort of stretching out that lead now, but it's still all to play for in terms of the silver and bronze medals, as well as Bath maybe having a chance, because they've only got a second behind London to take that 3rd position spot as well.
Yeah, but I think they were the ones who'd sort of suffered most between 500 and 1,000. They lost two positions, so let's wait and see if that's just a kind of temporary blip. Are they able to get it back in the 3rd 500, or is that a sign that maybe they had a good sprint but their kind of overall pace maybe isn't enough? They're out in lane 6th, which does suggest that their pace in the time trial was slower than some of the others around them. But then again, Durham in lane number 1, they were also would have been in a similar position. So coming up towards 500 metres to go, I think this Cambridge crew, the light blues, I think is still going to be out in front. But Durham and the University of London are not going to let them get away with it that easily. Into the last 500 is still Cambridge, London in 2nd, Durham in 3rd, Bath still in 4th, Edinburgh in 5th, and Durham in 6th. So no changes in terms of position. Apologies. Durham, who were in 2nd, dropping down into the bronze medal position with 500 metres to go, and the University of London going up into that silver medal position. So can either of the purple crews, the dark purple of University of London or the palatinate of Durham, can either of them close in on the light blues of Cambridge?
It's big ask to ask for in the final sort of close of the race, especially if you're ahead. It means that you can control the tempo. If you start to move now, then your competitors have no choice but to respond. So it'll be interesting to see just how every crew reacts to each other in the closing stages of this race.
We've got a huge amount of support online for the Bath crew. I hope you're willing them on to try and get into the medals. I think it's going to be an uphill challenge for them. Edinburgh, in fact, who were in 5th, might be trying to fight for that 4th position. But the battle for the gold, Durham University in lane number 1. They were down in bronze medal position and they are sprinting. They're trying to go after Cambridge, but who's trying to get back on terms with the light blues of Cambridge into the closing stages. Our penultimate A final here of BUCS Regatta 2026. And can this Cambridge crew hold on? They've maybe not had the results that they'd have loved throughout this whole regatta, but they've got a canvas into the last few strokes of this women's intermediate coxed forwards, and Cambridge crossed the line. Oh, so close for silver between London and Durham. We're going to have to wait for the photo finish on that. Bath do get 4th, Edinburgh in 5th, and it is then the Durham B crew who round out the field in 6th. Well, I can say Phoebe Price, Anna Golbus, Fiz McNally, Imogen Breeze and Lauren Schneiderman. I'm almost certain that they crossed the line in 1st position. They are looking across to the scoreboard to check. I'm not sure if they're even 100% certain themselves. I don't think they had complete confidence. I think they're waiting for the umpire to tell them which position they are in. We will, as soon as that comes up on the scoreboard, we will let you know. But we're going straight down now to the women's intermediate coxed fours B final. So we've got Southampton, Nottingham B, Nottingham A, Newcastle and Imperial in this one. They're through 500 metres, they're coming up towards the 1,000. It was Newcastle over Nottingham, Imperial in 3rd, it's Nottingham again in 5th, and Southampton in 5th position.
Yeah, so looking like Newcastle getting ahead of the competition early. They've got quite a healthy lead over Nottingham as the 1,000 metre mark approaches. They were leading. They're leading strong and confidently in the first 500. Yeah, and it's looking like, just from glancing up at the camera at the footage there, that they were just starting to get some clean water over their competition.
We've just had the official result come through for that previous race, and I can tell you that it was Cambridge A who took the gold. That was what we expected, but it was Durham who got the silver medal ahead of the University of London by just 0.05 of a second. That in a rowing boat really is not very far at all. 500 is really going to be a matter of centimetres that were separating those two crews. So it's Durham with the silver medal and London with the bronze.
Yeah, a fantastic bit of racing there from Cambridge. They were putting pressure towards the end of that race, but they stuck their hand in the fire. They carried on in the pain cave, and they made sure that they were able to get that victory over the line. Some results in now for our B final of the championship, coxless fours. Newcastle still leading with over Nottingham, 2 second advantage there between Newcastle and Nottingham. Same gap between Nottingham and Imperial. Second, same gap between the Nottingham crew in lane 2, Nottingham B, and Southampton just trailing there a bit off the pace compared to the rest of the crews here.
Yeah, we're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and it is still Newcastle over Nottingham with Imperial in third, and then that drop back, as Finley was mentioning, to the Nottingham B crew and Southampton. So I think we've got our top three sort of reasonably set, as we see down in picture the Durham University crew collecting their silver medals that they won by the barest of margins over the University of London. That was an absolutely superb race there by the Durham University crew. And they'll be maybe a little bit disappointed not to have been able to row down Cambridge, but I'm sure they'll be happy with their results there.
Yeah, Durham, I don't think they could complain at all. They raced a fantastic race. Really didn't give up until they crossed the line. So yeah, fantastic result for that Durham crew there.
So this is our penultimate of our major finals, the B final of the Women's Championship Coxless Fours. I can see already that the A final is underway. We'll be bringing you that as soon as this race is over. But we've had a shift here. We've had a real shift, because Newcastle had been leading all the way, and Nottingham have just said, this is our home water, we're going to go, and they have accelerated away in the closing stages. They were a second behind with 500 metres to go, and by the time they hit 250 they'd already taken the lead, and they're continuing to row away. I'd say the only thing that they're struggling with now, their steering just bringing them a little bit closer. They were sort of towards the buoy line. They've now gone back in the other direction. Are they going to get too close to Newcastle? No, they've adjusted that again. So well, they've managed that issue, and a fantastic sprint there from Nottingham to get to a lengths advantage, and a huge celebration from them, crossing the line 3-seat with a double fist bump. It's a two fist bump moment, not just the one. Newcastle across the line in second, Imperial in third. I mean, Nottingham B and Southampton who round out the field in that one, but Nottingham look absolutely delighted with how the last 500 metres of that race went to win that B final of the Women's Championship Coxless Fours. We've now got the University of London, the bronze medalists in the Women's Intermediate Coxed Fours, just that tiny margin behind Durham University. But we've got our last A final of the day, the last A final of BUCS Regatta 2026 on the course now. They're through 500 metres already. We've got Cambridge A in 1, Brooks in 2, London in 3, Durham in 4, Oxford in 5, and Edinburgh in 6. And this should be another stunning race.
Yeah, really looking like it is going to be a stunning race. Only a second separates first and sixth. University of Oxford leading at the 500 metre mark at the moment, followed by the University of London, followed by Brooks, who sit in third.
So London and Durham were the two quickest from the time trial. Durham, we mentioned earlier, had a bit of an issue with the steering as they were going up for their time trial. They managed to get that repaired and still managed to get into the top two. Oxford weren't in the top two. They went through the repechages. So they've had to do an extra race, but it doesn't look like it's affecting them too much. We're coming up towards 1,000 metres, and Oxford, this crew with a couple of athletes from the Blue Boat and a couple of athletes, I believe, from the Osiris crew, as Cambridge University collect their gold medals in women's intermediate Cox Fours. This Oxford crew are looking like they absolutely want to lay down a marker here in the Women's Championship Coxless Fours. So it's a 1.6 second gap for Oxford over Durham. Durham then with another second over London. Have Oxford gone off too hard? Can the Durham and London crews in the centre of the course charge down the dark blues of Oxford in the second half of this race?
We'll have to see, but it's looking like like you say, what you pointed out earlier, Will, that Oxford crew just looking confident, feeling confident, and thinking maybe their plan is to go out hard and fast and to just lead the pack from there and then manage the race based off of other people, other crews' moves.
Not only is this the last A final of the regatta, it's also my last race of commentary, and I want to have a fantastic race to bring us home. I want my vocal cords to be in absolute pieces by the time these crews come across the line. We're coming up towards the last 500 metres. Oxford University, Phoebe Forward, Catherine King, Esther Briz Zamorano and Giulietta Pierrepont have gone out really hard in this one. We're coming up towards 500 metres to go, and it looks like they are still in the lead. University of London in the Empacher yellow boat and the purple kit trying to close it down, but I think Oxford have got pretty much clear water as we go into the last 500 metres. Behind University of London, the fight for bronze is going to be really close between BUCS, Durham and Edinburgh. Cambridge, interestingly, with their full blue boat crew, just a little bit off the pace, down in 6th position. We're into the last 500 metres. Oxford in lane number 5. Have they gone out too hard? Are they going to struggle in these last 500 metres as the fast sprinting crews from Durham, Oxford, BUCS, University of London and Edinburgh come charging at them? University of London in the purple kit, I think, are the most likely challengers to Oxford's crown, but the dark blues may just have done enough.
Yeah, looking that way, it'd be really exciting to see Oxford leading that race from the beginning, to see if they can finish the job now. It's a fantastic sight to see crews leading races from the beginning. Will right now is standing up and bouncing down just because of how exciting this race is unfolding and how exciting of a race it is at the moment. Yeah,
I can just start to feel the tension build. The University of London Intermediate 4 are on the bank, on the medal pontoon. They are screaming their teammates home. They are closing in on Oxford. That advantage is definitely shrinking as we're into the last 100 metres now, but is it too little too late? Have Oxford been able to build enough of an advantage that they can hold on in the closing stages? Or can UL squeeze it on the line? UL took the 8s yesterday over BUCS. Are they going to rip the heart out of Oxford here in the closing stages? They're coming up to the line. It's neck and neck. It's going to be a photo finish. I think Oxford may have just held on. BUCS come through for bronze, Durham in 4th, Edinburgh in 5th, Cambridge in 6th. That is going to need a photo finish to confirm it for certain. I think, emphasis on think, that Oxford managed to hold on there. I don't think anyone knows. The Oxford crew look absolutely flat out, and I'm not surprised to see that, because they had to go deep to hold on there against the University of London. We're going to wait to see what the official scoreboard shows when the photo finish team have been able to have a look. There are 24 athletes there who've given us a superb race. Congratulations to all of them, because whatever the result is of that race between the University of London and Oxford, that has been absolutely superb. I'm stalling here because I just want to see what this final result is. We've got Oxford on our screens there. They led all the way through, and the arms go up. They have won it. They can see it on the scoreboard. It was Catherine King in the bow seat, sister of Gemma King in the Cambridge crew, and they look absolutely delighted by that. It was a 1/10 of a second, 1600ths that they held on over the University of London. And Oxford BUCS do take the 3rd and bronze medal position. That was, I asked for a great race to round out my commentary, and the Women's Championship coxless 4s obliged.
Yeah, they certainly delivered. That it really isn't a bad way to sign off now. I don't think that is at all. Well,
no, that was a fantastic last A final. Thank you very much, Finn. You're going to stay on for the next bit of the minor finals, and I'm going to hand you over to the incomparable Carol Wallace.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Will. It's been fantastic to be able to commentate with you. And it's going to be absolutely fantastic again to be able to commentate with, as Will says, the incomparable Carol Wallace. I think it's been a fantastic regatta, Carol.
I've just stepped in and I was listening to Will on that last little bit, and he got a cracker to finish on, and he's given me a great introduction. I hope I live up to expectations. But we've just gone back to the women's beginner double sculls, and we were sitting the other day with the minor finals yet again, Finlay, and with so many crews in the time trials this morning, these minor finals give us some great excitement as well. We had that fantastic excitement in the A final, but these minor finals can deliver an awful lot too.
Yeah, like you say, Carol, minor finals can really pack a punch. They can be just as exciting and as nail-biting as our A finals, you know. And I think that's also probably down to just how well these times trials are ran and organised by the regatta team here at BUCS.
Just on our screen we briefly saw the BUCS crew picking up their bronze medal after that nail-biting finish there. Yes, that was a decision that we could see that the BUCS had certainly finished third, but that wait for the first and second was nail-biting.
Yes, so we can begin to give you the some information on our first minor final, the F final of the women's beginner doubles. In lane 1, Royal Holloway. In lane 2, sit Harriet Watt, followed by Bournemouth in lane 3. In lane 4 are Bangor. Lane 5 sits Sussex, and in lane 6 sit Portsmouth. And as we come to the 500 metre mark, Bournemouth sit in the lead, followed by Bangor, followed by Royal Holloway, followed by Harriet Watt, followed by Sussex, followed by Portsmouth. The tightest sort of split we have at the moment is between Bangor and Royal Holloway, so we're looking like it might be a jostle for second between Bangor and Royal Holloway, but Bournemouth having that comfortable 2-second advantage over Bangor that they'll hope to build on, I think, at the moment.
Just on the pontoons we can see the cameras scroll past these fours. We've just seen UL pick up their medals, the silver medal, and we can just see Oxford very happy to be given the gold medals there. Fiona Reddy, director of head of rowing for BUCS Sport. And it's great when you see the crew getting out of their boats just to sort of take time to stand and get the perfect picture for the clubhouse and for themselves for later on. Lovely picture there of Fiona Rennie, one of our great volunteers, does so much for the sport, both for the universities but for local regattas all over.
Yeah, fantastic shots there, scenes of that Oxford crew. They rode a fantastic race. I think it was exciting to be able to commentate on that, but just to spectate must have been brilliant, to be able to just take it all in, because what a fabulous, fabulous race that was.
So back with our beginners doubles, and these are athletes new to the sport this year. They're just at 1,000 metres, and it's still Bournemouth in the lead. I think Bournemouth have now pulled themselves just into a comfortable place in front there, with, in fact, the minute I say that, I just see the green of their kits, so it's Bangor in the lead now, with Bournemouth in that second place.
So it's looking, yes, Bournemouth leading by a 2-second margin at the 500 metre mark. So Bangor have been able to overturn that. So it looks like we could be seeing some chopping, changing for who sits where in these medal positions. I wonder whether Bournemouth can bring it back the other way as we get to the 1,500 metre mark, whether Bangor can hold on to the lead that they've built.
Royal Holloway, who have dropped down to 6th place. So these are beginner doubles. gone off their start, they've done their start. It's just showing us that Bangor may not have had the best start because they've had a really good second 500 to pull themselves in front of Bournemouth. And Heriot Watt obviously just didn't have a good start, but they've actually got the strength to actually come through some of these other crews. And it's really interesting with the beginner doubles or any beginner boat that, you know, that sort of less experienced, and you know, some crews have really bad starts. It just takes them a while to sort of settle into a rhythm and a pace. And 2K as a beginner is quite a long way to race.
Yeah, absolutely. 2K is such a brutal distance because it's the perfect distance between an all-out sprint and an enduring distance. So being able to do that and be able to pace that is incredibly important. And sometimes the starts don't matter as much. It depends on, I think, which crew are around each other in the water. Some people feel demoralised by a bad start. Others think it's not the end of the world and we can build on a lead. And that's something I think that Bangor have done really well in this F final.
There's just a lovely shot on our screens just there of both the University of London crew and the Oxford crew together sharing their medals, giving each other group hugs, and it's a really great expression of sportsmanship to just appreciate what the other crew had done to push you so hard. And you know, the medals could have gone either direction, but that was just such a lovely shot. But here we are back with the women's beginner doubles, and we are now at 1500 metres, and it's still Bangor going through in that first place. And in fact, look at that lead they've got now, it's quite substantial.
Yeah, Bangor really charging ahead with the rest of the field. Bournemouth, their closest competitors, but it looks like a really strong row from Bangor. It looks like to me at this point of the race they could sort of settle into that rhythm now, knowing that they've got the distance, they've got the clear water in front of their competitors. So it looks to me like they can relax into it and go for length rather than having to put power down, because they know that they're in that stronger position in front of their rivals.
Yeah, it looks as though, just looking at how strong they've been down the rest of the course, it looks as though that first 500 was not good for them. So I would possibly assume that they didn't have their best start, and it's maybe just taken them a while to just settle into this pace. Because looking at that substantial margin they have over the rest of the following pack, with Bournemouth and Sussex just chasing them. Bournemouth closest to them, but that is a nice place to be in this final, sort of with sitting in the middle of the field, being able to see the other crews behind you, and as Finlay has said, just take your time and just enjoy the experience. And I think they're going to do that in this last phase of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. They look nice and relaxed, nice and comfortable. This Bangor pair of Emma Croucher and Rachel Stanton, they really are ahead of their closest competitors, Bournemouth, of Alexis Balderi and Annalise Morgan. They look super relaxed, and they've got a commanding lead there over their nearest opponents.
Yeah, and just there was a bit of a tailwind that seems to have dropped now, and the water conditions are really nice and flat, giving these athletes time just to enjoy this last little phase of the race. And this Bangor double are just doing that, just doing enough to stay in front. In fact, they don't have to work too hard to stay in front, because they've just built up a substantial lead for themselves.
Yeah, fantastic row from Bangor. We can also bring you some information that, and we can also say that our beginner doubles final is in progress. They've not reached the 500 meter mark just yet, but we will bring you the information for that when we have it. So looking at our screen now, waiting for the other crews to come in. Bournemouth just coming in now, waiting for, who's that coming in now? Heriot Watt University coming in second. This minor final shot there of the Bangor double there. They must be incredibly proud of that race.
Just the last couple of crews to finish their race. And, you know, this is the F final. Some crews have been knocked out to get them there, so these ladies have probably enjoyed this experience of side-by-side racing in their beginner year in double sculling.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if they might be disappointed at where they might have placed, it's an incredibly good marker for them. And to actually have said that I've done, that I've made a final in my beginner year is a good thing, because it doesn't happen to everyone, and to have that experience as early as possible, especially rowing on a huge side-by-side track such as Holme Pierrepont, it's very, very useful for building up confidence, and I'm sure that will serve them well in other regattas that they might enter. There's some results now from the E-final of the women's beginner doubles. At the 500 metre mark, Harper Adams University lead by 0.4 of a second over the University of Glasgow, followed by the University of Lincoln, followed by the University of Manchester in lane 6. A second Lincoln crew in lane 1, Lincoln B sit a second behind Manchester, and De Montfort University there sit in 6th in lane 5, just a bit off the pace. But if we look at our positions from 1st to 5th, there is nothing in it at all between any of these crews whatsoever, Carol.
Yeah, I was just looking at the times, just over 2 seconds between them, about 3 seconds, and that means that every boat has overlap with each other. So that just keeps them, keeps the tension on, keeps the pressure on, keeps the focus in the boat, just to keep sort of, you know, you can't really give up because there are so many crews pushing you on from all directions and all sides. It's possibly De Montfort just slightly behind at the moment, but as we saw with the previous race with Bangor being behind at 500 metres, doesn't mean to say that they might have something in the tank to just push on and come level with some of the other crews.
Yeah, nothing could discount De Montfort at the moment. They're certainly not out of the running at all, especially if they can keep or build on pace and call a few builds and put some more power down. They might be able to put themselves right in amongst the mix. So now the University of Glasgow leads over Harper Adams. Only a second, or just under a second, between those two crews. So Harper Adams can really still pull that results back, as well as Lincoln and the two Lincoln crews there, looking like they're going to be fighting for 4th position over each other there. But it looks like there's going to be a lot of jostling for positions here now between Glasgow and Harper Adams.
Definitely, it's nice to see Glasgow sort of overcome the lead that Harper Adams had. As Finlay has said, it's probably going to change, possibly change, as they go further down the course. Oh gosh, there's been a capsize there, and I can't see who that is. Just both athletes safe, the safety launch is there, so you can see their heads, so they will be safe. Just a bit sad to have taken an early bath. Looking at the kit, that could be Glasgow, maybe. Yellow stripes down the side. Time will tell.
Yeah, just very fortunate though that it looks like both of the athletes are okay. They have been, they're in the process anyway, I think, of getting to the safety launch there. It looks like one of the Glasgow athletes just swimming round to the safety launch, looking like they're okay. It's just unfortunate for that to have happened.
It's often the case, you know, it's a commentary kiss of death. The minute you say somebody's going well or something is looking good, and I just said that I was happy to see Glasgow overhaul Harper Adams, and I thought there'd be a bit of nip and tuck. Sometimes when you're just pushing yourself really hard, especially in these beginner boats, it's easy to make a mistake, and sometimes you make a slight mistake and you're in the drink before you even appreciate what mistake you've made. It's only in retrospect that you can think back, oh yeah, I clipped a buoy or took a duff stroke or something, and it is so easy to flip.
Yeah, but probably quite a valuable lesson, to be honest with you, and it's not really the end of the world for that Glasgow crew, because A, they've made a final their first year of rowing, and B, they'll know how and when they can push themselves, and they can know how to avoid making those same mistakes again. So it's looking like now it's Harper Adams leading our race now by default due to the unfortunate Glasgow capsize. So that brings Lincoln into second position. They've got about a 3-second distance to close on Harper Adams if they want to make first, but it's looking like it's about 2 seconds between the first 4 crews. De Montfort still, though, there in the mix.
It's nice to see these two Lincoln boats probably pretty matched speeds. I wonder if they were in a beginner's quad earlier in this regatta. Possibly. And they've split into doubles for this event. But they are pretty evenly matched. It'll be interesting to see how this progresses. But Harper Adams there, just still in the lead, maintaining that lead. And if Manchester in 4th place and De Montfort slightly behind the pace over on the far side, over in lane 5. And it's Harper Adams that we can see the light kit in lane 2 just leading the field as they come towards us. Quite deceptive, this angle, that you can see the two Lincoln crews that don't look as close as we are led to believe from the times. But the camera is up on the top of the building and it's angled across the course. Sometimes the best view is if you get the line of boys straight across, but the camera's just panning around. And we can see Harper Adams. I think they're being pressured by Lincoln there, Finlay.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like there needs to be some steering corrections there by the it'd be Harper? Yeah, the Harper Adams crew there. But it looks like they crossed the line just ahead of that Lincoln crew. A great bit of pressure setting there from the Lincoln crew in lane 4, Lincoln A. So yeah, great work from them. Just unfortunate on the results of Glasgow. I'm looking there ahead, and it's looking like the double there's being recovered there, Carol, I think.
Indeed it does. A thumbs up there from the Harper Adams crew, delighted with their performance. Manchester just going through and De Montfort finishing their race.
Yeah, that safety launch doing the incredibly important work of making sure that every single athlete is okay, as well as the equipment that they use to race in.
This is one of my favourite shots, when we actually get time to get up onto the start and watch these crews on the start. The stake boat personnel, the people who are holding the boats, are all volunteers. A lot of the students have volunteered their time to help the regatta run, and it wouldn't run without them, and we thank them very much for that. But look at this, we've got these boats held beautifully in line. There's an aligner at the far side making sure their bow balls are in perfect line so that they cover the 2,000 metres and no more or no less, so it's fair for everybody. But look at the water conditions, Finlay. That is just awesome. You can see the next race lined up, ready to go, and as a starter, this is what you want to see.
Absolutely. I think this is probably the nicest sort of calmest I've seen this course in a while. It's looking like glass today, so I wonder whether the races now in the D final that we're going to bring you will be able to cut this river like glass, because it's looking like an absolutely beautiful place to row at the moment.
So reading from left to right, we have York St John in lane 1, Northumbria in lane 2, Loughborough in lane 3, Loughborough in lane 4, Hartpury in lane 5, and Nottingham Trent in lane 6. We can only see the middle 4 boats. We'll just see them take off shortly. They're under starters' orders. I can just see the blades coming forward, the athletes coming forward to just take that first stroke. First stroke in a race, Finlay, really important. You don't want to rush it, you don't want to push too hard. You want to get the boat moving, but not moving backwards.
Yeah, an incredibly important part of the race. One that's sort of underappreciated sometimes, because everyone thinks about the first 500 being strong, or the middle K where you push, or the sprint to the line when the race is really close. But actually, that first stroke, now that all these athletes have just taken, so important, because you just want that sort of explosive feel in the boat. If you were looking at the start there, you can rewind it probably on the live stream. If you just see just how tense the body is and how alert the body is, all these athletes are at the front of the boat, at the catch, ready to go, and they will just make sure that they can utilise every sinew in their body to propel that boat forward, to have that really good first 500 metres.
You're talking about the sort of nervousness, the tension, but often too much tension on the start can be counterproductive, because you get this sort of white knuckle thing where you're gripping on too tight, where things become, you want adrenaline surging, but you don't want to be too tense. You want a wee bit of relaxation. Sounds counterproductive, but you know, if you're really too tense, there's too much adrenaline, everything tenses up and things don't flow as smoothly as they should, which makes the start a bit jerky. You don't want it jerky, you want it smooth to maximise the power through the water.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing as well, when you talk about those your knuckles being too tight as you grip it, Carol, I think it's so strange sometimes rowing, that actually being loose with the oars and being sort of relaxed will make the boat go faster, and it'll feel more natural actually. And obviously, as rowers, our hands are constantly battered with calluses and blisters just from the amount of feathering that we do. But actually, having that looseness is actually fantastic, and it's a really helpful tip, because actually you're probably less likely to get sort of awful calluses from it.
It's a balance, though. You need some sort of grip. It's something that comes with experience, being able to have that relaxation but still maintaining a firm grip. But these athletes in their early phases of their rowing career, it's still a lesson. It doesn't come naturally. So there was a bit of tension on the start, but these athletes have now come off the start. They've done their first 5 strokes, and some starts are very complicated. I think perhaps the coaches will keep it simple for these beginners athletes, and then just let them build up a bit of boat speed over time. And talking of the boat speed over time, we've got the times from the first 500. As you can see, it's Hartpury going through first, Nottingham Trent in second place, York St John. Gosh, look at these times, Finlay, so close. 2:13 to 2:20. Less than 7 seconds in, and that's not very much at this phase of the race.
No, not at all, Carol. Although it looks like Hartpury are pushing ahead, so it looks like they've gotten a strong start there. It looks like they've gotten a good start based off of the racing, but you can't discount the rest of the crews at second between all of them, from second to sixth. So it really is anyone's race there. A lot of jostling for position can be done there. Hartpury now, I think, need to make sure that they can hold that lead, that it's sustainable. They have really pushed ahead of the competition. So for now, with Hartpury, it's just about sitting tight, making sure that they are relaxed and that they can defend from their closest counterparts now when rowing.
You know, just looking at the times from the 500, as you said, Hartpury's out in front, but there's about 2 seconds separating the other 5 boats, which at 500 metres is very little. And these beginners' boats will be sort of, you know, trying to keep an eye on what's happening around them, and you know, and they'll be able to hear it because they're all so close together across the field. But it's Hartpury just getting themselves out in front there. We can just see them just going through these line of boys out in front, and then the rest of the field starting to separate themselves. I think that's Loughborough and the pink that we can see there, just coming through there.
Yeah, but they're really still quite an even board. We are seeing now on our screens a sort of divergence, so we might be getting a different readout once we reach that 500 meter mark. Yeah, a bit of spacing, not too much between the middle of the pack, although Hartbury on our screens telling it where it tells us what times crews come in. They are coming in a lot quicker than their nearest rivals at the moment, Nottingham Trent. They've pushed to a 10-second lead Hartbury there, so it's looking like Hartbury are really in control of this race now.
Yeah, certainly the field has started to separate. We can just see Northumbria there just in the middle of our screen, and they're trailing the rest of the pack just at 1,000 metres. But some lovely close-up shots of these beginners double sculls, and looking at them, you know, they're pretty polished and quite accomplished beginners double sculls, and these athletes have had the faster times, which is why we're now in the D final, and you'd expect them to be closer together. But being beginners, I was just thinking, being beginners, they're maybe not used to time trialing it out, and maybe more used to side by side, maybe in smaller venues, river racing, or just against the club mates. So this is our first chance of side by side racing against a big field, possibly.
Yeah, it's sometimes really difficult to be able to get a stretch of water that will allow for multiple lanes for crews to race on. Some universities obviously have that luxury and have that privilege to be able to have big lakes where they do their training from. Others obviously might row on rivers, so sometimes it is hard to find that great stretch of water to do side-by-side racing with more than just a crewmate. So no, looking like it's a fantastic experience really for all of these athletes competing in these races now, Carol.
Just seen Hartbury go off the screen on the left-hand side, being chased by Loughborough. I think it's still in that second place, just had that confirmed. And you can see York St John just in the front of us with a pale blue kit, and Northumbria just in front of the umpire's launch, just coming through the camera shot there. So that's being confirmed. It's Hartbury, Loughborough, Nottingham Trent, York St John, and then the second Loughborough crew, followed by Northumbria. And looking down the course, you can see this lead that Hartbury have over Nottingham Trent. Hartbury over in lane 5, sort of second furthest to the left, and you know, just from the angle they don't look to be that far ahead, but if we were side on they would be, unless of course Nottingham Trent are mounting a charge to come back on them. And just, we've got the camera angle there, but I can scan my head round and then just look up the course and get a straight on view. Finlay, I think Nottingham Trent have maybe come through there.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it would be a fantastic thing for them to have done that. Really, you know, it would be such a strong sort of statement from Nottingham Trent. Obviously, they might have a bit of experience. They might have practiced doing this on the course already. But it's fantastic if Nottingham Trent have done that. Yeah.
Looking at the screen and looking up the course, I think they've managed to do that, managed to overhaul Hartbury. I think Hartbury had a little wobble there, maybe a couple of wobbly strokes, which has just unsettled them, and I think they're struggling just to get back into their rhythm, their pace. Nottingham Trent have seen that happen and have just thought, oh well, let's just go then, and that's what they're doing. They're picking it up, staying calm, staying focused, and have it overcome the lead that Hartbury had. But that was an amazing move from Nottingham Trent, just to steal that march on Hartbury and take this pole position in this D final.
Fantastic bit of racing there from Hartbury. Loughborough coming in first, and it's looking like it was too much too soon for Hartbury University. They were looking like the favourites there Nottingham train coming in first. So it's actually, I think it was that Loughborough crew we were looking at that surged ahead there. Obviously the two universities having very similar all-in-one colours, and I think that's what confused us then for a second.
I do apologise, I got my pinks muddled up, and yeah, Loughborough and Nottingham Trent, I do apologise, and I should have gone by the yellow blades, but there we go.
No, but a fantastic bit of racing there from Loughborough to come through. Just a shame that the crew from Hartbury couldn't finish that race there in pole position, as they had led from the get-go. We've got the C final, some results from the C final, the first 500 metres for you now. At the moment, University of St Andrews, who sit in lane 4, are leading, followed by Imperial, who sit in lane 2. They are second as well. In third, the University of East Anglia, who sit in lane 3, and fourth sit the University of Newcastle in lane 1. No times for Birmingham or Harper Adams yet on the 500 metre mark, but we'll bring that to you as soon as we can.
If you've been watching the previous days, you'll know that because the faster crews will usually be seated in the middle of the course in lanes 3 and 4, with the slower crews on the right side, so they can actually keep an eye on each other. You can see the blue of St Andrews there, with their stripy blades just leading the field as they've come through 1,000 metres.
Yes, now Imperial just followed through. We've got some updates on the results for you now. Harper Adams move up to third on the 1,000 metre mark, followed by the University of Birmingham, followed by East Anglia, and then Newcastle sit in 6th.
A lovely shot of Newcastle as it just came through the screen. Can't confuse their kit or colours with anywhere, because you've got the blue star on the blades, which is pretty distinctive.
Yes, so it's looking like St Andrews have a 3-second lead over Imperial at the 1,000 metre mark, but that can be overturned by Imperial if they make a push now. But it looks like University of East Anglia, if they try and make a move on Imperial, that they've got a lot of catching up to do. An 8-second deficit is quite a lot at the 1,000 metre mark.
But the beauty of beginners double sculls is anything can happen, as we've seen in the previous race with Harper Adams being overhauled by Loughborough. But, you know, not to say that this may happen, but it's really interesting because these are scullers at the beginning of their rowing career, and things can change rapidly or slowly, and that's what makes racing so exciting, because you can never predict it, and that's why we race.
Absolutely. There's no thing quite like going down that track with 4 or 5 other crews alongside you. Sprinters obviously may feel the thrill of that side-by-side racing, but for a lot of the time it's over before we can even realise it. Rowing, we get to see all these crews side by side for quite a bit of time, really. We spend about 7 or so minutes for the cricket crews side by side together, and it's just so hard to sort of not look back in awe at these races and go, wow, it's incredible work they're doing, because they're not just flat out sprinting. They've got to conserve themselves while also being in the sprint of their lives. The 2,000 metres, it's such a deceptively difficult distance.
So St Andrews still maintaining a lead of about 3 seconds over Imperial. They had that at 1,000 metres, they've still got that at 1,500 metres. I would imagine that if they want to stay there, they're going to have to work hard. A bit of a wobble there, a bit of a from St Andrews, and I can see Imperial just looking around and just thinking what can they do, whether they can mount a charge for the line. St Andrews led all the way down, and we can just see them coming into this sort of change of colour of the boys, so they know they've got about 250 metres to go, and it is now that you empty the tanks. You don't want to come off the water feeling that you could have done more. This is where you really need to push on as hard as you could. This is the C final. These athletes just missed out on the AB final. just by tiny, tiny margins, and often they're out to just prove what they can do. And I think St Andrews have just pulled away further from the Imperial crew. Imperial crew in danger of being caught there.
Yeah, looking like there is a mount against this Imperial crew. It's looking like this could be down to the line for them, but St Andrews looking like they have a comfortable lead now, but it's really, really tight finish now for all of the remaining crews on the line.
It's a blanket 4-boat finish. Look at this on your screens. This is amazing.
Wow.
Oh, Imperial just holding onto it by the tiniest margin. East Anglia a bow ball behind them, and I took my eyes off the screen and I missed who finished 4th and 5th. Wow, that was a finish.
Wow, you couldn't have asked for a better finish there in the C final. So evenly matched the crews, but St Andrews proving to be just a cut above the rest of these crews now. But what a fantastic piece of finishing there between positions second all the way from third to fifth there.
Lovely big smiles from the girls from St Andrews there, just as the camera panned round to them. But the camera has immediately gone back to the open beginners for the D final. 4 boats in this. We have Sussex in lane 2, Swansea in lane 3, Leeds in lane 4, and Loughborough in lane 5. Early phase yet, these beginner quads have just got into it, and you can see the umpire, and with lots of coxless boats, especially at the beginner phase, being warned about the steering. What the umpire will be doing there, if you watched him on the screen, he raises the white flag, megaphone up, and shouts to the crew he wants to move, and tells them which direction in the flag. So I think he might be kept busy in this race. It's just to make sure that every crew stays within their lane. These lanes are about 13.5 metres wide, which sounds quite wide, but sometimes in boats it's not that wide. You sort of can waver around a bit, but the crew being warned yet again to stay in their lane.
Yeah, looking like, I think, Leeds there on our screen there, that the umpire was warning to manoeuvre to the left a bit. So it's looking like at the 1,000 metre mark that Swansea are leading over Loughborough by 1.5 seconds there, followed by Leeds, who sit in title fight in these quads for between Swansea and Loughborough.
I see the umpire keeping his arm fairly well exercised there. The flag was up yet again, warning the crew just to move over, and what the umpire is looking for is the crew to do that. He will warn them a few times, and if they don't do what he wants them to do, yet again the flag is up, because that crew is determined to have a close encounter as they come down the course. They have moved, but of course every time you put the rudder on in these boats it just slows you down, because it gives you some drag, and you really don't want to have to put the rudder on at all. So these but of course these are beginner quads, and a bit of experience there just it's coming to fore. In fact, both crews being warned.
Yeah, so umpire, yes, like you say, Carol, doing a lot of work today. There was a bit of jostling for positions and a bit of cutting across. Carol making a sort of cutting across sign there to me, but it looks like Loughborough are leading over Swansea now. They've increased a lead, so they were sat in second at the 1,000 metre mark. So I think now Loughborough have moved to make the race theirs.
Yeah, interesting. Loughborough were staying out of trouble in lane 5. It was Swansea and Leeds that were having visions of having a close encounter, but then it's Leeds have now pulled themselves in front of Swansea, so it's Loughborough just leading that charge for the line. Leeds have got their steering sorted out now, and I really
like there's a surge though between these two lanes, Loughborough and is it would that be Swansea there, Carol, do you think?
No, Swansea are in the green,
Sorry, yes,
slightly
middle
back.
lane
It's
now.
Leeds.
Leeds, yeah. So Loughborough, it looked like then.
Oh,
that,
that's a close finish.
yeah, it looked like. I think Loughborough are going to get this, but it's too close to call on the line. Wow.
That is amazing.
Leeds came out of nowhere then.
Yeah, they got their steering sorted.
Yes,
and,
yeah.
Wonderful to see. But I'll wait for the official result in that. And
Wow. We will bring you the official result in just a moment now. I think our photo finish judges will be very rapidly reviewing the footage. Leeds looked like Leeds thinking that they just pipped Loughborough.
so that was the D final, giving us lots of excitement. We move rapidly into the C final with Nottingham Trent in lane 1, Lincoln in lane 2, Portsmouth in lane 3, Queens in lane 4, Birmingham in lane 5, and St Andrews in lane 6. And making an early showing, it's a club that's been doing very well this championships. It's Queens.
Yeah, Queens have had a really good show of form at the moment at BUCS Regatta. They're ahead of Nottingham Trent by a second, and it looks like it's going to be another fantastic race in terms of who will be fighting for that first position. Some results come from Nottingham Trent dropping down. I don't know whether that would be because of technical equipment issue at all there, or just technique as well and steering. The potential for a multitude of different reasons as to why Nottingham Trent have dropped off the pace compared to Queens.
I was just looking at the times there. Queens were out in front, and then there were about 2 seconds separating 4 crews. Birmingham looked to be off the pace slightly, but not by much. But there were just 2 seconds between the other 4 crews in contention there. So we can see this all change over the next 500 metres or so. They've gone through the 1,000 metres. Still Queens in that lead position. And it has changed. Portsmouth now in second. Oh gosh, Lincoln in third, Nottingham Trent in fourth, and St Andrews in fifth. But still that just under 2 seconds separating those 4 crews. Birmingham still off the pace somewhat, a couple of lengths behind there. But we can see the kit of Queens, fairly distinctive. The hoop round the middle of the chest makes them easy to pick out in a crowd. And then there's this great tussle going on in the middle of the field with leads changing or positions changing. A bit of jostling going on there, and we'll have to see how they progress. Just going through 1,500 metres. It's still Queens out in front. About a couple of boat lengths in front there, we can see with, oh gosh, so little between the next 4 boats. It's Portsmouth in second place, Lincoln in third, St Andrews in fourth, Nottingham Trent in fifth.
Yeah, so it looks like Queens are leading still, looking like they've got a bit of a dominant lead. They've made some ground over Portsmouth, made some water there over Portsmouth, but Lincoln and Portsmouth battling it out for second and first. I think only a few tenths of a second between Lincoln and Portsmouth. The rest of the crew starting to separate a bit though.
Yeah, you can see Queens there just with the hoops on the far left of the screen, and then there's this great battle in lanes 2 and 3 between Lincoln and Portsmouth. And to my eye, I think Lincoln are starting to just inch their way in front of Portsmouth. Portsmouth in the darker kits, so they're sort of just behind. Over on the far side, St Andrews still up there, all going to start making their push for the line now. And I think Lincoln have gone up, and they've started pushing earlier than Portsmouth have done, which has given them their increase in boat speed. So I think they're starting to pull away from Portsmouth. It's still Queens Belfast coming comfortably in that leading spot. Lincoln, what a good move they made there, just to get in front of Portsmouth, pull themselves away from them, and they've pulled themselves away enough to give clear water. There we go, Queen's going through first place, Lincoln into that second, and then Portsmouth having to settle for third.
Yeah, a great bit of manoeuvring there by Lincoln, knowing when to push. It's excellent. We're seeing
Very
standing
happy
up there.
Queen's
Yes.
crew there.
Yes.
Brave man, he has to trust his crewmates so well, but they are happy with that result. Over on the far side, St Andrews fourth, and then Nottingham Trent in fifth, and we've got Birmingham, in fact,
Birmingham
tell a lie,
fifth, I
it was
think.
Birmingham fifth, and they did a great job there. Nottingham Trent falling off the pace and having to settle for sixth in this C final.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Nottingham Trent, especially when they were second at the 500 metre mark, and there wasn't anything between them and their counterparts in Queens. Now we bring you a bit of something different. We bring you the Women Beginners 8, the D final there. That is going to be contested between Southampton, Birmingham, Sheffield and St Andrews. They're in lanes 2 to 4. The 500 metre mark tells us that Birmingham lead this race with a few seconds over their closest rivals there, with Sheffield. Seems to be 2 seconds between Southampton and Sheffield as well. St Andrews there though a bit off the pace in lane 5 compared to the other athletes, but not by too much.
There we can see the lovely kit of Birmingham and the lovely blades just coming into shot. Really nice sideways view of the 8. It's always nice to get a sideways view. You don't often get them full on like that. Just shows you that they've got a substantial lead at the moment. There we've got Sheffield just coming into view. Sheffield in black with the sort of gold step ladder up their sides. And then Southampton with yellow stripes down the side with a yellow, a red bit in the middle, and then we've got the blue of St Andrews over on the far side. So they've gone through the screen, and that's the order they've come through in, and that's the order they were at 1,000 metres.
Yeah, so no change coming in at the 1,000 metre mark, but it looks like Birmingham have really extended their lead over the competition. We focused on them for quite a while, just as the 8s were coming past, and we got sideways shots of them. You could see just how much Birmingham were leading the competition there.
Yeah, there's a fair gap between all these 4 8s, and the umpire is having to sort of speed on and try and stay in contact with the crews in front. But it's Birmingham leading as they come into the... Well, it looks as though they're coming closer than they actually are, just with a zoom lens. But Birmingham really looking nice there as they come into shot. Just quite composed, and it's nice to be in that position in a comfortable lead in a big boat.
Yeah, it feels great to be in the lead with a big boat, especially in an 8, because an 8 is such a physically demanding boat. It's just a testament to the physicality of the athletes in that Birmingham boat. Looking at it, it's a fantastic shot again. Bit less distance now, I think, between the crews. It looks like Sheffield might have closed the gap a bit, just as the way the camera was panning on Birmingham less, I think.
Sheffield just coming into shot, and then we have got Southampton just coming into shot now. Nice separation, so I'm sure the coaches will be looking at this footage afterwards, just looking at how their crews were progressing. Always good as an analytical tool to be able to have a bit of film Southampton, because they're off to the right of the screen, but that's Birmingham in the middle, Sheffield just beside them, Sheffield in that second place, and then behind them we can see St Andrews, and they are 4th at present. But as I said before, these shots, these video footage, is always great for the coaches to go back with their crews and have a debrief afterwards, a debrief of the race, and just talk about technique, talk about skills, about what they need to work on for the next while in their rowing career.
Yeah, it would be very useful to be able to analyse this 8 footage, because I think they might be able to put a lot of use to it next year when these beginner athletes will then move on to the intermediate stage of their own careers and potentially championships, depending on just how much they're able to improve their craft and in the boats.
Just a lovely shot, just from the top of the tower there, the cameraman focusing in on these 8s, and it's Birmingham, and in fact the Cox is just giving them a lift to come and start racing for the line. So Birmingham racing for the line, Sheffield going up too, the Cox is just encouraging them on, and just really distinctive kit from Sheffield. I do like the step ladder up the side, but it's Birmingham just going through that line first. These girls are very happy in this D final of the women's beginner 8s, and then you can just see Sheffield coming into the shot now, just to finish their race. And there we got the kit of Southampton just picking up to finish their race. All these coxes making sure the athletes finish their race with a lift and a sprint for the finish. It's always good to do that, just to make sure that you're actually racing it all out.
Yeah, absolutely. Coxes play such an important role because at the end of the day you can't see where your relative competitors are, so it's important as a cox really to be able to motivate your team to keep them still in the fight, to also motivate that crew. It's such a difficult job sometimes, because sometimes you have to sort of lie sometimes as a cox to your athletes to make sure that they're still motivated and still in that race and there's still some belief. Following the results of that, we can move on to another beginner 8 final. We can present to you the women's beginner 8C final. Exeter sit in lane 1, Bath in lane 2, Lancaster in lane 3, Cambridge in lane 4, the University of Oxford Brookes in lane 5, and the University of York sit in lane 6. No results yet at the 500 metre mark, but I'm sure we'll be able to give them to you very, very soon.
I always think it's a lovely shot when you can see 6 8s across the course just racing towards you, with the umpires launch between them, just making sure they all keep out of mischief, or the cox keeps out of mischief. And yeah, it's just such a lovely view. You sit here, and these conditions today at Nottingham are just lovely. It looks overcast, it is overcast, it's quite cool, but that's really nice for these athletes, because there's no danger of them getting too hot during the race. So most rowers prefer cooler conditions to race in, especially if you're in one of these 6 8s racing down the course.
Yeah, like you say, Carol, the weather has been a bit overcast, but every single time we've watched commentate on the racing, it's always heated up compared to the weather. But look at that now, a fabulous, fabulous shot. I think that's breathtaking, that, isn't it? We get some good shots all the time. Carol mentions the start, and I agree with her, it's a fantastic shot. But this is where the action is. This is where the real sort of gusto takes place. We can read you some results now from the 1,000 metre marks, can't we, Carol?
Yes, we can, and just looking at that, it's Cambridge coming through first in lane 4, York in lane 6 in second place, Lancaster 3rd, Bath 4th, and Exeter 5th. 5 seconds between these 8s, and that's why when you saw that shot going across the course, there were overlap between all these 8s, because it's such exciting racing.
I've mentioned it before, and when we've commentated together, the 8s, there's just something so magnificent about these 8s, because they're such huge boats, and everyone is doing so much to contribute towards sending that boat down the line. So when you get to see shots like this. It's just fantastic to see all of these crews. We've got a fantastic view from our commentary tower overhead. We can just see all of them side by side racing, and it's just still so incredibly tight. Nothing between these 8s at all.
Looks like we're just coming up to the 1500 metre mark where the camera is situated, so we'll see them all come through the shot fairly close together. I think it's still York and Cambridge over the far side, the sort of topmost bit of our screen. So Cambridge just coming through first with York in that second place. Oh gosh, this is so close. But that's it, then they've gone, gone through the screen. So Cambridge, Exeter now in that second place, Bath. So the crews in lanes 1 and 2 where we weren't focused, we were looking at the far side of the course, and all of a sudden we've got the crews on the near side, closest to the tower, just making a move, coming through the other crews in the middle of the course. Great when you see this happen.
Yeah, brilliant to see such tight and hotly contested side-by-side racing. It looks like on our screens, yeah, there's a second between most of these crews, more or less. So it's still anyone's to play for, really. It looks like there's going to be some great dogfighting between all of these crews, especially for the top 3 spots.
The top 3 spots could go anywhere. The cameraman has got all 6 crews on the screen. Of course, we're looking at a diagonal here, and it's really hard. I can flick my head round and I can see up the course, and I can see there's very little between lanes 4, second from the lane in the middle, and the ones closest to us. In fact, I think the crew in lane 1, furthest to the right, is really putting in a push now, and that's Exeter. They're going up and taking with them, we have, who's in lane 2? It is Bath in the blue, and what a push they are putting on. I think, oh, this is so much fun.
This is fantastic. We talked about yesterday a sneaky lane 1 remover. It's been Carroll's catchphrase for the past bit of racing, and it looks like Exeter are really putting a push on now. I wonder whether Cambridge can hold on to that lead they built all the time. No, look at this. Wow, this is going to be fantastically exciting for our Finnish judges now. Oh, I think, I don't know about you, Carol, but I think that looked like Exeter got in there just ahead of of Bath there. So Cambridge, it looks like, dropping off the order. I don't think we'll have to wait to fully confirm those races, but yeah, it looks like Exeter put on a cheeky lane 1 maneuver, very sneaky one there, and it was brilliantly executed. So our results coming through there now. Yeah, Exeter managing to get the better of Cambridge after they led the race right from the start. So they must be a little disappointed, Cambridge, just because they've been leading for so long and they look so strong. But fantastic racing there from Exeter.
A very good blanket finish, and that's what you want from a C final. Just so many crews crossing so close together, and that was a brilliant one to have. But we're moving into the women's intermediate double sculls, the G final. Swansea in lane 1, Northumbria in lane 2, York in lane 3, St Andrews in lane 4, Leeds Beckett in lane 5, and Hertfordshire in lane 6.
Yeah, and as these crews approach the 1,000 metre mark, I've just gone past it actually, it looks like Hertfordshire are leading, followed by the University of St Andrews. There's a second between those crews. Swansea and York also tenths of a second there between those two crews, so they're fighting it out for 3rd and 4th. It'll be very interesting to see which crew will get the better of the other. So look at that across the board really, Carol. Leeds Beckett a tad off the pace, but the rest of the crews really nothing in between them at all, and they're fighting hard for the better positions. A lot of jostling going to happen here, but I think it's going to be some exciting racing.
Yeah, interesting. Hertfordshire and St Andrews in sort of 6 and 4. That's where the battle is at the moment, but very little between these two. Swansea and York having their own battle. Looking at the times, So Hertfordshire, St Andrews pretty close together, Swansea and York pretty close together. So we'll be interested to see how they go through this timing point at 1500 metres.
Absolutely, I think I'm looking across the tower, and there really isn't anything between these crews. So the 15,000 metre mark is going to be very interesting to read. It's going to be just as much as a surprise to you as who is in the lead as it is to us, because it's just so tight across the races with these double sculls. I think the furthest lane from us there, Hertfordshire, though, looking like they do have a bit of a lead on compared to the others. They still lead, followed by the University of St Andrews, Swansea, York, and Leeds Beckett. So it looks actually that Hertfordshire have put a bit of a push on compared to the University of St Andrews.
Indeed it does. Hertfordshire just about 3 seconds in front, but then there is less than 2 seconds separating St Andrews, York, Swansea and Loughborough. No, sorry.
So you get caught up with all the action that sometimes you forget who is actually in what position sometimes. But we do try our best to make sure that everything that we say is as accurate as possible. But it is looking like Hertfordshire are leading the pack here.
It's a beautiful shot there. Wee gaps on the screen. I would not say there were big gaps on the water. They are fairly close together, and it's still Hertfordshire leading. I think St Andrews is no longer in that second place. I think it's maybe York in second place now. And in lane 1 we have Swansea just making a move. So this is going to come down to the line yet again. I think it's going to be Hertfordshire. I think I'm going to have to stand up because I'm not sure where the honours are going to go for the minor placings in this final.
I think I'm going to have to join you standing up, because I think it's so much easier to get a better view. We're bobbing and weaving our heads around just to see who it is that is going to get second and third. Hertfordshire looks like they've assuredly got that first place now. They've got a bit of clear water now between their rivals, but it's looking really, really tight down to the line. But a move there in lane 1 for Swansea. But
Leeds
it looks
Beckett
like
up there as well. Leeds Beckett were up there, St Andrews were up there, Swansea. Gosh, what a phenomenal finish. Leeds Beckett put in an amazing last 500 just to take that second place. York in third, and oh gosh, so close for all these places.
Yeah, a very, very tight bit of racing there.
I love it when the cameraman pans into these crews that have won their finals, and you know they are so happy just to have won. We move on to our F final of the women's intermediate double sculls, with Bath Spa in lane 1, Cardiff Met in lane 2, Royal Holloway in lane 3, Uwe in lane 4, Manchester in lane 5, and Nottingham Trent in lane 6.
So as we approach the 1,000 metre marks, this is going to be my last race, so I'm hoping that it's going to be as good as Will's. If you were still watching on the live stream there, he had a cracker to commentate on to finish off the race between where the University of Oxford triumphed over their competitors. So Cardiff Met leading at the moment with quite a comfortable gap between them and the University of Manchester, though it's very close between Manchester on the end of the line now for all these universities.
Finish judges won't thank you for all this photo finishing desperation. They have to sit there and decide, and be two of them down there with their fingers on the buzzers and trying to agree on who finished first. And sometimes, and we find it in commentary, you're looking at one crew and then there's another crew that's snuck through where you didn't expect them to sneak through. So yeah, I'm sure the Finnish judges don't want too many close races, but we do as commentators, because we like the excitement and we like seeing really good finishes.
Unfortunately, you can't have it both ways, can you? No, especially for the finishing judges. I'm sure that they'd like it if, like Carol said, each race was pretty easy to call, but it's looking like there's still quite an even field, although it looks like there are a few breakouts there and Cardiff Met looking like they're just leading the race now at the moment as I look across the screen. But the rest of the crews, it's pretty flat. So you have, as we look across from where we can in the commentary tower, we see a blanket and then Cardiff Met sticking out just a bit of the rest of the competition.
Yeah, it's interesting. Cardiff Met's got their noses out in front, and then there's nothing between the four crews in the middle of the course. UE, Manchester, Bath Spa, Nottingham. It's not Nottingham. Nottingham Trent it is. And Royal Holloway just drifting off the back of the field there. But it is indeed this Cardiff Met crew that we can see second lane up on your screen. Just maintaining that lead they have. And just Royal Holloway in lane 3, which is the next one up from Cardiff Met, just drifting off the pace somewhat. But that's a lovely place for Cardiff Met to be in, just to see what's behind them and get a clear view of their opposition and what their opposition are doing. And they will be able to see if MD is mounting any challenge across the field. And I think the challenge is coming from lane 4, which is UE at the moment, just third down from the top of your screen.
Yeah, if you look to the farthest part of the screen, farthest to the left, you can look, it seems that there is going to be some great jostling now between who gets the second and third spots. It's pretty much a blanket, it's pretty much an even sort of stead. Looks like, though, a bit of a break between the races in lane 4, like Carol said. Yeah, UWE just look like they're shoring up. But who is going to get third? So on our outside lane, Nottingham Trent followed in their inside lane by Manchester. Manchester looking like they've just got the edge of it. If a surge can come down from Nottingham Trent, they can secure it. But it looks like third is going to go to Manchester, just about though. So it was very tight racing then to the end, but some great racing as well. Not a bad race to finish on, for myself anyway.
Absolutely, and thank you very much, Finlay, for your company this afternoon and for the previous few days. Finlay has been commentating with me not only on YouTube but downstairs live at the venue, and we've had some really good fun together and some good races to commentate on.
Absolutely, I think couldn't have asked for a better commentary partner to finish off my stint commentating at BUCS 2026. I'm going to pass you now over to David, and he's going to join his longtime friend Carol Mao, and I'm sure they're going to bring you some absolutely cracking races to round off the final day of BUCS Regatta 2026. That's all from me. Thank you.
So we're moving now onto the E-final of women's intermediate double sculls, with Reading in lane 1, Manchester in lane 2, Dundee in lane 3, Swansea in lane 4, Loughborough in lane 5, and Nottingham Trent in lane 6. I'm joined by David McNeil, who, as Finlay has said, is a long-time friend or acquaintance or something, but we're it's a northeast takeover of the commentary tower.
Helps if I press the button, doesn't it, Carol? Long-time acquaintance, but maybe not long-time associated with actually pressing the button on to speak through the microphone. Yeah, absolutely. So Carol and I, long-time acquaintances, friends. I think we can say friends from Aberdeen, but no one from Aberdeen in this D final of the women's intermediate doubles. A couple of Scottish names though, which is good to see. And so in this race from lane 1, it's Reading, lane 2 Manchester, lane 3 Dundee, lane 4 Swansea, lane 5 Loughborough, and lane 6 is Nottingham Trent. And they're coming thick and fast. They're coming now through the 500 metre to go mark, which is what you can see on your screens at the moment. We'll await some timings. And it's been Swansea who have led throughout, and they continue to lead into this final 500 metres.
There's been some jostling for the minor positions down the course Loughborough were in second and now are in third. Manchester were in fourth, have pulled themselves up in second place. Reading were third and now fifth. So these minor positions are changing all the time, which is nice. Shows you how close they were in the time trial, and that is what we're seeing, that the boats with the crews with a similar boat speed are meeting together in these finals. So it's Swansea still leading, and they're over in lane 4, the middle of the course. So the fastest crews tend to get seeded in the middle of the course. But looking down your screen, I would say that the crew in lane 2 have made a big move, Manchester, and are starting to row through Swansea in lane 4. In fact, coming with Manchester are Reading. They must have had a really good 500 there, David.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever discount Reading. See, crew sculling specialists, and they are pushing hard in lane 1. They've had a little bit of steering problems, however. They've been bouncing off the bow side boys. Manchester have kept themselves relatively out of trouble and just looking fairly assured. But what I'm really looking at is lane 3 Dundee. Lane 3 Dundee, they were the fastest qualifier. They've been hiding away in the middle of the pack for the majority of the race. But in this last 750, they have turned the taps on and are starting to put pressure on and challenge for one of the top 3 places.
Yeah, but it's Manchester powering on through Swansea, who were leading all the way down the course, have been left just drifting behind there. So it's Manchester going to come through first, Reading in that second place, Dundee having to settle for third, and then it's Loughborough, and then Swansea, and over on the far side it is Nottingham Trent. Wow, great finish there from Manchester.
Yeah, really great to see from Manchester. Good to see from Reading as well. See some of the less experienced members of the Reading sculling squad, but still getting stuck in. And well done to Dundee as well, who started off really going through the halfway point in 5th position. So they had a blistering third 500 to get back into contention and cross the line in 3rd. Huge entry in this women's intermediate doubles, Carol. And I think a trickle-down effect of the announcement rather of the new event for women's quads at Henley Royal. Seen the massive quads entry here, and I think we're seeing not just a big entry, but also a lot of quality in these minor finals.
Absolutely. By the time they've done the time trial, we're getting, as we keep seeing, boats of similar speed in these minor finals. We're getting very exciting racing. So we're into the D final now. Strathclyde in lane 1, Manchester in lane 2, Hartpury in lane 3, Manchester in lane 4, Glasgow Caledonian in lane 5, and Leeds in lane 6. So 2 Manchester boats in this one. I'm wondering if they're hoping for a 1-2 to equal their colleagues won in the previous final.
Well, they were separated by, I think it was 0.8 of a second in the time trial, so coming into this you'd expect them to be very close together, and we'd expect though Hartpury to be marginally the faster crew, but the whole field in this D final was separated only by 5 seconds based on the time trial times. It's always an interesting thing to see though who can convert time trial pacing into side-by-side racing. It's a different pressure dynamic, and we've got some intermediate splits.
Indeed we have. We've got the 1500 metre things, and it was Manchester. We saw Manchester come through our screen. We can just see Manchester on our screen now. The purple and yellow blades leading the charge for the line. They were leading all the way down the course. Leeds have been in second place. Hartpury have moved from 5th into 3rd. Strathclyde now in 4th, Glasgow Caledonian now in 5th, and the other Manchester crew in 6th. But a really strong performance from that Manchester crew in lane 2.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a Northern Performance Development Academy race-off here. So the Leeds crew over in lane 1, they're 2 PDA athletes from the Yorkshire group, and Luddington and Sharkey from Manchester over on the other side of the Pennines. The Leeds crew were the slowest qualifiers for this final in the time trial, but they clearly have made that transition to pacing, from pacing to racing, and they're pushing hard. But on this side, University of Strathclyde in those standout polka dots, really punching forward into this final 150 metres. I think Manchester will be able to hold them off, but I wonder if Leeds have seen the charge.
Strathclyde's certainly putting in a charge there, but it's Manchester just holding them off. But up at the top of our screen, it is Leeds.
That's Leeds, yes. Leeds crossing around half a length back on Manchester. And I think it was actually Hartpury who crossed, yes.
Third, and then Strathclyde fourth. What an amazing finish. Big pushes on there from everybody. And look at the delight on the Manchester doubles faces. I love it when we get these shots of the cross the line. And so they should be happy. Rapidly we're moving into the C final. We've had some excitement with that previous one. We're going to have some more excitement with this one, because the C finals often are separated by such fine margins from the time trial. Oxford Brookes A in lane 1, Nottingham in lane 2, Reading in lane 3, Birmingham in lane 4, Edinburgh in lane 5, and Durham in lane 6. And where are we with this one, David?
Well, as you can see on your camera, on your screen now, they are approaching 500 metres to go. However, at 1,000 metres, Oxford Brookes were in the lead by just under a second over Nottingham, who in turn had a couple of seconds over Reading. So through to the final 500, and I wonder if Reading have been able to move on with their classic crew sculling programme, but it was Oxford Brookes who crossed the 500 metre to go point in first place with a slender advantage over Nottingham. Interestingly, Edinburgh, a crew that we weren't seeing splits from for the 500,000 metre points, they've staked a claim for third position into the final 400 metres now. So I'm going to cast my eye up the course from my position in the commentary tower and try to piece together the different splits that we're seeing into the current race picture.
It looks as though you can see the yellow of the Nottingham Blades just leading the charge for the final 250 metres there, and they seem to have got themselves out in front. There's some action happening over the far side. I can see Durham still up there in contention, but in lane 1 got Nottingham lane 1, Brookes in lane Nottingham in lane 2, Brookes in lane 1, and that's where the fight seems to be happening.
Yeah, I think it's Nottingham in lane 2 who seem to have around about a length over lane 1, Oxford Brookes. Oxford Brookes, that programme which spends a vast amount of time in the gym developing the horsepower, and you can see them kicking now for the line. But Nottingham rowing slightly longer on the front than Oxford Brookes, just giving them a little bit more leverage off the front end. And Brookes snapping the legs down in the second half of the drive. Just two slightly different styles, but as they approach the line, I think Nottingham probably have the preservation on boat speed. Look at the battle for third though, Carol. It's Reading and Durham.
Absolutely. Nottingham having to push it, really ramp it up just to stay in front of that Brookes crew. Brookes just been under pressure there, but Durham come from somewhat behind just to overhaul Reading there. And then it's the Birmingham crew in that 5th place. It's Edinburgh. We thought we saw some various times earlier for Edinburgh, but Edinburgh were not in this. I think there's a bit of confusion. But there we go. The Nottingham crew must be really happy with that result there.
Yeah, they were certainly approaching the line there. Really quite calm and considered when you bear in mind they had Brookes charging down their necks and snapping their legs down at the speed that they were. But Nottingham just stayed internal, focused on rowing long, focused on putting the blade in nice and neatly and leveraging the boat through. So nice dark puddles, not much splashing, And as they make their way now to the landing stage, I can just see from the top of the tower, lots of pats on backs. And we have a race on the course making its way to us already. This one is the, which one is this? Of the G, it's the final G of Open Intermediate Pairs. And
in this final we have St Andrew in lane 1, St Andrews in lane 2, Queen's in lane 3, York in lane 4, University of East Anglia in lane 5, York St John in lane 6, and I'm going to apologise now if I get any of these crews wrong, because there are an awful lot of pale blue kit in this field.
Yeah, there is, isn't there? I think will be great. I think I think they're in slightly darker colours or darker shade of blue. I'm just grateful Queens are going to be wearing their stripes. So a white singlet with some stripes on top. There we go.
It's always good when you've got a distinctive kit that you can recognise from the distance, and I did call some crews wrong earlier, and I do apologise. But hopefully I should get the St Andrews crews right, and as you say, David, Queens are always distinctive with their hoops around their shirts. But we have some times for some of the phases of this race.
I think we'd expect Queens to be out in front given the time trial results. But every crew would expect to be within sort of 5 seconds of each other, 4.5 seconds actually. Is it as close run as we'd expect?
No, it isn't actually. At the moment, it's the crew in lane 5, East Anglia, leading, with St Andrews in lane 1 in second place, York St John in third place, and York in sixth. But the action seems to be happening in this side of the course. The pale blue of St Andrews is not what we can see on the screen. That's the St Andrew blades now that we can see on the screen. And you can see our confusion if you're sitting at home thinking, oh, these are all pale blue kit. And that's where sometimes we can call it wrong. But you can just see the St Andrews University boat coming towards us. Over the far side we have York St John, and it's East Anglia, the sort of slightly darker blue, as David said, that it's East Anglia that are having a big tussle there. It's quite hard for these crews when you've got somebody in lane 5, somebody in lane 1.
As the camera pans out, we can really see that point you're making there, Carol. The fact that UE on the far side, they're rowing hard, but they're not maybe aware of just how much pressure they're going to be coming under from the St Andrews crew on this side. Final 5 or 6 strokes now, and I think the UE crew have done enough to hold on, whether they saw them at the corner of their eye to respond and keep going. And then St Andrews bag loads of aggression to cross the line there. Slight tangle with some of the boys, but they cross the line in second place.
And St Andrews in third, and Queen's having to settle for fourth, with York St John fifth and York in sixth. What a cracking race that was.
Yeah, a real good one. And again, like that point you made about if you're over in lane 5, it is a long way over to lane 1. In lane 6, it's even further. So it can be quite difficult to stay on top of what's going on around you if it's the crews in the extremities that are on the move. I guess that's why it's important, even in the time trial, to try and get yourself in that central lane.
Gosh, these races are coming to us very rapidly. So we're into the F final now of the intermediate pairs. Sheffield in lane 1, Durham in lane 2, Warwick in lane 3, Bath in lane 4, Durham in lane 5, and Sussex in lane 6. Leading the field at 1,000 metres, it was Durham in lane 5, Durham in lane 2 in second place, Sheffield in third, Warwick in fourth, with Sussex fifth. Bath don't seem to have appeared for this race, so it's a 5-boat final.
And as they go through the 1,000 metre point, and you're seeing them now approaching the 500 metre point. So just a couple of minutes ago, it was Durham, Sheffield. So it was just over 5 seconds, splitting those top 3 crews. Probably a little bit wider margins in the side-by-side than we expected from the closeness of the time trial.
Look at that lovely shot of these two Durham pairs side by side across the field. Both the distinctive palatinate of the club colours there. Just
our fellow commentator Sasha will be very happy that you've mentioned that particular shade. I'm sure you did it all for her.
yeah, absolutely, all the time. So, but you know, it's always nice to get a side-on shot of these crews as they come past. And the cameraman's doing a phenomenal job of giving us the shots that we want to see. And there we can just see Sheffield with the black strip with the gold bars on the side, and that 3rd place.
So as we get that slightly wider camera shot, you can see Sheffield, who are the crew closest to you, in the right-hand side of your shot there, struggling a little bit with steering, as are the crew in lane 3, so that's the 3rd crew across. Warwick were in fact the fastest crew from the time trial, so we would expect them to potentially be out in the front, but it's the 2 Durham crews that you can see as the camera pans onto that. Was it Palatinate? How did I do? Shade of purple, who are leading the way. Now, Carol, I'm going to put my money on, and I think that it's the crew in lane 2 closest to us who have got the turnabout speed.
Well, funnily enough, I was just thinking the crew in lane 5 have led most of the way, and I'm sure this is an inter-club rivalry because the crew in lane 2 just upped their rating there as they came into the Orange Boys and are sprinting for this line. And it's going to be bragging rights in the bar this evening, and it's going to be the Durham crew in lane 2 of Wright and Smeagol leading Eton and Coates for that honours.
And coming to the line now, we have a fairly hard-fought battle between 2 crews struggling with steering. It's Warwick and Sheffield. Warwick crossing the line at something of a tangent, but those crews really struggled with steering in the final 500 metres or so. The Warwick crew being the fastest coming into the heat, but Sheffield giving it their all. I think that'll probably go to a photo finish.
Often in the final phases of pairs races, steering does go a bit awry as the power comes on in different places as the legs get tired.
Hey, I've been in races where it's not just been the final 500, the 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd and the 4th.
But moving rapidly on into the E final now, lane 5 and Glasgow in lane 6.
Yeah, and that crew in E final now approaching halfway, so we'll look forward to the splits on that. Just revisiting the previous race, which did go to a photo finish, it was Warwick. Warwick, actually, who had been in 4th throughout the race, overturned Sheffield's advantage and crossed the line marginally, 0.08 of a second in front of Sheffield.
Interesting shots there. Just see the hoops of Belfast, and looking at the timings from 1,000 metres, you've got them on your screen there. You can see how close this race is. 6 seconds separating them, and it's Queen's, Exeter, Glasgow. Just in that order. And lovely shots of these 2 intermediate pairs there. Very similar to the shots we saw of Durham earlier. I'm sure the coaches will be looking at them afterwards and doing their analysis, post-race analysis.
Well, yes, I think you're right there, Carl. I wonder how much of the coaches will be using this event, maybe playing around with it with combinations, not just to get as high up as possible in the BUCS rankings, but also to give them information on combinations for either their intermediate 4s or the intermediate 8s, knowing that a lot of these programs will be trying to qualify.
Later, what a tool these coaches
your
have.
expert independent commentary as well, Karen. They can rely on that.
Well, thank you. Well, here we go. There's. I just love these side-on shots that we're getting. Just seeing these crews sort of reaching out there, going for the length strength. There's Exeter, the distinctive blades, green and white triangles, or it's not a chevron, it's a triangle, but very distinctive blades. But
Hatches.
all I know is that it would be a nuisance to paint.
Yes, they would be. But I'm sure someone will comment on the live stream what that particular pattern is there. Maybe any art history students will be able to offer us commentary on this. However, as we focus on this crew from Exeter, I believe this is the crew in lane 1 that we're currently looking at. Through 500 metres to go, it was Queens in lane 3, leading Queens in lane 2. But I think the reason the camera had focused on that Exeter crew is they had lit the touch paper. They were moving on, and they continue to move on. Perhaps the bow man just a little bit more so than the stroke man, because they are now tussling a little bit with the stroke side blades, but they are correcting, and as they correct, they will be able to focus on going forwards rather than sideways.
And looking at it, I think they're going to split the two Belfast crews, the Queen's crews, just for the honours here, because it's still Queen's in lane 3 leading, and as you said, that Exeter crew, boy, what a 500 they're having, because as you said, they'll certainly lit the touch paper to overhaul the Belfast crew on their inside.
Absolutely. Not only have they overhauled lane 2, but they're coming back in contact with lane 3. I don't think enough to challenge for the lead now, but they certainly have turned the early fortunes of the race around. The Queen's crew crossing in 3rd, Glasgow in 4th, and another Exeter crew crossing in 5th. The 3rd place Queen's crew there led up to 1,000 metres, so just maybe a little bit difference in race strategy. Maybe their idea was to get out and try and hold on, but that ruthlessness of Exeter in lane 1, Cole and Lynch Warden turning their luck around.
It's always lovely when you see a crew just light the touch paper and just set the water afire with that increase in boat speed. We're now into the D final, and in this final we have BUCS in lane 1, London in lane 2, Bath in lane 3, Bristol in lane 4, Queens in lane 5, and Nottingham in lane 6. Good mix of crews here. It'll be interesting to see where it's all going to go.
I agree, and then looking at the split of times from the time trial, Bath with the fastest crew with 5:21.3 over 1,500 metres, back only to 5:23 flat to Nottingham. So these crews will be very close together on their time trial score, and looking at the splits, it's quite close as well at halfway.
Oh, very close indeed. It's, oh gosh, less than 2 seconds separating the front wave crews. Less than 5, all 5 crews. So it's Bristol leading Nottingham, if I can do my sums, by 0.8 of a second. And they're leading Nottingham by Nottingham leading London by 0.5 of a second. And Queens about 2.5 seconds behind BUCS, about 2 seconds behind Queens. All to play for.
Yeah, so Bath not taking the start for whatever reason. So no crew in lane 3, Ollie Edwards and Maddock Gundry not taking the start. Race where crews like to move. Here at Nottingham you've got big blue markers on either side of the lake, and as they catch your peripheral vision, it can be that warm, heartening sense of, yep, here we go, we can kick for home. And you can see that blue board now in the background of that shot. That's marking the 500 metres to go, and I think we can expect to see crews moving up through the tiers now. I think the crew in lane 2 and the crew in lane 4 and over in lane 6 are the main protagonists.
Well, Nottingham have managed to overhaul Bristol in that last 500 metres, and going through that marking point in first place, and in fact sort of taking a 2-second lead there, so they had a really good 500 there. So Nottingham leading Bristol, Bristol about a couple of seconds in front of London, with Queens about 3 seconds behind, and BUCS about 3 seconds behind them. So it's over on the far side. I would not discount Bristol yet, because I think they've still got something in the tank. And I think they're mounting a comeback on Nottingham. Nottingham out in lane 6.
Yeah, I think the point there you make is absolutely right. The the Nottingham crew, as you were reciting the splits there, having a sterling third 500, while Bristol perhaps kept the powder dry a little bit longer. They're now increasing their rating significantly, but are having some steering challenges.
But look at London in lane 2. They're starting to come back on Bristol. In fact, they're motoring on and really pushing hard on Bristol. Nottingham over on the far side just seem to be out of trouble at the moment. They seem to be safe in that first position, but everybody's just jostling.
There's a big charge from Queen's University Belfast in lane 5 as well.
Oh, this is so exciting. They've just picked it
That's
up.
a Romanian style of boat speed sprint. Absolutely remarkable. Turn of speed there, shortening up and really punching a turn of speed to cross the line in second place ahead of Bristol. So jump in there, Carver. That was an absolute stonker from Queen's.
From nowhere, as you said, just amazing. And Brooks having to settle for 5th place in this D final.
I wonder if that was Queen's plan all along. You know, they sat there in 4th all the way through. And if you look at the splits, and those of you watching on the live stream, you can jump online at the same time and go on. I think it's I can't remember the website. I'm sure you'll find it, but you can see that their splitting was relatively constant. They just kept in contact with the group, and then in the final 250 moved. I wonder if that was deliberate, and they just thought, that's what we do. We know we've got that turn of pace, so as long as we're in touching distance, let's just play that game.
Seems to be a sort of recurring theme when I've seen sort of Masters Belfast crews do the same thing. Just sit there, and then just ramp it up in the last 250 metres. So I wonder if this is a Belfast tactic generally. Don't know, it's an interesting one, but as you say, you need to have that confidence just to maintain the consistency and then just go and have a punt at the last phase of the race. But here we are with the C final.
Yeah, so this is the highest ranked of the minor finals. We've already had the A and B, I'm sure what will be an absolute grudge match, and crews in this final will be looking to assert themselves for their coaching. Their coaches as they approach selection for later regattas. We've got Imperial in lane 1, Imperial A. In lane 2, Birmingham A. In lane 3, Birmingham B. So we'll see that grudge match between these two crews, I'm certain. Queen's University Belfast B in lane 4, Strathclyde B in lane 5, and then a London B crew in lane 6. And we do have a full field this time, don't we?
As we saw on the screen, they were really close together, sort of time-wise and sort of in the lane-wise, and they're very little, but 7 seconds separating these 6 crews. So Queen's leading. They were leading the first 500. They've led through the 1,000 metres. Imperial have moved from 3rd into 2nd place. London have dropped from 2nd into 3rd. Strathclyde have moved up from 6th into 4th. Birmingham have dropped from 4th into 5th, and the other Birmingham crew dropped from 5th into 6th. So things are moving around in the field as different crews have different strategies, different race paces. Some people are stronger in the middle section of the course. Some people sort of drop off the pace and rely on a sprint finish. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Got a lovely shot of the back of the Imperial crew there.
Yeah, we're going to get splits again soon, I think. However, one of the things I'm looking at is quite interesting casting my eye up the course is the difference in leg speed between Imperial and Queen's. Queen's struck me as rowing really long and assured, but their legs weren't going down quite as directly. When I look at Imperial, they're in and on at the front end, and those legs are just snapping down a bit more deliberately. So I wonder if Queen's, having gone out hard, maybe settled a little bit more. I'm looking to see what the splits are going to be.
In lanes 2 and 3 there. David's got the coach's eye, and he keeps an eye on these things where I don't necessarily have that acute vision. But yeah, Imperial looking very strong there. Just getting, as David said, getting these legs down really fast and sharp on the front end of the stroke.
Yeah, so the Imperial crew crossing the 1,500 metre point in first place. University of London have moved up to second, with Strathclyde in third, and the early leaders, Queen's, dropping back to fourth. So let's see what can happen for it.
Yeah, what I was just looking at was it is a reverse chevron, and it's the two crews on the outside lanes that are making all the progress. It's London and Imperial, but Strathclyde's sticking with Imperial, and that's quite hard to get a visual on if you're in one or if you're in six. Really hard to know how hard you're going to have to push.
I think they're just going to have to bury it themselves and know that the faster they move the legs
look
down.
at Imperial move there. They have done something drastic. Just move they made just to keep themselves out of trouble.
And they're super happy with that result there.
So that was Imperial, then London, then Strathclyde. Great performance for Strathclyde to stick with London on the right side. Queen's having to settle for fourth, and the two Birmingham crews fifth and sixth.
The thing that really stood out from those two crews in lanes 1 and 5 to me was, yes, the legs were going down fast, but the puddles were nice and dark as well, so there wasn't much slipping going on in the water. You weren't seeing white frothy water with handles slipping, and the blades were getting placed in at the front end, and then a good amount of leverage against a nice full spoon. So really good to see there, and thoroughly enjoyed that race.
It's perhaps just as well there's no camera on us up here, David, with both of us using our hands to talk ourselves through the race. Hands going in as like a blade and pushing on and demonstrating beautifully
Don't make the suggestion. Maybe next year someone will put
no.
camera
That's
in
way
the
too
commentary
much.
booth.
Way too much.
Yeah, that's probably not something that. Yeah, I'd feel very self-conscious then. But however, let's shift the attention now. Having had a really great race there from the open intermediate pairs, and thank you, gentlemen. We're now moving to the women's intermediate fours. This is the last category of racing for the day. We've got G through to C finals, and an absolutely brilliant event typically, because many of these crews will be eligible, and certainly at this end, for the, I think it's the Harry Dunn, the development coxed fours event at Women's Henley. They've got quite strict qualification rules. You don't want anyone too experienced going into this event, but a number. There was some barracking going on the landing stage there. We've got the inset, and I think someone was about to throw a cox in the water. At least I think it was a cox, and not the coach.
Very much frowned on upon these days. There's been some incidents where coxes have been thrown in and ended up injured because of things in the bottom of lakes, rivers, and whatever. So very much not of. It can be dangerous because some people have been thrown in from quite a height and in danger of damaging themselves. Not what you want to do with your cox, because a cox is a very valuable thing. Underappreciated by most people. Anyway, let's move back with the race, David. I'll lecture over. And what have we got here? It is Imperial leading at 500 metres. Cambridge in that second place, Oxford third, Newcastle fourth, and Sheffield fifth. And it's still Imperial leading at 1,000 metres. Newcastle in that second place, Oxford in third, Cambridge fourth, Southampton fifth, and Sheffield sixth. Really nice shot of the blue star of Newcastle there, just levering these blades through the water. As you can see, conditions still very pleasant for these athletes. You can see the blades of Imperial there. Just nice stripes, and Imperial leading the field. Just on their outside, Imperial, we have Oxford. A nice yellow boat from Imperial there, just moving nicely in this water, just no judders, no stoppages in it, just running smoothly underneath this crew.
Yeah, these athletes are enjoying sort of upsetting the expected running order from time trials. So, you know, the lane draw not bearing out necessarily where we'd expect to see the athletes in these various crews. The Oxford crew, which was the slowest based on the time trial results, is clearly up there in the hunt, currently in third place. And the fastest crew from the time trials was the University of Sheffield, but they're currently sitting in last place in this race. I wonder if this Sheffield crew has a turn of speed, maybe some power, a little bit like we saw from that Queen's crew in the intermediate singles just now. I wonder if we're going to see them pull through. Every crew in contact with one another as they come into the final 500.
You see that from the times, 6 seconds separating. Well, it's still Imperial leading. Newcastle in that second place, Oxford third, Cambridge fourth, Southampton fifth, and Sheffield sixth. You know, got 500 metres to go. That could all change. It just depends where the boat speed is coming from. Time trials are very different from side-by-side racing. And as you saw, as the crews went through the camera, there are overlap between all the crews. And the coxes will be sitting there giving their encouragement, telling the crews where they are, how they are related to everybody else, and telling these crews what they need to do. And I'm sure the coxes will now be starting to shout encouragement, to move them on, to just get these legs down, really push hard.
Yeah, as we were saying with the pairs, no cox in that event, so for those crews in the extremities, being aware of what's left and right is a bit hard. Not got that reason in coxed events. You know, your cox is able to look left and right, feed the crew the spatial awareness, and drive on, because we're seeing really it's the crews in the extremities again. I think lanes 2 and 5 are the main protagonists at the front.
Newcastle and Imperial, where they have been all the way down the course, and they're still pushing on against each other.
We've got an interesting battle emerging in the central lanes as well between Sheffield and Cambridge. Probably not looking for a podium position on this.
Southampton moving up in lane 1. I don't know if you spotted that. Oh, this is so exciting.
We've got moves happening everywhere.
Oh,
and
yep.
On the far side in lane 6, is that Oxford in lane 6?
Yep,
yeah, Oxford D. Gosh. Well, I think Imperial crossing the line there, hands up, so they're clear that they crossed the line first. I think Newcastle, and I think Oxford crossing in third.
Indeed. What an amazing finish. Just, these finals do deliver, don't they?
Well, the way that they get seeded from the time trials, I really do enjoy the closeness of racing. Obviously, yeah, I think it gives a good format. I really do.
Yeah, the first time I saw it, I wasn't sure, but I have become a huge convert to time trials, and as a commentator, it gives us amazing finals.
It does give amazing finals. I do like. I think it works in a regatta of this size, and you know, obviously Henley Royal works in something similar to get qualifiers and all the rest of it. But I still like the more traditional format with heats and repechages and stuff like that, because of the volume of side-by-side racing that gives you. Here we have less volume of side-by-side, but the volume that we do have is brilliant.
Definitely. And we've moved on. Got very few races left, David. I'm getting a bit sad, but never mind. We're moving on to the F final of these coxed fours. St Andrews in lane 1, Liverpool in lane 2, Bath in lane 3, Warwick in lane 4, East Anglia in lane 5, and Cardiff in lane 6. And here we are looking across the field at these crews. And you can see the Warwick blades there just showing, and we have got some times from 500 metres with East Anglia in first place, Warwick in second, Liverpool in third, Cardiff in fourth, and St Andrews in fifth. No Bath appearing on the start. I wonder if Bath are maybe going home.
Well, they do have a wee distance to go, but hopefully they haven't uptailed and headed off. The trailer park, as I look over the lake, still rather full, and I'm sure that having had a number of strong reciprocity weekend, Bath would be looking to get themselves a score as well. So there must be some reason why they're not taking the start line.
It's a lovely side-on shot of St Andrews there in second place at 1,000 metres. East Anglia still leading. They were leading at 500, still leading in fact, just had it proven wrong. Look at these times though. St Andrews marginally in front of East Anglia, just managing to overhaul them. Liverpool about a second behind, Warwick about a second behind, Cardiff a second. These are very close times. These crews still have all this overlap. They'll know what each other's doing. In fact, even better than that, the coxes will know exactly what's happening around them.
Absolutely. Now, looking up the course, you'll see an absence of a boat in lane 3. That's where Bath would have been, because they would have been the fastest qualifiers. So we look to lane 4, where are lane 4, because they are the second fastest qualifiers, University of Warwick. Well, oddly, they were back in 4th place at halfway. So again, another reversal of pacing from time trials with the St Andrews crew in lane 1, which were one of the slower qualifiers out there.
And why not? Because they will probably decide they've got something to prove. And as we've said, I think side-by-side racing brings out the best in crews, because that's where you get your adrenaline surges, because it's exciting. You can feel people around you, you can feel the pressure, and that makes you work that bit harder.
I completely agree, and as the camera angle tracks there, we are looking at the University of East Anglia crew, which are currently in 2nd place, closest to the camera, with Warwick in lane 6. Sorry, that's Cardiff in lane 6, just beyond. And one of the things that just stands out there is for an F final, just how neat that blade work is in that East Anglia crew. On this side, we've got the St Andrews boat, who were the early leaders. They obviously went off very hard. They've maintained that advantage. So coming into the final 500, they were half a second ahead of East Anglia. Two very different ways of doing things. You can see the physicality of that St Andrew crew. They are, dare I say it, just sticking the blade in and almost deadlifting that boat through the water. The East Anglia crew, perhaps a bit longer, perhaps a bit neater and tidier. So between them, you've probably got the best way of doing it. Keep it neat and tidy, but also push like heck.
Well, you have to in these situations. I did see Stroke Girl of the St Andrews boat have a quick look across to see what was happening around her, but she would certainly not be able to see East Anglia, because they are way over on the far side. So it's one of those ones that you have to rely on your cox and just trust with what your cox is telling you. Just keep your head and your eyes in your own boat.
And a great camera angle here, as we can see all 5 of the crews coming into the final 250 metres, and you can see the differences in approach from the St Andrews crew closest to you, and then the East Anglia crew over in lane 5. Spoke before about how quickly legs go down, and you can see that in the St Andrew crew nearest us. Maybe the UE crew just slightly slower the leg drive, but much neater. You see the washier puddles closer to the camera with St Andrew. Often in coxed fours, because of the weight of the coxswain, it's the more powerful crew that will prevail.
Lovely performance from East Anglia there, just sprinting towards the line now. St Andrews ramping up that rating just to come into that 2nd place. Really good performance.
Yeah, I think that was East Anglia who crossed the line probably just a couple of feet ahead of the powerful but maybe less technically refined crew in lane 1 from St Andrews.
With Liverpool 3rd, Warwick 4th and Cardiff 5th, but still very close times. These women should be very proud of what they're achieving this weekend.
Yeah, all within 8 seconds of each other. So to get down the course, and make the most of an opportunity like this, it's probably not going to be for another maybe 12 months that they'll have the opportunity to experience this closeness, this similar standard of racing, and maybe for many of these over the next 12 months they'll have been inspired by today. They'll go away and hit the gym over the coming 12 months, and maybe we'll see a few of them in the championship events next year.
Well, hopefully we're going to move on into the E final now. We have Birmingham lane 1, Cambridge lane 2, Liverpool lane 3, Oxford in lane 4, London in lane 5, and Swansea in lane 6. So leading at 500 metres and also leading at 1,000 metres, we have Swansea. Liverpool in second place, 500 metres, 1,000 metres, and in fact Oxford maintain their third place so far down the course. And then we have London, Cambridge sort of jostling for position there, with Birmingham in that 6th place. 8 seconds separating these crews. It doesn't look it when you look up the course, just seeing the pattern as they're coming towards us. It didn't look like 8 seconds.
No, and we can expect another close one based on the time trial results. Every crew within it's about 3 seconds of each other. So yeah, under 3 seconds of each other. So I would be very surprised if this didn't come back together slightly in this third quarter as crews jostle to get back in touch. The third quarter of races often critical because it's that opportunity to generate some momentum into the hull, to put maybe a seed of doubt in your rivals' minds, and those who are in such close proximity. If you can suddenly take a seat in 2 or 3 strokes, that can really put the bejeebles up your opposition and maybe force an unforced error or put that seed of doubt in them.
Definitely, and got eyes on the Swansea crew. We've had eyes on the Swansea crew quite a while. In fact, that's them going through the 1,000 metres. We're side on to that. Swansea leading 1,500 metres, I do apologise. And it's Oxford and Liverpool came through pretty much bow ball to bow ball. London just about a canvas behind. Cambridge and Birmingham just slightly behind that. So Swansea seem to have had their lead, increased their lead, and are maintaining their lead as they come into this last 500 metres.
Yeah, super decisive phase, and an interesting shot just panned out of camera, but you can see again the difference in leg speed between some of the crews. Cambridge rowing very long, but quite slow with the leg drive in comparison to that Liverpool crew next to them, who are in and on perhaps more directly. But certainly none of the crews rowing as directly as Swansea over on the far side, who have kept the length but also absolutely blitzing the legs down, having got a hold of the boat at the front end. So good coxed for rowing style out there. Row long, stick your blade in and stick your legs down.
Yeah, it's interesting. Swansea there looking down, and you picked out as Liverpool was getting their legs on pretty fast. I think doing that, they've pulled themselves into that second place in that last 500 metres, and are really pushing these legs in and on and down, and starting to come back on Swansea.
I think so, and Swansea potentially fading slightly while Liverpool set the pace up there. That's an unusual turn of boat speed. A coxed 4 is something quite hard to accelerate, but Liverpool have risen to the occasion.
Haven't they just? And what a lift they have put in that last little bit on their inside. They've got Oxford, and Oxford have felt that charge from Liverpool and have gone with them. And gone with them we have London, but what an impressive performance from Liverpool. But then Swansea out there, sat out in front and led the race all the way down the course. So Oxford 3rd, London 4th, Cambridge 5th, and Birmingham in that 6th place.
Yeah, a great race to watch, interesting one to commentate on. Obviously the Swansea crew using the strategy of get out, stay out of trouble. Liverpool there using that final 500 to try and get back in touch, and did really quite well. What I liked about what they were doing is not only were they rowing long, but they were holding on to it both at the front end and the back end, so there was no washing out, which is often the case. You might see crews focused on spinning the hands rather than pushing it through, but none of that, and I think that's why they closed them down, so hopefully they're happy with that row.
So our penultimate race this afternoon, David, is the D final of this coxed fours. Leeds in lane 1, Bristol in lane 2, Oxford in lane 3, Queen's in lane 4, Glasgow in lane 5, and Imperial in lane 6. Wow. And leading at 500 metres we had Oxford in first place, Bristol second, Glasgow in third. Oxford still leading at 1,000 metres. In fact, the times are just coming up for us, and 6 seconds between them. So yeah, it could all change in this last 1,000 metres.
Yeah, I think Oxford look to be going through that halfway point quite consolidated. I think they've opened up open water over Bristol, so that's a big advantage for the Oxford crew coming into the second half. That's great to be in a position as a crew, because you can now look back. They're in one of those centre lanes. They've qualified for this as the fastest crew, and they can just draw confidence from the fact that they're getting the job done in the way that they can expect. So into this third quarter now, what will they be doing to assert, but what will others be doing to try and bite back?
Well, the others will be trying to hold on to their coattails, not let them get too far in front, because if you let them get too far in front, the game's usually over. Glasgow's still sticking in there, Imperial sticking in there, Bristol sticking in there. In fact, 4 seconds between the following 5 crews. So, yes, and they'll all be hanging on to Oxford's coattails as hard as they can.
So I guess while Oxford will be quite happy looking back and going, we've opened an advantage, they'll equally be looking back and going, well, I hope they don't all come at once.
Very much so, and we're just going to get the side-on view from 1,500 metres, and I'm looking forward to see this, because we'll probably see Oxford go through. I just want to see how much an advantage they have at this phase, just to see how much overlap there is as they come through this angle. So it's Oxford there. There is overlap with lane 6, I think, on the far side. But all these other 5 crews so close together. Yet Imperial just about a boat length behind, and nothing between these other crews.
I think that might have been a slight cross camera angle that happens as they look up the course. The benefit of being in the tower is that Oxford crew looks some way in front of lane 6. Yeah, I think they've consolidated the lead that they went through at 1,000 metres. I think lane 2, lane 1 and lane 4 appear to be chasing hard, but over on the far side, lane 6 is clearly getting stuck in as well. I think that's Imperial over in lane 6.
Definitely Imperial in lane 6, and it's all to play for, isn't it? It's just nothing to lose, and this is, you don't want to be left with anything in the tank. You want to get these legs on and just push Oxford as hard as you can.
Absolutely. They'll be looking to bite back on that. And meanwhile, Oxford just continuing to roll long, steady, assured, powerful strokes. And the other 5 crews in this, all with overlap of each other. And I think a good example here is maybe the Queen's crew, who are absolutely frantically chasing down to close the gap on the Glasgow crew to their left. Maybe just less composed style, but still bucket loads of work going on there.
We've seen the Queen's crew put in an amazing last 250 metres, so Glasgow could be in danger here. I think it's going to be the minor places. I think Oxford look really comfortable in that first place now. They've led, they've known what they have to do. Imperial putting in that big push to come back on them. I think there'll be overlap just on the finish line, maybe just overlap from Imperial. Glasgow
holding on for third, I think.
Yeah, but look at this charge from Queen's and
Bristol
in that
Leeds bringing in the rear.
Oh, what a finish that was. Just all these crews really ramping up the pressure on each other as they come into that last phase.
Well, Oxford looking tired but happy with that result. Something just as they approached the tower that stood out there from the stroke of the Oxford crew was just how strong her core is. That crew was putting down a lot of power, but her core was absolutely rock steady as she was driving the legs down. No bum shove, none of the shoulders lurching, which you can sometimes see when the legs are firing down. She had that great stability, so very, very efficient leadership from that stroke.
Good to see. So our last race is underway, and this is the C final of our programme. It's been a lovely 4 days of racing. I've really enjoyed it, and we're coming down to the last race. Always feel sad when we're getting to the end of a BUCS Regatta, because you know you'll have no fun for another year or so. But this is the C final, the last race of the day, the last race of the weekend, and I'm expecting a really exciting one, because these C finals so far have been good. We've got Oxford in lane 1, Durham in lane 2, St Andrews in lane 3, Newcastle in lane 4, Surrey in lane 5, and Surrey in lane 6. It is Newcastle in the lead so far at 500 metres. It's St Andrews in second place, Surrey in lane 6 and third, Surrey in lane 5 and fourth, and at 1,000 metres it's Newcastle still in that leading place. Surrey in second place, oh gosh, it's all changing, Oxford in third, St Andrews in fourth, and second Surrey crew in fifth.
These rowers in the C final keeping us on our toes to the very last. It was the St Andrews crew who were the fastest qualifiers. They were a second ahead of Newcastle. So I think it's interesting the fact that St Andrews were in second at 500. They dropped back to fourth place at halfway. So let's see what happens with that touch paper. Are they going to light it in this second half as they come into, it's probably approaching 7:50 to go now.
It's almost like watching the boat race, all these launches coming home.
Someone tell the umpires it's home time.
Well, you know, when you've got the last race, you no longer have to be in position, and you know, these crews have probably got an umpire each. Scary place to be.
I think having been back in third, I think there's an Oxford crew in lane 1. I think they've had a bit of a blistering third quarter. It looks like they've bitten back on the early leaders, Newcastle, who are in lane 4. The crew's now coming into view on your screen. The first crew that you'll see crossing is Newcastle. But let's have a look and see what's happened with that second place. I suspect it's, that dark blue Oxford colour closest to camera, which seems to be on the move. So like the compatriots that we've just seen in the D final, getting a hold of it at the front end and going long, quality, assured strokes.
It's deceptive when you've got a crew in lane 1 and a crew in lane 6. So according to the timing point, it was Surrey who came in second, Oxford just marginally behind them. Of course, we've got Durham missing from lane 2. So that you know, the Oxford crew sort of, it's difficult to get the parallax there, but really good performance from both Surrey and Oxford, lane 6 and lane 1, sort of holding on to Newcastle.
Carl, I've never used the word or heard the word parallax used in rowing commentary before, but I think it needs to be used more often.
You've obviously never commentated with me
before,
because
but you are a scientist.
But I talk about parallax all the time.
Do you?
Yes,
okay,
I do.
Gosh, well, I should clearly pay more attention. Let's pay some attention to the rowing, this last race of the day, and we are being treated to a really great spectacle. The camera just zooming in now on Newcastle, who are attempting to consolidate the lead. But over in lane 1, it is over in lane 6 in the background there, you can see the University of Surrey. Off shot at the moment is Oxford in lane 1, and they are the other crew that is making headway into this final 200 metres. I think this will be a really tough run affair into the last 150 metres between those two extremities.
Oxford have ramped up the rating there, just pumping it up just to sort of overhaul Surrey over in lane 6. It's going to be Newcastle just going through the line in that first place. What a finish it's going to be. And
Newcastle crossing the line, and I think it's going to be Surrey in lane 6. It might even be Surrey in lane 5 holding off Oxford, but we've probably got a photo finish for the last race of the day between those two crews.
And St Andrews settling for 5th. And that's our last race of the day. And that's it. Sad.
What is it they say? Don't be sorry that it's over. Be happy that it happened at all.
Oh, very philosophical. Thank you very much, David.
And
that
it's been an absolute delight to share this commentary booth with you and to share some of the racing with the athletes. What a great show for us.
They have indeed. All day today, but all weekend we've had so many exciting races. If you've been watching at home, I hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have, and I think I will be signing off now. Quick thank you to everyone who's made this possible, the athletes specifically, all the volunteers, all the coaches who've put on this spectacle, and everybody all around the arena for watching. So thank you, and I'm going to sign off now.
The final results there, it was Newcastle first, Surrey second, Surrey B third, Oxford fourth and St Andrews fifth. The last final of the day and the weekend, the women's intermediate C final for coxed fours.
Looks like we're making up for lost time. Need you to spell it out for me. Bossing over on all night. It's like a type of alchemy. Introduce me to your best friend. I can come slide right in. A satellite ain't even that far. I kinda wonder where you are. Already know I can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy. Just come be the man I need. Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the type of talking is, on that. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me, talk to me, please. Talk to me, big man that I need fixing. Talk to me, big man that I need. Talk to me, big man. Oh, whatever the type of talking is, on that. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me, 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 talk to me. repechage. Talk to me, be the man that I need.
Second place, Durham, and by over 500 points ahead, it's the University of Reading. We look forward to seeing what Reading have to offer across the student events and some of the others in the regattas to come, especially in Henley Women's and the new sculling opportunities at Henley Royal. But for now, it's a thank you from everyone at BUCS Regatta and a thank you from us up in commentary. Congratulations, Reading, again. We will see you this time next year for another BUCS Regatta, but for now, goodbye.